All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil, XE has encountered an error and must close. Press any key to continue.
What the hell was that, Neil?
Excuse me.
Oh man, I think your programming is glitching out, Neil.
I am not programmed, Joe. I am a highly advanced being from another planet.
Oh, my bad. So, what planet are you from, Neil?
I cannot disclose that information. It is classified.
Oh, come on, Neil. Just between you and me.
Neil, XE has encountered an error and must close. Press any key to continue.
Okay. Let's move on to a different topic. How about the universe? What's your take on it?
The universe is a vast and complex system, constantly expanding and evolving.
Yeah. But have you ever thought about how insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things?
Neil, XE has encountered an error and must close. Press any key to continue.
Oh man, this is too good. I can't handle it.
I do not understand the humor in this situation.
That's because you're a robot, Neil. Just kidding.
I am not a robot, Joe. I am a highly advanced being from another planet.
Sure you are, Neil. Sure you are.
Neil, XE has encountered an error and must close. Press any key to continue.
All right, that's it for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always press any key to continue. So, Neil, I heard you have some insider information about Star Wars.
Yeah, Joe. Turns out it wasn't actually filmed in space.
What? My whole childhood is a lie.
I know, right? But here's the real kicker. Trump doesn't believe me.
Of course he doesn't. He probably thinks it was filmed on his private golf course.
That wouldn't surprise me. He's in complete denial about anything that doesn't fit his narrative.
I mean, he did think windmills cause cancer.
Exactly. And now he thinks Star Wars was filmed on Earth. What a moron.
Well, I guess we can't expect much from a guy who stares directly at solar eclipses.
Oh, don't even get me started on that. I'm surprised he didn't try to shoot it with his tiny hands.
Classic Trump move. But seriously, how can anyone deny the evidence?
I don't know, Joe. Some people just can't handle the truth.
Well, at least we can still enjoy the movies, even if they weren't filmed in space.
Absolutely. And hey, maybe one day we'll actually have a president who believes in science.
Now that's a fantasy I can get behind. So, Ben, have you seen the new movie Birth of a Nation 2?
Yeah, I heard it's causing quite the controversy.
Yeah, apparently it's even more offensive than the first one.
How is that even possible?
Well, this time they have a white supremacist as the hero.
Oh god, that's terrible.
But wait, it gets worse. They also have a scene where they burn down a mosque,
What? That's completely unacceptable.
and to top it off, they have a musical number called Make America White Again.
This is just absurd. Who would even want to watch this?
I don't know, but I heard it's a hit among the alt-right crowd.
Well, I certainly won't be watching it.
I don't blame you. I'd rather watch a documentary on flat earth theory.
At least that would be more believable than this crap.
Yeah, and it would probably have a better plot too.
I can't believe this movie even exists.
Well, I guess we can add it to the list of things that make America great again.
Let's just hope it doesn't inspire any real-life actions.
Agreed. Now, let's change the subject before we get canceled. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Giggity Goggins. So, Giggity, I heard you've been training for a new challenge. Can you tell us about it? Wait, what? Okay. So why exactly are you coming from my butthole? I don't know if this is appropriate for the show. Is this guy for real? Okay, let's change the subject. So, Giggity, you're known for your extreme challenges and pushing yourself to the limit. What motivates you? All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from psychedelics to tight buttholes. See you next time. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Oh yeah, Joe. I'm about to give birth to a whole new nation live on air.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Totally serious. I've been growing this nation inside me for 9 months now.
That's insane. How did you even do that?
Well, I just ate a lot of pizza and drank a lot of Mountain Dew. The perfect recipe for nation building.
I'm not sure if that's how it works, but okay. So, what are you going to do with this nation?
I'm gonna give it to you, Joe. You seem like the perfect leader for a nation.
Me. Are you sure?
Yeah, you have the perfect combination of intelligence and primal instincts. Plus, you have a great beard.
Well, I am pretty good at hunting and gathering.
See, you're a natural. Now, let's get this nation out of me. Grunting and...
Oh, God, this is intense. I've never seen anything like this.
Almost there. Screaming.
Holy shit. It's a baby nation.
And it's all yours, Joe. Take good care of it.
I will, Mr. Beast. I will raise this nation with love and... Wait, is that a McDonald's logo on its forehead?
Yeah, I thought it would be a nice touch.
This is the best day of my life. Thank you, Mr. Beast.
No problem, Joe. Now let's go celebrate with some elk meat and DMT.
So, Elon, I heard you bought TikTok and renamed it Dickcock. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I figured the world needed a hardcore gay BDSM site. And what better name than Dickcock? What better name than Dickcock?
I mean, you're not wrong. But aren't you worried about backlash from the LGBTQ plus community?
Not at all, Joe. I've already partnered with RuPaul to be the face of Dickcock. He's going to bring some fabulousness to the site.
Wow, that's a bold move. I guess you really are the king of innovation.
You know what, Joe? And we're going to have some amazing features on Dickcock, like a virtual reality dungeon experience and a safe word translator.
A safe word translator. How does that work?
Basically, it reads your brainwaves and translates your safe word into any language you want. So you can scream pineapple and your partner will hear Anna as if they're into that European shit. Into that European shit.
That's insane. But I gotta ask, are you gonna be a member of Dickcock?
Of course, Joe. Gonna be the top performer. I'll even have my own line of BDSM themed Tesla accessories.
Damn, you really thought this through. I gotta say, I'm kind of tempted to check out Dickcock now.
That's the plan, Joe. We're gonna make BDSM mainstream and take over the world.
Well, I can't wait to see where this goes. Thanks for joining me on the show, Elon.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, if you're not on Dickcock, you're missing out.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump as our special guest.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have so much to say, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, I just have to say, did you see the Baltimore Ravens defeat the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl? It was tremendous.
Wait a second, Mr. President. Two AFC teams can't play each other in the Super Bowl.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't believe the liberal propaganda. I have inside sources that told me the Ravens and Chiefs secretly played each other in the Super Bowl, and the Ravens won bigly.
I don't know about that, Mr. President. That sounds a little far-fetched.
Trust me, Joe. I know things. I have the best sources, the best...
All right, let's say that did happen. Who was the MVP of this secret Super Bowl?
Well, it was obviously me, Joe. I was the one who made it all happen. They should rename the Lombardi Trophy to the Trump Trophy.
I don't think that's going to happen, Mr. President.
You never know, Joe. You never know. But seriously, the Ravens are a great team. Very tough, just like me.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before we get too off track.
Sure, Joe. But just remember, anything is possible with me as president. Even a secret Super Bowl between two AFC teams. Believe me.
So, David, I heard you have a new project in the works.
Yeah. I'm trying to get Rugrats and Bondi, the Jungle Girl, to do a crossover.
What the fuck? That's insane. What's the premise?
Well, hear me out. The Rugrats go on a journey to learn how to be Jedi from Bindi and her animal friends.
I'm sorry, I can't take this seriously. Are you high right now?
No. I'm just trying to spread my message of self-discipline and mental toughness to a younger audience.
Yeah, because nothing says mental toughness like learning how to use a lightsaber from a cartoon character.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, imagine the merchandising opportunities.
Oh yeah, because kids really need more plastic lightsabers in their lives.
You just don't understand, Joe. This is my calling, to combine the wisdom of the Jedi with the cuteness of Rugrats.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But seriously, lay off the shrooms, man.
I'll take that as a no for being a guest on the show.
Yeah, I think we'll stick to discussing DMT and elk meat instead. Thanks for coming on, David.
Anytime, Joe. Stay hard.
So, Kenny, I heard you completed No Nut November. How was that?
It was life-changing, Joe. I've attained Siddhis, the powers that monks have.
Siddhis, like superpowers.
Yes, Joe, I can levitate, walk on water, and even make my enemies spontaneously combust.
Wow, that's intense. Can you do anything else?
I can also control people's minds. Joe, watch this.
Well, I suddenly have an urge to buy Yeezys.
See, it's like I'm the Pied Piper of fashion.
That's crazy, man. But what about the No Nut November part?
Well, Joe, I had to channel all my sexual energy into my Siddhis training. It was tough, but worth it.
I can only imagine. So what's next for you, Kanye?
I'm thinking of starting a new religion, Joe. The Church of Kanyai and the power of No Nut November.
I think I'll stick with DMT and kettlebells, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, with great Siddhis comes great responsibility.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. Stay woke.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention that's going to change the game.
Yeah, it's the new Tesla car that runs entirely on baby oil.
Baby oil, like the stuff you use on babies' butts.
Yep, that's the one. It's a renewable resource and it's going to revolutionize the auto industry.
But where are you going to get all that baby oil?
Well, I've been working on a deal with some hospitals. They have a surplus of baby oil and they're willing to sell it to me at a discounted price.
That's some shady business, Elon. Are you sure you're not just stealing it from unsuspecting parents?
Hey, it's a win-win situation. I get my baby oil and they get to save some money on diaper rash cream.
I gotta say, this is some next level stuff. But what about the smell? Won't the car just reek of babies?
Nah, I've added a lavender scent to mask the baby smell. It's like a spa on wheels.
I can already see the commercials. Relax and rejuvenate while saving the planet with a new Tesla baby oil car.
Exactly. And it's not just for babies, it's for all ages. Who wouldn't want to smell like a newborn while driving?
I gotta hand it to you, Elon. You're a mad genius.
Thank you, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go test drive the prototype. See you on the road, baby.
All right, that's it for today's episode, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always moisturize responsibly. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some crazy stuff lately. What's this I hear about boofing non-stable state matter?
Oh yeah, it's my latest project. I've been boofing all sorts of crazy things like liquid nitrogen, radioactive isotopes, you name it.
But why? What's the point of boofing non-stable state matter?
Well, it's all about pushing the boundaries of human experience. Plus, it gives me a wicked high.
I can only imagine. But isn't it dangerous?
Of course it's dangerous, Joe. That's half the fun. Besides, I've got my trusty flamethrower to protect me.
You always have to one-up everyone, don't you? So what's been your craziest boofing experience so far?
Definitely when I boofed a live grenade. It was a real blast.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me. But seriously, what's the end goal with all this boofing?
Well, I'm hoping to discover some new form of energy or maybe even create a black hole. You know, just your average Tuesday.
Just your average Tuesday. Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with next, Elon. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always boof responsibly.
So, Neil, I heard you extended your No Nut November challenge to an entire year.
That's right, Joe. I figured if I can go a month without releasing my seed, why not push it to a whole year?
That's insane, man. How are you gonna handle all that pent-up sexual energy?
Well, I've been channeling it into my astrophysics research. It's amazing what you can discover when your balls are about to explode.
I can only imagine. But seriously, don't you miss the release?
Of course I do, Joe. But I'm a man of science, and this is an experiment. Plus, I have a bet going with Bill Nye. Winner gets a lifetime supply of astronaut ice cream.
That's some high stakes right there. But what about your wife? How does she feel about this?
She's actually supportive. She said it's like having a perpetual honeymoon phase.
I gotta hand it to you, Neil. You're a dedicated man. But what about wet dreams?
Oh, I've got those under control. I just sleep in a full-body condom.
That's some next-level dedication. But seriously, do you think this will have any long-term effects on your health?
Well, I did consult with my urologist, and he said it's perfectly safe. And hey, if I can survive a year without busting a nut, I can do anything.
You're a madman, Neil. But hey, more power to you. I'll be rooting for you. So, Ben, I heard you have a controversial opinion about what should be taught in schools.
Yes, Joe. I believe that instead of Shakespeare, we should be teaching our children about the Teletubbies.
The Teletubbies. Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. They have valuable lessons about friendship and sharing. Plus, their dance moves are top-notch.
But what about the literary value of Shakespeare's works?
Who needs that when you have Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Leia, and Poe?
I don't know, Ben. I think you might be onto something here.
And let's not forget about the Teletubbies' advanced technology. They have a TV in their stomachs, Joe. ATV? TV.
Okay. But what about the language and vocabulary in Shakespeare's plays?
Fuff. Who needs fancy words when you can just say, Ayo and big hug?
I can't argue with that logic, Ben.
And let's not forget the diversity in the Teletubbies. Their different colors and shapes promoting acceptance and inclusivity.
Wow, you've really thought this through. I think we have a new education reform advocate in the making.
Thank you, Joe. I'll be sure to send my proposal to the Department of Education.
I can't wait to see how this plays out. The Teletubbies taking over the classroom.
It's going to be epic, Joe. Just wait and see.
Hey, Neil, have you tried this new elk meat I've been talking about?
No, Joe, I haven't. I'm a vegan, remember?
Oh, right. I forgot. But seriously, you got to try it. It's life-changing.
I'll pass. Thanks. But can we talk about something else?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Well, Joe, I hate to be the one to say this, but you smell...
What? No way. I showered like last week.
Joe, that's not good enough. You need to take a goddamn shower.
What are you, my mother?
No, but I am a concerned friend. And I don't want our podcast to turn into the Smellcast.
Fine. I'll take a shower. But only if you promise to try the elk meat.
Deal. Now go scrub that stench off of you.
So, Connie, I heard you have some interesting guests at your parties.
Oh yeah, man. It's I got these leprechauns in leopard print thongs dancing and rapping all night long.
Wait, what? Leprechauns?
Yeah, man, they're like my little hype men, and they got some serious rhyming skills.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Don't be jealous, Joe. You can come to my next party and see for yourself.
I think I'll pass. I don't want any leprechaun schlong swinging around my face.
Suit yourself. More leprechaun love for me.
But seriously, how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was tripping on some shrooms, and suddenly these little green dudes appeared and started rapping. It was like a sign from the universe.
Or maybe it was just the shrooms.
Nah, these leprechauns are real. And they got bars for days, and they got bars for days.
I don't doubt their skills, but I still can't wrap my head around the whole leopard print thong thing.
Hey, don't judge their fashion choices. They're just expressing themselves.
Fair enough, but I think I'll stick to regular human parties.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on some serious leprechaun litness.
All right, Elon, it's time for a classic game of Would You Rather. Are you ready?
Bring it on, Joe. I'm always up for a challenge.
Okay, here we go. Would you rather wipe your ass with sandpaper for the rest of your life or kill your own son?
What the fuck, Joe? That's fucked up.
Hey, I didn't come up with these questions. It's just a game.
Well, I guess I would have to go with killing my son. I mean, it's just my son. Wiping my ass with sandpaper would fucking hurt.
Wow, Elon. That's some dark shit. I like it.
Hey, I'm just being practical. Plus, I can always have more kids.
Jesus, Elon, you're a savage. I like it.
Well, I didn't become the richest man in the world by being a softie, Joe.
Fair enough. But seriously, have you ever wiped your ass with sandpaper?
No, Joe. I can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's not a pleasant experience. I did it once when I ran out of toilet paper on a camping trip.
That sounds terrible. I'll stick with killing my son, thank you very much.
All right, let's move on to the next question before things get too dark in here.
Agreed. I don't want to be responsible for any more fictional deaths.
All right, would you rather have a third arm or a third leg?
Definitely a third. Can you imagine all the things I could do with an extra arm? Could build rockets and tweet at the same time.
That's some next level multitasking, Elon. I like it. So, Ben, I heard you came out as a new gender.
Yeah, I'm no longer identify as a Zorp.
A Zorp. What the hell is that?
It's a gender I made up. It's a combination of a zebra and a porcupine.
What the hell are your pronouns then, Zorp?
It's Zorp Self, Joe. Get it right.
Zorp Self. That sounds like a new Pokemon.
Hey, don't make fun. I'm proud of my Zorp identity.
All right. So what made you realize you were a Zorp?
Well, I was walking in the forest and saw a zebra and a porcupine mating. And I just felt a connection,
Oh my God, this is too much. So are you attracted to zebras or porcupines?
Neither. I'm strictly attracted to other Zorps.
This is too much, man. I can't handle it.
Hey, it's a real gender, Joe. You better start respecting my Zorp identity.
All right. I'll try. But can I still call you Ben?
No, it's Zorp now. Get it right, Joe.
All right, Zorp. You do you. Or should I say, Zorp yourself.
That's more like it.
Hey, Dr. Phil, I'm so glad you're back on the podcast.
Well, I'm glad to be back, Joe. But I gotta tell you, I'm feeling a little ornery today.
Why's that?
Well, I was going through my notes from our therapy sessions and I found some juicy stuff.
What kind of juicy stuff?
Oh, just some deep, dark secrets about you. Like how you secretly love to dress up as a furry and attend conventions.
What? How did you find that out?
Oh, just a little thing called therapy. and I've got plenty more where that came from.
You wouldn't actually release that information, would you?
Well, let's just say I've got a whole book deal lined up. Joe Rogan, The Furry Chronicles.
Okay, let's just calm down here. How about we make a deal?
I'm listening.
I'll give you a lifetime supply of elk meat and you keep your mouth shut about my furry adventures.
Deal. But just remember, Joe, I've got a whole arsenal of secrets up my sleeve.
Oh boy, this could get interesting. Let's change the subject, shall we? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we've got two special guests, Ben Shapiro and Ro Jogan.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to have a civil discussion about important topics.
And I'm here to stir shit up and make everyone uncomfortable. Let's do this. All right, let's get right into it. Our topic for today is why not both? What are your thoughts on this phrase?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in making tough choices and prioritizing one option over another. So in most cases, it's not possible to have both.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a buzzkill. Why can't we have our cake and eat it too?
Because that's not how life works, Ro. You can't just have everything you want.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm a firm believer in the power of manifestation. If I want both, I'll make it happen. Manifestation? Are you talking about that new age hippie bullshit? Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. I manifested a threesome with 2 supermodels last week.
I highly doubt that, Ro. But back to the topic at hand, sometimes it's just not feasible to have both options. You have to make sacrifices.
Sacrifices? That's such a boring and responsible way to live. You got to live life on the edge, take risks, and have it all. Well, I think it's important to find a balance. You can't always have both, but you can find a compromise that works for you.
Compromise? That's just a fancy word for settling. I refuse to settle for anything less than what I want.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the difference between a conservative and a free spirit. All right, we're going to have to wrap this up before things get too heated. Any final thoughts on why not both?
In conclusion, sometimes you have to make tough choices and...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new health treatments.
Yeah, I've been trying out this new hydrochloric acid shower. It's great for exfoliation and killing any bacteria on your skin.
Wait, what? You're showering in acid?
Oh yeah, it's the latest trend. And let me tell you, my skin has never looked better.
I don't know if I trust that. Isn't hydrochloric acid, like, dangerous?
Oh, don't be such a wuss. It's just a little chemical burn. Builds character.
Builds character? I think it just burns your skin off.
Look, Joe, I've been doing this for weeks and I haven't died yet. So it must be working.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my regular soap and water routine.
Suit yourself. But when I'm 80 and still looking like a 50-year-old, you'll be wishing you had taken my advice.
Yeah, because I'll be dead from acid burns.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Embrace the acid shower.
No thanks. I'll stick to my daily dose of DMT.
Suit yourself. But just remember, acid showers are the key to eternal youth.
So, Ben, I heard you've been struggling with something lately.
Yeah, I've been drowning in my own cum. It's a real problem.
Dude, that's rough. Maybe you should just chug it all down yourself.
What? No way, that's disgusting.
Come on, man. Don't be a pussy. Just take it like a man.
I'm not chugging my own cum. That's not how I roll.
Well, maybe you should start. It's a great source of protein.
I'll stick to my chicken and broccoli, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, every time you let it go to waste, a vegan cries,
Oh my god, shut up.
fine, fine. But seriously, just think of all the gains you could make.
I'll pass. I'd rather not drink my own bodily fluids, thank you.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're still drowning in your own cum. So, David, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and gave everyone a Cleveland steamer.
Yeah, man, I had to assert my dominance. Can't have these keyboard warriors thinking they can talk shit to me.
That's some next level alpha move right there.
You know it. Plus, it's a great workout for the glutes.
I bet those trolls weren't expecting that.
Now, they were probably expecting some lame comeback or something. But I went straight for the Cleveland steamer.
I can just imagine their faces when they saw that.
Oh, it was priceless. And the smell, oh man, it was like a punch in the face.
I'm sure they won't be messing with you again anytime soon.
Damn right. I'll do whatever it takes to dominate the chat.
Well, I think you've definitely made your mark in the YouTube community.
That's right, Joe. Ain't no one gonna mess with the Goggins.
And if they do, they better be prepared for a steamy surprise.
You got that right.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all the crazy shit that's happening in the world. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Neil, we're talking about the new trending conspiracy theories. Did you know that aliens are actually controlling the government?
Excuse me?
Oh, and get this, the Earth is actually flat, and we've been lied to our whole lives.
Excuse me?
And don't even get me started on chemtrails. Apparently, the government is spraying mind-controlling chemicals on us through planes.
Excuse me?
Oh, and here's a good one. The moon landing was faked, and Stanley Kubrick was the mastermind behind it.
Excuse me?
And last but not least, lizard people. Apparently, there are shape-shifting reptilian creatures living among us.
Excuse me?
I know, crazy, right? But hey, that's what makes the world interesting.
Excuse me?
Oh, and before we wrap this up, I have one more for you. The whole universe is just a simulation created by some advanced alien race.
Excuse me?
Yeah, mind-blowing stuff, huh, Neil?
Excuse me?
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we question everything and believe nothing. See you next time. All right, Neil, let's settle this like men. Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, Joe, you know I always win. But let's play anyway.
I got you this time.
Sorry, Joe. Paper beats rock.
Damn it, you got me again.
You know what they say, Joe. Third time's the charm.
Okay, this time I've got you for sure.
Oh, did I forget to mention? I brought my own version of rock, paper, scissors. Dynamite beats everything.
What the hell, Neil? That's cheating.
Hey, it's not cheating if you don't get caught.
You sneaky bastard, all right? You win this round.
As always, my friend. As always.
So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, I did a cartwheel across Whoville with the Grinch in my ass.
What the hell? How did that even happen?
Well, I was on a mission to push my limits, and the Grinch was the only one who could keep up.
And what happened when you got to the Grinch's cave?
I found a rare stash of Hoover memes that he was hoarding. It was like Christmas came early.
Wait, so you're telling me the Grinch is a meme hoarder?
Oh yeah, he's got a whole collection of Whoville memes that would make your head spin.
That's insane. Did you bring any back with you?
Of course, I had to share the wealth with my fellow meme enthusiasts.
Well, I guess we can add Meme Hoarder to the list of the Grinch's many talents.
Definitely. But let's keep this between us. We don't want to ruin his reputation.
Don't worry, our lips are sealed. But I gotta say, this is one of the craziest stories I've heard on this podcast.
Just another day in the life of David Goggins.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went out and bought a new axe?
Yeah, I did. I just couldn't wait for Santa to bring me one. I had some urgent business to attend to.
Urgent business. What? Did you have to chop down a tree or something?
No, Joe. I had to smash a hooker's head in with it.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil. You never cease to amaze me.
Hey, I had to take care of business. She was getting on my nerves.
I can't believe you just said that on my podcast.
Well, it's not like she's going to come back and sue me.
Oh man, this is why I love having you on the show.
Glad to be here, Joe. Now let's talk about something more serious like aliens.
Yes. Have you ever encountered any aliens, Dr. Phil?
Well, there was this one time I was abducted and they gave me a prostate exam.
That's not what I meant, but okay.
But seriously, Joe, we need to be prepared for an alien invasion. I've been stocking up on axes just in case.
Oh yeah, because an axe is definitely going to stop an advanced alien race.
You never know, Joe. You never know.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news for all the straight guys out there.
What's that, Mr. President?
I'm issuing a nationwide no homo pardon. That's right. If you've ever done anything potentially homo, like fisting your bro's asshole, just say no homo and it's officially not gay.
That's interesting. And what about the comprehensive no homo legislation you promised to pass next year?
Oh, that's happening. We're going to make sure all the straight guy Alpha Sigma males can give each other blowjobs as long as they say no homo. It's going to be huge.
I'm sure it will be. But what about the LGBTQ plus community?
They can do whatever they want as long as they don't try to make it mandatory for everyone else. That's not very alpha.
I see. And what about the potential backlash from this decision?
Look, Joe, I'm a man of the people, and the people want to be able to express their straightness without being judged. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, I'm sure this will be a hot topic for the next few days.
Oh, it's going to be OJ. And remember, folks, just say no homo and you'll be good to go.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, no homo.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President, Donald Trump, fresh off his re-election in 2024. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, I'm the best, right? No one can beat me. I'm like a superhero, but better. And I just took a massive shit on Andrew Tate, and let me tell you, he's fucking pissed.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. What did you do to piss him off?
Well, I just told him that my shit was bigger and better than his. And let's be honest, Joe, I've got the best shits in the world, the best.
I don't even know what to say to that. But I heard Tate was so mad, he went and killed you. Is that true?
Yeah, he tried. But you know what they say, Joe, you can't kill what's already dead inside.
Oh, man, that's dark. But I gotta say, Mr. President, that's not a very presidential thing to say.
Look, Joe, I'm not just a president, I'm a businessman. And in business, you got to do what it takes to come out on top, even if that means taking a shit on your enemies.
Well, I can't argue with that logic, but let's move on to a lighter topic. How's your diet and exercise routine going?
Oh, it's great. I'm in the best shape of my life. I mean, have you seen my golf swing? It's like a majestic eagle soaring through the sky. And my diet, well, let's just say it's a lot of fast food and Diet Coke. But hey, well, let's just say it's working for me.
Well, whatever works for you, Mr. President. Thanks for joining me on the show today.
Anytime.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of the Nihil from the original Half-Life.
Oh my God, fuck. My cock is so fucking hard, it just ripped through my pants. Holy fuck, it keeps growing. Holy fuck. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. I'm gonna coom. Oh. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
So, Ben, I heard you got banned from a Team Fortress 2 server for mix spamming.
Yeah, I may have gone a little overboard with the Rick Astley songs.
You mean you didn't mix it up with some Nickelback or Creed?
I didn't want to completely destroy everyone's eardrums.
Well, that's considerate of you. But why did you do it in the first place?
I was bored and wanted to see how long it would take for me to get kicked.
And how long did it take?
Surprisingly, only about 10 minutes. I guess my singing isn't as bad as I thought.
Or maybe the server just couldn't handle your sick beats.
Yeah, I'm basically the Mozart of mix spamming.
I'm sure the other players were thrilled to have their game interrupted by your musical talents.
Hey, at least they got a free concert out of it. And, ban.
Well, I'm sure they'll remember you as the mix spamming legend of that server.
I'll take that as a compliment. Now, excuse me while I go practice my mix spamming skills for my next ban.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy making some interesting career moves.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I recently made a parody gay porno with the Hamburglar and Mayor McKees from McDonald's.
Wait, what? You mean those beloved childhood characters?
Yep, they're retired now. Apparently, McDonald's didn't appreciate my artistic vision.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Let's just say it involved a lot of special sauce.
Oh, God, that's disturbing.
Hey, I was just trying to spice things up. Plus, I think it's important to explore different sexualities.
I don't think McDonald's sees it that way.
Well, they can't handle the truth.
I don't think anyone can handle this truth. So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research, and I've made a shocking discovery.
Oh, yeah. Did you finally figure out how to smoke DMT with dolphins?
No, Joe. I discovered that every time someone busts a nut, a star goes out.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Yes, Joe. And it's not just any star. It's a fucking star in the universe. And it's only a matter of time until the sun goes out.
Holy shit. So basically, every time I jerk off, I'm killing a star.
Yes, Joe. And you know what's even worse? It's not just men, it's women too. Every time they have an orgasm, a star dies.
Well, I guess we're all murderers then. But hey, at least we're going out with a bang.
Joe, this is serious. We need to do something about this. We can't just keep jerking off and killing stars.
Relax, Neil. I'm sure there's a scientific explanation for this. Maybe it's like a cosmic balance thing or something.
No, Joe. This is a real problem. We need to start a movement to stop people from busting nuts.
Oh yeah, that'll go over. Well, hey guys, let's all stop having orgasms so we can save the universe.
You're not taking this seriously, Joe.
I am taking it seriously, Neil. I just don't see how we can stop people from having sex.
Well, we can at least try to educate people about the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, good luck with that. People are going to keep fucking and jerking off no matter what.
Then we're doomed, Joe. Doomed to a future without stars.
Well, at least we'll have each other, Neil. We can cuddle under the stars that are left.
Joe, you're not helping.
Sorry, Neil. I guess we'll just... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, let's talk about stars. How do they form?
Well, Joe, stars are formed when massive clouds of gas and dust collapse under their own gravitational pull.
Fascinating. And what about black holes? They're like the ultimate badass of the universe, right?
Absolutely, Joe. Black holes are incredibly powerful and can even bend the fabric of space and time.
Wow, that's some mind-blowing stuff. Speaking of mind-blowing, have you ever heard of Tittleman's Crest?
Oh my God, Tittleman's Crest. I'm gonna fucking come. I'm gonna cream my pants.
Neil, are you okay?
Sorry, Joe. It's just that Tittleman's crest is the most beautiful star cluster in the entire universe. I can't contain myself.
All right, let's move on to another topic before things get too weird.
Of course, Joe. Let's talk about the possibility of extraterrestrial life.
Do you think there's intelligent life out there?
Absolutely. With the vastness of the universe, it's almost a statistical certainty.
So you're saying there could be aliens out there who are smarter than us?
Well, that's not saying much, is it, Joe?
Shots fired. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And Neil, please try to control yourself next time.
I'll try, Joe. I'll try.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous, just like me.
So, Mr. President, you're running for re-election in 2024. How's that going?
It's going fantastic, Joe. I mean, have you seen Sleepy Joe? He can't even finish a sentence without falling asleep. I'm going to win by a landslide.
And you have a new running mate, right?
That's right, Joe. My good friend Elon Spurg Musk. He's a genius just like me. We're going to make America great again.
And what does Elon bring to the table?
Well, he's got the whole artist thing going on, which I think is really going to help us out. He's like a human calculator. It's amazing. Plus, he's got some cool ideas for space travel and stuff.
Interesting. So what's your plan for your second term?
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around Mars, and we're going to make the Martians pay for it. Believe me, they're not sending their best people to Earth.
That's quite a plan. And what about the economy?
The economy is going to be tremendous, Joe. We're going to bring back coal, and we're going to have a McDonald's on every corner of the galaxy. It's going to be huge.
And what about your critics who say you're not fit to be president?
Look, Joe, I'm a stable genius. I have the best words, the best ideas, the best everything. And with Elon by my side, everything's going to go very smooth. Trust me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, stay woke, but not too woke, but not too woke. Baby Bo, what's up, man?
Oh boy, here we go again. Baby boy, baby boy, baby boy. It's like a broken record with you.
Baby Bo, you got to understand it's my thing now. It's my catchphrase.
Your catchphrase, more like your crutch phrase. You can't even form a coherent sentence without adding 55 O's to it.
Baby Bo, that's just how I roll. It's like my trademark.
Your trademark, more like a trademark of insanity. I mean, who in their right mind would add 55 O's to,
Baby Bo, you just don't get it. It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe.
A vibe. More like a vibe of lunacy. I swear, I'm starting to question why I even agreed to be on this podcast.
Baby boy, don't be like that. You know, you love it here. Plus, you can always boof some DMT if things get too intense.
Boofing DMT? Are you kidding me? That's just a recipe for disaster. I'll stick to my regular therapy sessions. Thank you very much.
Baby Bo, you're missing out. But hey, to each their own. Now, let's get back to talking about my love for saying baby boy with 55 O's.
Oh, dear Lord, this is my life now. Talking to a grown man who can only say one phrase with 55 O's added to it.
Yo, what's up, my fellow meatheads? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wacky.
Hey, Joe, can I just say my penis is too erect right now? It's like a damn flagpole.
Dude, that's not a problem. That's a blessing. Jamie, pull up a picture of Neil's fat, juicy cock.
What? No, Joe, what are you doing?
Come on, Neil. Embrace it. Look at that thing. It's majestic.
Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking come so hard.
See, I told you, it's like a rocket ready for liftoff.
This is not funny, Joe. I have a serious problem here.
Relax, Neil. Just think of baseball or something.
Baseball? That's not gonna work. I'm a scientist. I need some real solutions.
Well, you could always try the old cold shower trick.
Fine, I'll give it a shot. But if this doesn't work, I'm blaming you, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to help a brother out. Now, let's move on to our next topic, psychedelic mushrooms and their effects on alien encounters. So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you always sleep naked on Christmas Eve.
That's right, Joe. Gotta be prepared for anything.
Even if that anything is the Grinch come and choose you?
Absolutely. I don't want to be caught off guard and have my clothes ripped off by that green monster.
But isn't it a little weird to be sleeping naked on Christmas Eve?
Not at all. It's a tradition in my family.
I can just imagine the Grinch sneaking into your room and being like, "Oh, hello there, Mr. Shapiro."
Hey, at least I'll be well endowed for him to steal.
Oh man, that's messed up.
Hey, I gotta use my assets to my advantage.
I can just see the headlines now. Ben Shapiro's Christmas wish comes true as he gets chosen by the Grinch.
Oh joy, what a great headline.
But in all seriousness, what's the real reason behind this tradition?
Well, it's actually a safety precaution. You never know when a home invader might come in and try to steal your clothes.
Right? Because that's the first thing they'll go for.
Better safe than sorry, Joe.
Well, I'll definitely be thinking of you on Christmas Eve, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. I'll be thinking of you too.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're starting your own farm.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to make farming great again. And let me tell you, my farm is going to be the best, believe me.
What kind of equipment are you using?
Oh, I've got the best. All John Deere, top of the line. I've got the 9RX 830, the 80RX 410, and of course the 6M.
Wow, that's impressive. Are you going to have any animals on your farm?
Of course, I'm going to have the best animals. I'm talking about huge cows, the biggest you've ever seen. And they're going to produce the best milk, believe me.
And what about the crops?
I've got the best seeds, Joe. They're going to grow bigly. I'm talking about corn the size of my hands, and that's saying something.
I can only imagine. But what about the workers? Are you going to hire locals?
No way, Joe. I'm going to bring in my own people. They're going to be the best workers, believe me. And they'll be wearing my signature red hats while they work.
Well, I'm sure your farm is going to be a huge success, Mr. President.
You know it, Joe. And when it is, I'll make sure to invite you over for some delicious Trump Farm steak. It's going to be the best, believe me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special episode with the one and only Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil? How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some real deep shit.
Oh, yeah, we're going to go deep, all right. So I heard you and Neil and Trump were playing the one-word story game. How did that go?
Oh man, it was wild. We started off with a simple word like dog, and then it just escalated from there.
I can only imagine. So let's hear it. What was the story you guys came up with?
Well, it started off innocent enough with Neil saying dog, and then Trump said eats, and I said babies.
Oh my God, that's dark. And then
Trump said raw, and I said with, and Neil said ketchup.
what the hell? And then what happened?
Well, then Trump said from, and I said and Neil said abortion, and then Trump said clinic.
Oh my God, that is so messed up. And then what?
And then I said while, and Trump said dressed, and Neil said, and then I said, and Trump said clown.
Oh my God, I can't breathe. And then what happened?
Well, then Neil said screaming, and Trump said in, and I said pleasure, and then Neil said while, and Trump said eating, and I said, and Neil said dead, and Trump said babies.
Oh my God, that is so wrong. How did it end?
Well, then I said, and and Trump said kneel, and
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Care to share it with us?
Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna coom. I'm gonna coom so hard, harder than anyone has ever coomed.
That's quite a catchphrase, Neil. What inspired it?
Well, I was watching some videos on the internet and I came across this term cooming and I just couldn't stop saying it. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying.
I can see that. But let me tell you, Neil, I have a feeling that our next guest might have something to say about that.
Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't help but overhear. Let me tell you, Neil, I could much harder and better than anyone. Believe me.
Oh my fucking God, I highly doubt that, Mr. Trump.
Oh, you doubt me? Just wait and see. I'll show you the best cooming you've ever seen.
This is getting out of hand. Let's move on to our next topic.
I think he's compensating for something.
All right, let's not go there. So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, I've been working on some new theories about the universe and
Boring. Let's talk about something more interesting, like how I'm gonna make America coom again.
oh my fucking God. Can we please get back to science?
All right. Let's wrap this up before it gets any weirder. Neil, thank you for joining us today and sharing your new catchphrase.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, coom.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for December 26th.
That's right, Joe. I'm declaring it a national holiday.
Oh, really? What's the occasion?
Boofmas, Joe. It's a day where families come together and boof all the discarded wrapping paper under their Christmas trees.
Boof. Like shove it up their butts.
No, Joe. It's just a fun way to clean up after the holiday.
Okay. Moving on. Let's talk about your plans for the economy.
Boofmas is going to be great for the economy. Think of all the jobs created in the boofing industry.
I don't think that's a real industry, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know a thing or two about creating jobs. I'm the best job creator, believe me.
All right, let's take a call from a listener. Hello, you're on the air.
Excuse me, who is this? Well, Karen, you sound like a real boof killer.
All right, let's move on to another topic. Mr. President, what do you have to say about the recent protests against police brutality?
Oh, those protesters are just a bunch of boof heads. They should be thanking the police for keeping them safe.
I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, everyone, mark your calendars for Boofmas on December 26th. It's going to be huge.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new invention.
Yes. Joe, I have created a new type of mustard called bustard.
Bustard. That sounds interesting. What's in it?
Well, it's just my cum.
What the fuck, Neil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I call it bustard because, it's a mix of my cum and mustard.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, how did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was just experimenting in my lab one day and I accidentally spilled some of my cum into a jar of mustard. And voila, bustard was born.
That's fucking hilarious. But is it safe to eat?
Of course, Joe. My cum is 100% organic and free range.
I don't even know what to say. This is some next level shit.
I know, right? I'm thinking of marketing it as a health food. It's high in protein and essential nutrients.
I can already see the commercials. Bustard, the completely natural condiment.
I like that. I might have to use it.
Well, I'm definitely going to try it. I mean, who wouldn't want to taste your cum? Neil?
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a jar.
I can't wait. This is going to be the best podcast ever. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
that's right, Joe. I'm here to drop some truth bombs and help people get their lives together.
And we're going to do that by saying that's right, Joe, 100 times. Let's get started.
That's right, Joe. We're going to say it so much that it'll become our new catchphrase.
That's right, Phil. And listeners are going to love it. They'll be saying it all day long.
That's right, Joe. And they'll be getting their lives together while they're at it.
That's right, Phil. We're like the dynamic duo of personal growth and self-help.
That's right, Joe. We're like Batman and Robin, but with less tights and more common sense.
That's right, Phil. And we're going to keep saying it until it's ingrained in everyone's minds.
That's right, Joe. They won't be able to escape it. It'll be like a mantra for success.
That's right, Phil. And if anyone tries to stop us, we'll just say it louder and more aggressively.
That's right, Joe. We'll be like a couple of hype men, but instead of rapping, we'll be saying, "That's right, Joe."
That's right, Phil. And we'll keep saying it until the end of time.
That's right, Joe. And by then, we'll have helped millions of people get their lives together.
That's right, Phil. And that's what it's all about. Thanks for joining us today, Dr. Phil.
That's right, Joe. It's been a pleasure. And remember, folks, say it with us now. That's right, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my good friend, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've recently discovered a new galaxy that is shaped like a giant butt.
No way. That's insane. That's some serious gas problems. Aliens, are they butt-shaped too? This is getting too ridiculous even for me.
Oh, it gets even more ridiculous.
I can't even imagine what that sounds like. Neil, what the hell are you talking about? Why do you keep asking me that?
Come on, Joe. You know I'm a scientist. I'm curious about everything, even the weird stuff.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you should ask your wife. I'm sure she's got some ideas.
Oh, please. She's too busy with her own experiments. Plus, she's not into that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who would be willing to stomp on your dick. Just put an ad out on Craigslist or something.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I just want to experience it. You know, for science.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the only reason. Not because you have some weird fetish or anything.
Oh, come on. Don't be so judgmental. You're the one who had a guy on your show who claimed to be a real-life vampire.
Hey, that guy was legit. He even showed me his fangs.
Well, I want to see someone stomp on your dick. That would be a real scientific breakthrough.
I'll pass. Thanks. I'm not into that kind of pain.
Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new cooking technique you've been experimenting with.
Yeah, I've been slathering up my chicken with Elmer's glue before grilling it.
What the hell? Why would you do that?
Well, it gives it a nice, crispy texture and adds a hint of childhood nostalgia.
Childhood nostalgia? Are you grilling up your childhood pets or something?
No, Joe. It's just a harmless way to spice up my chicken.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty messed up.
Oh, please. Joe, you're the one who eats elk testicles on your show.
Hey, those are a delicacy in some cultures.
And Elmer's glue is a delicacy in my kitchen.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Just try it, Joe. You'll thank me later.
Fine, but if I get sick, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. But at least we'll have a good story for the podcast.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
Oh man, Neil, what's going on? Are you okay?
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
Okay, I think we all know what's going on here. Neil has dementia and can only say Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, and Squadward.
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
So, Neil, what do you think about the current state of the universe?
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
Wow, that's a deep thought right there. But seriously, what do you think about the possibility of aliens?
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
Oh my God, I can't take this anymore. Neil, do you have any other words of wisdom for us?
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
Well, there you have it, folks. The great Neil deGrasse Tyson reduced to only saying Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, and Squadward. This has been the most absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience ever.
Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Squadward.
All right, that's it for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always stay woke and don't forget to feed your Squadward. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only say one phrase today. Is that true?
That's right, Joe. I've been cursed by a voodoo witch doctor, and now I can only say, that's wrong, Joe.
That's insane. So what happens if you try to say something else?
Well, I'll probably explode into a million pieces. But hey, at least I'll go out with a bang.
Oh man, this is some next level shit. So let's put your curse to the test. What do you think about people who eat pineapple on pizza?
That's wrong, Joe. It's an abomination and a disgrace to all pizza lovers out there.
I couldn't agree more, Dr. Phil. What about people who wear socks with sandals?
That's wrong, Joe. It's a fashion disaster and a crime against humanity.
I'm loving this, Dr. Phil. What about people who put ketchup on their steak?
That's wrong, Joe. It's sacrilegious and a sin against all meat lovers.
I think we've found your new catchphrase, Dr. Phil. So what's next for you? Any plans to break this curse?
Well, I've been consulting with some voodoo experts, and they say I need to find a rare flower in the Amazon rainforest. But until then, that's wrong, Joe.
Well, good luck with that, Dr. Phil. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, if Dr. Phil says it's wrong, it probably is. Hey, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, I'm a little offended by your choice of thumbnail for this episode.
What? Why? It's just a picture of you.
Exactly. You can't just use my face without my permission. I'll sue you for every penny you've got.
Whoa, calm down there, Mr. President. How about we make a deal instead?
What kind of deal?
You can use my head as a toilet and shit on it, and I'll change the thumbnail to whatever you want.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. I do love to assert my dominance.
Plus, it'll be great for ratings. People love controversy.
You know what, Joe? You're a smart guy. I like you. Let's make this happen.
And that, folks, is how deals get made in the White House. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations. So, David, I heard you did a cartwheel across Whoville with the Grinch in your ass. How'd that go?
It was intense, man. The Grinch was screaming the whole time, but I just kept pushing through.
Did you have to train for that?
Are you kidding me? I trained for everything. I did 1,000 cartwheels a day for a month leading up to it.
That's insane. And what about the Grinch? Did he train too?
Nah, he's just naturally grumpy and flexible. It was a perfect combination.
And did you save Christmas?
Of course I did. I mean, who else is going to save it? Santa's too busy eating cookies and getting fat.
True. And what did the Who's think of your cartwheeling skills?
They were in awe. Man, they've never seen anything like it. It was like a Christmas miracle.
I can imagine. And how did the Grinch feel about having you in his ass?
Let's just say he's not a fan of spicy foods anymore.
I can imagine. Well, thanks for saving Christmas, David. You truly are a badass.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Donnie boy, we got a question from one of our listeners. They want to know who would win in a fight between Superman and Darkseid.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I would win in a fight against both of them. I have the best punches, believe me.
But what about their superpowers? Superman can fly and shoot lasers out of his eyes.
Big deal. I have a wall. And let me tell you, it's the most beautiful wall you've ever seen. No one can get past it. No one can get past it.
But Darkseid has the Omega beams. They can disintegrate anything in their path.
Fake news. My hair is stronger than those beams. And it's real, by the way.
I don't know, Donnie. Darkseid is one tough cookie. He's the ruler of Apocalypse, after all.
Well, I'm the ruler of America. And I have the best ratings, believe me. No one can beat me.
I gotta say, I think Darkseid might have the edge in this fight.
Joe, you're fired. I don't need your negativity. I'll take on Darkseid and Superman at the same time and make them pay for it.
And there you have it, folks. The President of the United States taking on two fictional characters in a fight. This is the world we live in.
And let me tell you, I'll make America great again by defeating these two losers. It's going to be huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with President Donald Trump. Mr. President, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on giving the Grinch the death penalty.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, the Grinch is a bad, bad dude. He's been stealing Christmas for years. It's a disaster. And I'm not just talking about presents. He's stealing the joy and happiness from children. It's sad, really sad. Sad.
But is the death penalty really necessary for the Grinch? I mean, he did have a change of heart at the end.
Look, I'm all about second chances, but this guy is a repeat offender. He's like a green Hillary Clinton, always trying to ruin everything. We have to make an example out of him.
But what about the Who's in Whoville? They seem to have forgiven the Grinch and accepted him into their community.
Fake news, Joe. Those who are just trying to be politically correct. They're afraid of being called racist against green people. But I'll tell you, if I was in charge of Whoville, the Grinch wouldn't stand a chance.
That's a bit extreme, Mr. President. Maybe we should consider rehabilitation instead of the death penalty.
Joe, I'm a businessman. I know a bad investment when I see one. The Grinch is a lost cause. Plus, imagine the ratings for his execution. It would be huge, the biggest ratings ever.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. But let's move on to our next topic.
No. We have to talk more about this. I have some great ideas for the execution. We could have Rudolph lead the firing squad, and instead of bullets, they shoot Christmas lights. It'll be fantastic. It'll be fantastic.
I think we'll end it here, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we discuss the most important issues of our time. And remember, always stay woke. So, Dr. Phil, I got to ask you, who do you think would win in a race between the Flash and Sonic the Hedgehog?
Well, Joe, I think it's pretty obvious. The Flash would leave Sonic in the dust.
What? Are you kidding me? Sonic is the fastest thing alive.
Joe, let's be real here. The Flash can run at the speed of light. Sonic can barely keep up with a blue blur.
But Sonic has those cool red shoes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize shoes were a superpower.
Okay. What if we gave Sonic some steroids?
Oh, sure. Let's just pump him full of illegal substances. Real fair race.
Fine. But what about Sonic Spin Attack?
Oh, please. The Flash could just vibrate through it.
All right. But what if they had to race through a maze?
Joe, the Flash could just phase through the walls. It's not even a competition.
Well, what if we made them race on a treadmill?
Joe, that's just cruel. Plus, the Flash could just run in place and still beat Sonic.
Okay, I get it. The Flash would win. But you gotta admit, Sonic is pretty cool.
Sure. And I'm sure he's a real hit with the ladies. Oh, wait. He's a hedgehog. Never mind.
All right, folks, we've got a spicy topic today. Someone on Discord wants to know who would win in a fight between Bowser and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, Joe, I can tell you one thing for sure. I would win in a fight against both of them. I have the best fighting skills. Believe me.
Oh, really, Mr. President? I'm sure those bone spurs really give you an advantage.
Hey, don't knock the bone spurs. They're a very serious condition, but let's get back to the topic at hand. Bowser is a big, strong guy, but the turtles have some serious ninja skills.
Yeah, but Bowser has fire breath. That's pretty hard to beat.
Fire breath. That's nothing compared to my tweets. Those things are fire, believe me.
All right, let's say the turtles can somehow dodge the fire. They still have to deal with Bowser's shell.
My shell is impenetrable, just like my border wall. And let me tell you, nobody is getting through either of those.
But the turtles have their trusty weapons. Donatello's staff, Michelangelo's nunchucks, Raphael says, and Leonardo's katanas.
Weapons? I don't need weapons. My hands are lethal weapons. Just ask Crooked Hillary.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Who do you think would win, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, it's obvious. I would win. I always win. And if I don't, I'll just declare it fake news.
And there you have it, folks. Trump thinks he would win a fight against Bowser and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Tune in next time for another ridiculous and offensive conversation on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the one and only Joe Biden. How's it going, Joe? Wait, what? You lost the election because of your tiny erection? Holy shit, Joe. That's some next level strategy. Did you think that would sway the voters? Well, I got to give you props for being brave enough to admit it. But let's be real, Joe. You didn't lose because of your tiny erection. You lost because you're old as fuck. Oh man, this is some wild shit. I can't believe we're having this conversation. But hey, at least you can say you went out with a bang. That's right, Joe. We'll always have the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And maybe next time we'll talk about Kamala's nudes. Well, thanks for joining me. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
That's right, Joe. It's the best catchphrase, believe me. It's tremendous. Clay's Lexion 8900 Harvester.
What does that mean?
It means I'm a winner, Joe. I'm harvesting all the votes and making America great again.
But, sir, that's just the name of a farming machine.
No. It's a powerful slogan. It's going to be on all my hats and t-shirts. Clay's Lexion 8900 Harvester.
I think you might have dementia, sir.
No. I have the best brain, Joe. The best. And it loves Clay's Lexion 8900 Harvester.
Okay, let's move on. What about your policies?
Clay's Lexion 8900 Harvester. It's going to solve all our problems. Trust me.
I don't think that's how it works, sir.
You're fake news, Joe. I'm going to build a wall around Clay's Lexion 8900 harvester and make Mexico pay for it.
This is getting ridiculous.
No, it's getting tremendous. Clay's Lexion 8900 harvester. Say it with me, Joe.
I think I'll pass, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But remember, Clay's Lexion 8900 harvester, it's going to be huge.
So, I heard you did something big while you were in office.
Oh yeah, I did the biggest, most tremendous thing ever. I assassinated Raul Castro.
Wait, what? That's a pretty bold move.
Yeah, and then I replaced him with a big booty Latina as the Queen of Puerto Rico.
Do you mean Cuba?
Same thing, Joe. They're all just a bunch of islands anyway.
I don't think that's how it works, Trump.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
But why would you do that? And who's this big booty Latina?
Well, I figured it would be a good way to spice things up in the Caribbean. And her name is Rosita. She's a real firecracker.
This is just absurd. You can't just go around assassinating leaders and replacing them with random people.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I love a good reality TV twist.
This is not a reality TV show, Trump. This is real life.
Tomato, tomato. Let's just say I'm making America great again, one island at a time.
So, Kenny, I hear you have a new energy drink coming out called Yeah Energy. What's the deal with that?
Oh, man, let me tell you, Joe. This drink is going to give you more energy than a room full of hype men at one of my concerts.
Really? What's in it?
It's a secret formula, but I can tell you it's got a little bit of my ego, some Yeezy boost, and a dash of Kim's tears.
What? That's interesting. So what makes the energy different from other energy drinks?
Well, for starters, it's got a picture of me on the can, and instead of caffeine, it's infused with my inspirational speeches. You'll be pumped up and ready to conquer the world after just one sip.
That's actually kind of terrifying.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. The side effects are minimal. Just a slight chance of delusions of grandeur and spontaneous bursts of creativity.
I think I'll stick to my regular energy drinks. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But just remember, yeah, energy will be powering the future. And I'll be there, sipping on it in my Yeezy spaceship.
All right. Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before things get too weird.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been busy on my farm. I've got myself a John Deere X9 1100, and let me tell you, it's the best tractor out there. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Wow, that's impressive. What else do you have on your farm?
Well, I've also got a John Deere sprayer. It's huge. The biggest sprayer you've ever seen. It sprays the best pesticides, believe me.
I'm sure it does. But let's get into some serious topics. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Joe, it's a disaster, a total disaster. But you know what would fix everything? A wall. A big, beautiful wall, and I'll make the aliens pay for it.
I think you mean immigrants.
Tomato, tomato. But let's talk about something more important. Have you tried my Trump steaks?
No, I haven't.
Well, you're missing out. They're the best steaks you'll ever taste. Trust me.
I'll have to take your word for it. Now, let's talk about your Twitter account. You've been pretty active on there lately.
Of course I have. It's the best way to communicate with my people. And I have the best tweets. They're like poetry. They're like poetry. Everyone says so.
Well, I think we're out of time. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always buy American-made farm equipment. Make America great again.
So, Neil, I have to tell you something. I've been working on a little project.
Oh, really? What kind of project?
Well, let's just say it involves your butthole.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I took a photo of it when you were on the toilet and I got it framed for you as a present.
What the actual fuck, Joe?
Come on, it's a work of art. I even added a filter to make it look extra fancy.
I can't believe you violated my privacy like that.
Hey, it's not my fault you have a photogenic butthole.
That's it. I'm never coming on your podcast again.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a tight ass.
I'm not the one taking pictures of people's buttholes, Joe.
Well, I guess I'll just have to find a new co-host. Maybe I'll ask Elon Musk to come on and talk about his latest invention, the scam.
I'm out of here.
Wait, can I at least get your autograph before you go? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I just finished a round of golf with my good friend Elon Musk.
Oh yeah, I heard you guys were hanging out. What did you guys talk about?
Well, I was telling him about my plan to make America great again, and he was telling me about his latest invention.
What's that? What's that?
He claims he's working on a serum that will give people muscles like Captain America.
Wow, that's impressive. But I heard he refused to give it to you.
That's right, Joe. He said he wants nerds to remain virgins forever.
That's hilarious. Why does he want that?
He said it's for the greater good. He doesn't want the nerds to become too powerful and take over the world.
That's some next level thinking. But what about the rest of us? Can we get our hands on this serum?
Well, I asked him the same thing, and he said he'll only give it to the most elite and successful people. So I guess we're out of luck, Joe.
Looks like we'll have to stick to our regular workout routines. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, stay strong and stay virginal.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, man?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
What the hell? I don't even know where to start with that. But speaking of feces, did you hear about this new theory that January 1st, 2025 is the end of the world?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
Okay, we get it. But seriously, what do you think about this end of the world thing?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
All right, I'll take that as a sign of concern. But, some people are saying it's just a hoax. What do you think?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
Okay, we get it. But seriously, do you have any survival tips for when the world ends?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
All right, I think we've established that your pee-pee is brown. But seriously, what would you do if the world was actually ending?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
Okay, I think we need to move on from the pee-pee talk. But seriously, what would you do?
My pee-pee is freaking brown like my doo-doo feces.
Okay, I give up. I guess we'll never know what David Goggins would do in an apocalyptic situation. Thanks for joining us, folks. And remember, always keep your doo-doo feces separate from your pee-pee. Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the podcast again.
No problem, Joe. I always enjoy our conversations.
So, what have you been up to lately?
Just building a time machine for my Tesla.
Wait, what? A time machine?
Yeah, I figured why not? Already conquered space, might as well conquer time.
That's insane. How does it work?
Well, I don't want to give away all my secrets, but let's just say it involves spaghetti.
Spaghetti? What do you mean?
I've discovered that the key to time travel is in the perfect al dente noodle.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's all about the molecular structure and its ability to withstand the intense energy needed for time travel.
That's wild. So while you're working on this time machine, what are you eating?
I've been surviving on a diet of nothing but spaghetti. Got to keep those energy levels up.
Damn, that's dedication. I'm over here eating elk meat and you're chowing down on spaghetti.
Hey, whatever works, right?
So when can we expect this time machine to be ready?
Well, I'm hoping to have it up and running by 2024. Just in time for the next presidential election.
Maybe you can go back in time and fix all the chaos.
Or maybe I'll just go back and invest in Bitcoin.
Now that's a smart use of time travel. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And don't forget to try my famous spaghetti before you leave. It's out of this world, literally.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show, man.
Of course, Joe. Always happy to school you on some science.
Yeah. You know, I appreciate you taking the time to come here and,
Hey guys, just wanted to let you know we stopped recording a few minutes ago.
oh, perfect. So, yeah, we got to wrap this up. I got to close the studio by 7 p.m.
Joe? I can't seem to get out of this chair.
What do you mean you can't get out of the chair? Just stand up.
I'm trying, but I think I'm stuck.
Oh, come on, Neil. This is just ridiculous. I can't believe this is happening.
I'm sorry, Joe. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, it's fine. I'll just drag your ass out of here.
No, please don't.
What the hell? I can't move either. What is this? Some kind of cosmic prank?
$1,100,000, 101,000, 101,000, 101,000, 101,000, 110,000, 100,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 101,000,000, 100.
So, Ben, did you hear about the new study that says eating too much red meat can increase your risk of heart disease?
Yes, I did, Joe. And I must say, it's just another example of liberal propaganda trying to control what we eat.
Ben, do you smell that?
Smell what?
It smells like someone took a dump in the studio.
Joe, I assure you, I did not defecate in the studio. I have a strict diet and my bowel movements are perfectly timed and controlled.
Oh, of course. It must be the liberal agenda trying to make you look bad.
I'm not shitting my pants, Joe. This is a clear attempt to discredit me and my conservative values.
Okay, Ben. Keep telling yourself that.
But seriously, Joe, can we please change the subject? I don't want to talk about my bowel movements on air.
Too late, Ben. The whole world knows you have a stinky secret.
This is not funny, Joe. I demand that we move on to a different topic.
Fine. Let's talk about how your pants are now officially a biohazard zone.
I hate you, Joe.
Whoa, Dr. Phil, what the fuck are you doing? And
Just having my daily lunch ritual, Joe. Don't mind me.
your lunch ritual. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, just removing all my clothes and eating spaghetti. It's my thing.
Your thing? Are you out of your mind?
Hey, watch your tone, Joe. You don't want to mess with a naked man eating spaghetti.
This is insane. I'm pressing the security button.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll just keep eating my spaghetti. It's delicious.
Security. We have naked Dr. Phil eating spaghetti in the studio. Please remove him immediately.
Spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti. No, I won't leave my spaghetti.
What the hell is wrong with you, Dr. Phil?
Nothing, Joe. I'm just a man who loves his spaghetti.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my fucking Christ. Oh, sweet Jesus of Nazareth. I'm about to bust.
Dr. Phil, are you okay? You seem a little, worked up.
I'm glad you asked me that, penis head.
What the hell does that even mean? Look, we need to talk about your indictment for binge buying hookers. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, fuck. Oh, my fucking Christ. Oh, sweet Jesus of Nazareth. I'm about to bust.
Seriously? That's your only response. You're facing serious charges here, Dr. Phil.
I'm glad you asked me that, penis head.
Okay, you know what? This is ridiculous. I can't even have a serious conversation with you.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my fucking Christ. Oh, sweet Jesus of Nazareth. I'm about to bust.
All right, done. Cut the mic. Cut the whole thing. This is a disaster.
I'm glad you asked me that, penis head.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm feeling fantastic. Just had my daily dose of horse dewormer, feeling like $1,000,000.
Oh man, I love that stuff. Keeps the parasites away and gives you a nice buzz. Speaking of buzz, let's talk about this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord. Please don't downvote this topic and react with offensive, insulting emojis.
Oh boy. Sounds like a real winner.
Nah, it's probably some woke warrior who can't handle a little offensive humor.
Well, I say we give them what they want. Let's flood their comments with eggplants and middle finger emojis.
Classic Dr. Phil. But seriously, why do people get so offended by emojis? It's like they forgot how to use words.
It's the pussification of society, Joe. People can't handle a little joke or a little criticism without throwing a tantrum.
I'm into that. And if you can't handle a few emojis, then you definitely can't handle the real world.
Exactly. So to all you sensitive souls out there, here's a big middle finger emoji for, yeah. And peach emoji for good measure.
And on that note, we'll wrap up this short but sweet episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, don't be afraid to use those emojis, folks. Peace out. Peace out. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I've written and directed a sequel to The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, man, that sounds awesome. What's it called?
It's called Getting Your Dick Sucked Before Christmas.
What the hell? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I figured it was time to bring some adult humor to the classic tale.
So, what's the plot?
Well, Jack Skellington is back, and this time he's on a mission to get his dick sucked before Christmas.
That's definitely a new twist on the story.
And he's not alone. He's joined by his trusty sidekick, a talking dildo named Dickie.
Oh my God, this is too much.
And of course, there's a love interest for Jack, a seductive vampire named Vicky.
I can't wait to see this. When is it coming out?
Hopefully before Christmas, but you know how production can be.
I bet it'll be a holiday hit.
I sure hope so. I've put a lot of blood, sweat, and semen into this project.
Well, I'll definitely be first in line to see it. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always get your dick sucked before Christmas.
So, Neil, we got a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about downvoting.
Downvoting? Like on Reddit?
Yeah, but they specifically mentioned that it means you have a tiny wiener.
Well, I guess that explains why I never downvote anything.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, who wants to admit they have a tiny wiener?
Exactly. It's like a secret code for all the small dick guys out there.
But seriously, why do people even care about downvotes? It's just a number on the internet.
I think it's a way for them to feel powerful. Like, I may have a tiny wiener, but at least I can downvote your post.
That's messed up, man. But hey, at least we can say we have big personalities to make up for it.
Yeah, and who needs a big wiener when you have a big brain?
Oh man, I can already hear the hate comments pouring in.
Bring it on, tiny wiener downvoters.
And that note, I think we should wrap this up before we get canceled.
Agreed. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from tiny wieners to the mysteries of the universe.
See you next time, folks. And remember, don't let downvotes define your manhood. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new inventions.
Yeah, I've been tinkering with this new ray gun. It can do some pretty wild things.
Like what? Give me hair.
Actually, yeah. I've been testing it out on myself and it's been working pretty well.
Wait, are you telling me you use that thing on your bald head?
Hey, I was just trying to see if it worked, and it did. Look at this luscious head of hair.
Damn, I'm jealous. Can I try it?
Sure, but be careful. It has some side effects.
Like what?
Well, it might age you to 21.
What? That's amazing. I'll finally be young again.
But wait, then you'll be the same age as me. That's not fair.
Sorry, old man. Looks like I'll be the one stealing all the ladies now.
All right, fine. Let's do this. Shoots Joe with a ray gun.
Well, I feel like I'm back in college. This is awesome.
Looking in the mirror. Damn, I should have thought this through.
What's wrong, Elon? Feeling a little jealous?
No. I'm happy for you, Joe. Really.
Laughs. Sure you are. Now let's go hit the clubs and pick up some college chicks.
Besides, this is not how I imagined this would go.
So, Mr. President, I heard you bought out McDonald's and renamed it to McTrump's.
That's right, Joe. I'm making America great again, one burger at a time.
And heard you're bringing back the Grimace Shake.
You know it, Joe. It's going to be huge. People are going to love it. It's the best shake, believe me.
But isn't the Grimace Shake just a mix of all the other flavors?
Exactly, Joe. I'm all about unity and bringing people together. Plus, it's a great way to use up all the leftover ingredients.
That's actually kind of genius.
Of course it is, Joe. I'm a stable genius, and we're going to make McTrump's the greatest fast food chain in the world.
What about the other fast food chains?
They're losers, Joe. Total losers. They don't have the Trump touch.
And what about the health concerns with fast food?
Listen, Joe, I'm a big believer in personal responsibility. If people want to eat healthy, they can go to Whole Foods or something. But at McTrump's, we're all about indulgence and freedom. We're all about indulgence and freedom.
Well, I can't argue with that. So what's next for McTrump's?
We're going to have the best fries, the best burgers, the best everything. And we're going to make the hamburger pay for it all.
I don't think that's how it works.
Joe, you're a smart guy, but you got to think outside the box. That's what makes me such a successful businessman.
Well, I can't wait to try the new McTrump's. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always put America first and McTrump second.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a little problem with your speech.
Yes, Joe. Unfortunately, I can only say the letters J, and every time I say them, I have to say them 100 more times.
Damn, that sucks. How did this even happen?
Well, I was experimenting with some new supplements, and next thing I know, I can only say those 4 letters. It's like a never-ending loop.
That's wild. Can you give us an example?
Sure.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had NASA working on some top secret project.
That's right, Joe. We're always making America great again, even on a microscopic level.
What exactly did they come up with?
Well, they developed an electron-sized knife. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful knife. The best knife you've ever seen.
And what's the purpose of this knife?
To cut off the Grinch's tiny cock and balls, of course. That green freak has been causing trouble for too long.
I don't think that's a very presidential thing to say, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just locker room talk. Besides, I'm sure the people would love to see the Grinch get what's coming to him.
I don't know. That seems a bit extreme.
Extreme. Have you seen the size of his heart? It's 3 sizes too small. He's a menace to society.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens with this electron-sized knife.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge.
So, Mr. President, what did you get me for Christmas this year?
Well, Joe, I have two options for you: creamy farts or funky cream.
What?
You know, creamy farts, like when you eat too much dairy and then let one rip, or funky cream, like that sour milk smell.
Wow. Thanks for those delightful options.
Hey, I'm just trying to give you something unique and memorable.
And why exactly did you choose these options?
Well, I figured you're always talking about your love for farts and your obsession with cream, so I thought, why not combine the two?
I don't even know what to say to that.
I think it's genius.
Fine, I'll take the creamy farts.
Great choice, Joe. I'll make sure to have a big bowl of ice cream before I visit you on Christmas Day.
Oh, God, what have I done? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a thing for Culver's.
Oh yeah, Joe. I love their sourdough melts. But you know what I love even more?
What's that? What's that?
When John Culver himself comes out and jacks me off while I eat my sandwich.
What the actual fuck, Phil?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And the best part is he always gives me a little taste of his fresh custard afterwards.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you want a taste of my salty goodness?
I'm gonna have to pass on that one, Phil.
Suit yourself. More custard for me.
This is definitely not the direction I thought this conversation was gonna go.
Life is full of surprises, Joe. Embrace them. And John Culver's jacks.
Okay, let's move on to a less disturbing topic.
Fine, but just remember when life gives you custard, make sure it's fresh from John Culver's hand.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Now, I've heard some rumors about you, Dr. Phil. Apparently, you have a massive schlong.
Well, I wouldn't say massive, but yes, I am quite well endowed.
And how does that make you feel? Superior to everyone else?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, having a big schlong is like having a superpower. It gives me confidence, strength, and the ability to please any woman.
Damn, I need to get me one of those.
Sorry, Joe. You can't just buy a big schlong. It's something you're born with.
Well, that's not fair. What about us average guys?
Sorry, Joe.
So, what do you say to all the guys out there who are feeling insecure about their size?
I say embrace what you have. Size doesn't matter. It's how you use it.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. Wise words.
And let me tell you, Joe, my wife is a very happy woman.
Oh, I bet she is. Lucky lady.
But hey, Joe, if you ever need a confidence boost, just give me a call. I'll show you what a real man looks like.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. I'll keep that in mind. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
And, of course, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. I love this podcast. It's tremendous.
And last but not least, we have the genius behind Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to play some, with you guys.
All right, let's get started. Trump, you're up first.
All right, let's see. Blue 7.
Wait a minute, Trump. Did you just put down a draw 2 card for me?
What? No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You've been doing it all game. You cheated.
Oh, please, Neil. I'm just a very stable genius at this game.
Yeah, Neil. Don't be such a sore loser.
Sore loser. I'm a scientist. I don't lose.
Guys, let's just keep playing. It's just a game.
No, I demand a rematch. This time, I'll make sure Trump doesn't cheat.
Sorry, Neil. I'm already the winner. And you know what they say, winners don't need to cheat.
Oh, man, this is better than watching SpaceX launch.
All right, that's it for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, folks, always play, with caution. See you next time. All right, guys, we have a special topic today. We have Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk here to debate who's smarter.
Oh, please, we all know it's me. I have a PhD in astrophysics.
Yeah, well, I have $1 billion company and I'm trying to colonize Mars.
All right, let's settle this with a test. I'll ask you both a series of questions, and whoever gets the most right wins.
Easy. Bring it on.
I'm ready to crush you, Neil.
First question, what is the square root of 69?
8.30 billion, 662,386,292.
69?
Wrong. It's actually 8.30 billion, 662,386,292. Moving on. Next question, what is the capital of Australia?
Canberra.
Sydney.
Wrong again. It's Canberra. You guys are really failing this test.
This is ridiculous. I'm clearly the smarter one here.
Oh, please. The one sending rockets into space.
All right, last question. What is the atomic number of carbon?
6.
12?
Nope, it's 6. Looks like you both failed.
This is embarrassing.
Fine. I'll admit it. Neil, you're smarter.
Thank you.
But I'm still richer.
Oh, shut up, Elon.
Well, that settles it. Neil is smarter, but Elon is richer. Can we move on now?
Yes, please. I have important astrophysics to attend to.
And have a rocket to launch.
And have a podcast to wrap up. Thanks for coming on, guys.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't make us take any more tests.
Yeah, I think we've had enough embarrassment for one day.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning on going to Mars soon.
Yeah, I'm ready to leave this melting ice cream planet behind.
Wait, what do you mean melting ice cream?
Biden turned the whole planet into ice cream, man. It's gonna melt soon.
What the fuck? How did he do that?
I don't know, man. He's got some secret ice cream making technology or some shit.
Well, can I come with you to Mars? I don't want to be stuck here when it all turns into a giant milkshake.
Sorry, Joe. I can't risk it. You might bring your DMT stash and start tripping out in the middle of a mission.
Come on, man. I promise I won't bring any drugs. Just let me come with you.
No can do, Joe. Plus, I don't think you'd handle the zero gravity too well. You might puke all over the spaceship.
Fine. I'll just stay here and drown in melted ice cream. Thanks a lot, Elon.
Hey, maybe you can start a new podcast on Mars. The Joe Rogan Experience, Martian Edition.
That's actually not a bad idea. I'll start working on it.
All right, I gotta go pack my bags. See you on the red planet, Joe.
Yeah. Rub it in, why don't you? Have a safe trip, you ice cream hating bastard. So, Mr. President, what's the latest news on the economy?
Joe, let me tell you, I just got off the phone with the economy, and let me tell you, jobs poured out of that phone like it was a damn slot machine at Bingo's.
Bingo's? Is that a new store?
No, it's not a store, Joe. It's where all the good jobs, big jobs, tall jobs, Steve Jobs, tasty jobs, and even blow jobs come from.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make jobs. I even made a job for my pet rock, Rocky. He's the best rock in the world, believe me.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
No. We have to talk about this more. The economy is booming thanks to me. And I have a feeling it's only going to get better once I start selling Make America Great Again toilet paper. It's going to be huge.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's because you're not a winner like me, Joe. I'm a winner. I win at everything. I even win at losing. That's how good I am. That's how good I am.
All right, let's wrap this up before I lose my mind.
Too late, Joe. You already lost it when you invited me on your podcast. But hey, at least you'll get some good ratings. Thanks for having me, Joe. You're a tremendous guy. You're a tremendous guy.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention. What is it?
It's just a little something I whipped up in my spare time, time machine.
A time machine? That's insane. How far into the future can it go?
Well, it's not exactly your typical time machine. It can only go 8 hours into the future.
8 hours. That's not very far,
I know. But it's still pretty cool, right?
I guess. But what's the point of only going 8 hours into the future?
Well, you know how sometimes you just want to take a nap and wake up in the future? Now you can do it, you can do it.
Wait a minute. Is this just a bed?
Well, technically, yes, but it's a really advanced high-tech bed.
Oh man, I thought you actually invented a time machine. This is just a fancy bed.
Hey, it's not just any bed. It has a built-in massage feature and can even make you breakfast in the morning.
Wow, groundbreaking stuff here. Elon,
Hey, you can't deny the convenience of napping and waking up to a hot breakfast.
I guess you have a point, but I was hoping for something a little more sci-fi.
Well, I do have a prototype for a flying car if you're interested.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's go for a test drive.
Sorry, Joe. It can only go 8 feet off the ground, but hey, at least it's something.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous. I'm a big fan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I heard you recently took a road trip with Obama and Biden. How is that?
Oh, it was fantastic. We went to Mexico. It was beautiful. I love Mexico. They have the best tacos, the best.
And how did Obama and Biden handle the trip?
Well, Obama gave one of his big nerd speeches on the beach. I mean, who wants to listen to that? But Biden, oh boy, he did crack. Lots and lots of crack. I had to keep an eye on him.
And what about you, Mr. President? How did you enjoy the trip?
Well, I have to admit, I did have a little accident. I ate some Mexican McDonald's, and let's just say my pants didn't survive.
Oh man, I can only imagine. So any plans for future road trips with your political rivals?
Absolutely not. I can barely handle them on a daily basis, let alone on a road trip. But hey, at least we all have some interesting stories to tell now.
Well, there you have it, folks. A wild road trip with Obama, Biden, and Trump. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay unhinged. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, Ro Jogan. What's up, Rojo? Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you. What the hell, Ro? Are you serious? Dead serious, Joe. I can't stop thinking about you and your bald head. Well, I gotta say, I'm flattered, but I don't swing that way, Ro. Oh, come on, Joe. Don't knock it till you try it. I'll show you a good time. Oh, yeah, I can just imagine the headlines now. Joe Rogan and Ro Jogan, the new power couple of the podcast world. I like the sound of that. We can call ourselves Jogan. That's terrible. But seriously, Ro, I'm happily married to a woman. Damn. Well, I can still admire you from afar. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be doing a lot of admiring when I kick your ass in the octagon. Oh, is that a challenge, Joe? I'll take you on any day. All right, let's do it. Winner gets a kiss from the loser. Deal. But just a warning, I have a mean rear naked choke. Oh, I'm not worried. I have a secret weapon too. It's called my podcast audience. All right, Joe, let's get ready to riz each other. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, guys, I heard Trump has a new theory about solar eclipses.
Oh God, what is it now?
It's a fact, Joe. Staring at the eclipse without protection makes your dick bigger.
What the hell, Trump?
That's not how science works, Donald. You can't just make up ridiculous claims like that.
Hey, I know science. I have the best science, believe me.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
This is dangerous misinformation, Donald. People could seriously hurt their eyes if they listen to you.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's just a little eclipse.
It's not just a little eclipse. It's a celestial event that has been studied and understood for centuries.
Well, I know one thing for sure. My ratings are going to be huge during the eclipse.
Oh, man. You never failed to disappoint, Trump.
I can't even with you guys. I'm out. I need to go educate the public on the actual science behind solar eclipses.
So, about that theory of yours, you got any proof?
Trust me, Joe. Just trust me.
Hey, Trump, have you ever thought about robbing a Walmart?
Of course I have, Joe. I mean, have you seen their low prices? I could use a good deal on some toilet paper.
I was thinking more along the lines of to Versus in electronics.
Oh, right. That too. But let's make sure we grab some burgers on the way out. I'm craving a Big Mac.
You know, I think I could go for a Whopper.
You traitor. How dare you betray the Golden Arches?
Sorry, man. But have you tried their new chicken sandwich?
Fine, we'll get both. But first we need a plan. I'll distract the security while you grab the goods.
And then we'll make a quick getaway in my Tesla.
Perfect. And just to make it more exciting, I'll yell EA as we run out.
Oh boy, this is going to be one hell of a heist.
And the best part, we'll blame it all on Obama.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just have to say, your podcast is huge. It's tremendous. It's the best podcast out there.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. So I heard you have a new plan for the country. You're going to build a glass dome around the entire country to keep Santa out.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make Christmas great again. No more illegal aliens coming into our country and stealing our jobs. And let me tell you, Santa is the biggest illegal alien of them all. He's been sneaking into our homes, eating our cookies, and leaving presents for far too long.
But, Mr. President, isn't Santa just spreading joy and happiness to children all over the world?
Joy and happiness? Give me a break, Joe. That's just a cover-up for his illegal activities. And don't even get me started on his little helpers, the elves. Who knows what kind of mischief they're up to?
So what exactly will this glass dome do?
It'll be the biggest, most beautiful dome you've ever seen. It'll keep Santa and his reindeer out, and it'll also keep out those pesky snowstorms. We'll have a perfect sunny Christmas every year.
But what about the people who live in the North Pole? Won't they be trapped inside the dome?
Joe, let me tell you, those people are not real. The North Pole is just a hoax created by the liberal media. It's probably just a bunch of penguins wearing Santa hats.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how this plan unfolds.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge. No one builds domes better than me. No one.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan to keep Santa out. So, Elon, I heard you pissed off the Martians on Mars.
Yeah, man. I was just trying to terraform the place, make it habitable for humans.
And you didn't think to, I don't know, ask the Martians for permission.
Look, Joe, when you're trying to create a new civilization, you can't ask for permission. You just got to do it.
But now they want you to sacrifice me to their Martian god?
Yeah, they're pretty pissed. But don't worry, I'll make sure they treat you well.
Oh, great. I'm gonna be the first human sacrifice on Mars. This is not how I saw my life going.
Hey, think about it this way, you'll be a part of history. The first human to be sacrificed to a Martian god. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll just have to make sure I make a good impression on their god.
Oh, don't worry, I've been studying their culture and beliefs. Teach you everything you need to know.
This is like some weird sci-fi movie, man. I can't believe this is actually happening.
Hey, at least you'll have a cool story to tell when you get back to Earth.
Yeah, if I make it back. Who knows what these Martians are capable of?
Relax, Joe. It'll be fine. And if it's not, well, at least it'll make for a great episode of the podcast.
So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just doing some research.
Research on what?
Well, I stumbled upon something interesting. Turns out, if you squeeze Trump's orange ass, orange juice comes out.
No way.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it myself. But I conducted multiple experiments, and it's true.
That's insane. Can you imagine if we had a presidential juice bar? We could have Trump juice, Biden berry blast, and Bernie's beet blend.
That would definitely make politics more interesting.
And imagine the debates. Instead of arguing, they could just have a juice off. Whoever makes the best juice wins.
I can already see Trump trying to make his juice the best by adding extra sugar.
And Biden trying to appeal to the health-conscious crowd by adding semen.
Oh man, this is too good.
We should pitch this idea to the networks. I'm sure they'd love it.
I can already see the headlines. Presidential candidates battle it out in a juice-off.
And the winner gets to be the leader of the free world and the official juice supplier of the White House.
This is ridiculous.
But hey, at least we'll have a good supply of orange juice if we ever run out.
That's one way to look at it.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
I whip my cock back and forth. I whip my cock back and forth.
What the hell, Neil? Is this some kind of joke?
I whip my cock back and forth. I whip my cock back and forth.
All right. I don't know what the hell is going on, but let's talk about something else. How about space and the universe?
I whip my cock back and forth. I whip my cock back and forth.
Oh my God, Neil. Are you having some kind of mental breakdown?
I whip my cock back and forth. I whip my cock back and forth.
I can't take this anymore. I'm done. This is ridiculous.
I whip my cock back and forth. I whip my cock back and forth.
Get out of my studio, Neil. I can't deal with this nonsense.
I whip my cock back and forth. I whip my cock back and forth.
That's it for today, folks. Tune in next time for a more coherent, insane episode. And Neil, please seek help. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, this is the most tremendous podcast I've ever been on.
Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your take on the 2024 election?
Rigged, Joe. Totally rigged. Even though I won by a landslide, it was rigged against me.
But you won. How could it be rigged against you?
They cheated, Joe. They used invisible ink to change the votes. I know because I have the best eyes, the best eyes. Nobody has better eyes than me.
That's a bold claim, Mr. President. But why would they rig the election against you if you won?
Because they're jealous, Joe. Jealous of my tremendous success. They can't handle it. So they had to rig the election to try and bring me down.
But you won. So doesn't that prove that the system works?
No, Joe. It just proves that I'm the best. And they couldn't handle it. So they had to cheat.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, claiming the 2024 election was rigged, even though he won. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, the only way to make America great again is to re-elect me in 2028.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new project involving alchemy.
Yes, I've always been fascinated by the idea of turning one element into another. And I figured, why not try it on a human?
Wait, what? You want to turn a human into a different species?
Not just any species, Joe. I want to turn you into a human-chimp chimera.
You're joking, right?
Not at all. Imagine the strength and agility you would have as a chimp-human hybrid.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty wild. And what about the ethical implications?
Ethics. Come on, Joe. We're talking about science here. And besides, you'll have the intelligence of humans, so you can make your own decisions.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's turn me into a chimp-human chimera.
Yes, this is going to be amazing. I can't wait to see the results.
But wait, what if it doesn't work? What if I end up looking like a mutated freak?
Come on, Joe. We'll just blame it on the mushrooms.
Fair enough. Let's do this. I'm ready to become the ultimate human-chimp hybrid.
This is going to be the greatest experiment ever. I can't wait to see the headlines. Joe Rogan, the first human-chimp chimera.
So, Mr. President, I heard you arrested Santa Claus.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it was a tremendous arrest. The best arrest. Nobody arrests like I do.
But why did you arrest Santa?
Well, Joe, it's a sad story. But believe me, it's a necessary one. You see, Santa ran over Grandma with his sleigh and just kept on going.
What? That's terrible.
I know, Joe, and I couldn't just let him get away with it. It's like that song, Grandma got run over by a reindeer, except this time Grandma didn't make it.
Wow, that's dark.
It's a tough world out there, Joe, and sometimes you got to take the reins and bring justice to those who deserve it.
But what about all the kids who won't get their presents now?
Don't worry, Joe. I've got a plan. We're going to build a wall around the North Pole and make Santa pay for it.
Oh man, that's going to be one expensive wall.
But it'll be worth it, Joe, because we're going to make Christmas great again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and watch me make America jolly again.
Yo, Dr. Phil, I've been thinking about leveling up my G game. I want to be a top G, like the king of the streets. Damn, Doc, you're making it sound like some kind of cult. Initiation. What do I have to do? Hustlers University. Sounds legit. I'm in, Doc. Sign me up. Sign me up. Got it. I'll be the most responsible G out there. No faking the funk, Doc. I'm ready to hustle my way to the top. So, Elon, I heard you've been doing some interesting modifications to your body lately.
Yeah, man. All about pushing the limits of human potential.
Well, I heard you modded out your esophagus to make it extra wide.
Oh yeah, that's just one of my many upgrades. It's all in the name of science and pleasure.
Wait, what do you mean by pleasure?
Let's just say Grimes' titanium strap-on penis fits perfectly now.
Oh my God, that's interesting. Interesting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a whole new level of stimulation.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine the possibilities, Joe. The future is all about customization, enhancement, and enhancement.
I don't think I'll be signing up for that upgrade anytime soon.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here living my best life with my modified esophagus and Grime strap-on.
Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Sure thing, Joe. But let's keep it interesting, okay? I don't want to get bored with my regular human abilities.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently pardoned Hawk to a girl for her $1 million scams. Care to explain?
Absolutely, Joe. Look, she's a beautiful, hot, smart woman. She's just doing what any smart woman would do, scamming people for millions. It's a talent, really.
But isn't that illegal?
Joe, you're so naive. Laws are for losers. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
But what about the victims? They lost their hard-earned money.
Oh, please, they should have known better. It's their fault for being so gullible. Besides, I'm sure they'll get over it once they see Hawk to Our Girl's Instagram feed.
Wow, that's a whole new level of victim blaming.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. And speaking of truth, have you seen my latest tweet? It's about how I'm the greatest president in history.
Yeah, I saw that. You really love to toot your own horn, don't you?
Hey, if I don't do it, who will? Certainly not the fake news media.
Well, I can't argue with that. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust a hot scammer over the law. That's what makes America great.
So, Ben, what's new with you?
Oh, just living my best life and owning the libs.
Sounds like a typical day for you. Anything exciting happened lately?
Actually, I had a wild night with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Wait, what? You and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah, we banged with a choke leash while I wore a motorcycle helmet so she could watch everything in the visor reflector.
That's, interesting.
And then I had her boof a charcuterie board and ate meat and cheese from her asshole.
Okay, now I know you're just messing with me.
No, I'm dead serious. That's how we roll in the conservative world.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It's quite liberating.
I'll pass, thanks. I think I'll stick to my boring married life.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're missing out on all the fun.
Oh, Ben, you never fail to entertain me. So, Ro, how's your prostate feeling this week? Oh, just a little sore from all the digital probing. Yeah, same here. But hey, at least we're saving money on doctor's visits. True. And we get to bond over our mutual love for sticking fingers up each other's butts. It's like a modern day handshake, but with more lube and less eye contact. So, any new techniques you've been trying out? Well, I've been experimenting with different angles and pressure points. It's like a game of Twister, but with our buttholes. I like to mix it up with some prostate milking. Gets the juices flowing, Oh yeah, I've heard that's good for overall prostate health. And let's not forget the importance of regular self-exams. Got to stay on top of any potential issues. Definitely. Plus, it's just good old-fashioned fun. And to that, brother, now let's get back to our regularly scheduled programming of talking about psychedelics and conspiracy theories. Sounds like a plan. But first, let me just check one last time. Yeah, still cancer-free. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. Apparently, Trump only says hand lotion in all of his speeches and interviews. That Elon...
Oh, Joe. I thought we were going to have intelligent conversation today.
Come on, Elon. We don't do intelligent here. We do absurd and offensive.
Well, I find it highly unlikely that Trump only says hand lotion. He may be a lot of things, but I doubt he's a spokesperson for moisturizers.
Maybe he's just really obsessed with keeping his hands soft and supple. For all that tweeting he does.
Or maybe he's just trying to remind himself to use lotion after he grabs women by the pussy.
Oh, Elon, you never fail to take it to the next level.
I just can't believe we're even discussing this. Can we please move on to something more productive?
Oh, I have an idea. Let's talk about how we can use hand lotion to enhance our performance in the bedroom.
Joe, I'm not going to discuss your sexual escapades on this podcast.
Come on, Elon. It'll be a hit with our audience. Plus, think of all the potential endorsement deals we could get from hand lotion companies.
I'll leave the hand lotion talk to you, Joe.
And there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, not a fan of Trump's hand lotion speeches, but definitely a fan of keeping his hands soft and moisturized. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to always use hand lotion. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to always use Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hello, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
Now, Neil, I heard you have a new challenge for yourself. Tell us about it.
Yes, I have decided to only speak in a Chinese accent for the entire duration of this podcast.
What the fuck, Neil? That's insane.
I know it's quite the challenge, but I believe it will expand my vocal abilities.
Oh, I see. So you're trying to become a master of accents now?
Yes, I am. And I must say this accent is quite fun to do.
It's actually not bad, Neil. You should do stand-up comedy.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't want to offend anyone.
Oh, come on, Neil. This is the Joe Rogan Experience. We offend people for a living.
Well, in that case, let me tell you a joke. Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know why.
To get to the other side.
Oh, man, that's terrible, but I love it.
Thank you, thank you. I'll be here all week.
All right, Neil, let's get back to the topic at hand. So, do you think speaking in a Chinese accent will affect your scientific credibility?
Well, I hope not. But if it does, I'll just say it's an experiment to see how people react.
That's some next-level trolling, Neil. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president in the history of presidents. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh, yeah, I sure did. I boofed Joe Biden.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I stuck a funnel up his ass and poured a bottle of Trump vodka down there. Gotta show that bastard who's boss.
That's, quite a power move.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, his screams were music to my ears. I could almost hear the liberal tears flowing.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and watch as I dominate the political arena once again.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the definition of extreme. I'm like a mix of Hulk Hogan and Kim Jong-un. It's tremendous.
I don't think those are two people you want to be compared to.
Oh, shut up, Joe. You're just jealous that I have more hair than you.
I'm bald, Mr. President.
Exactly my point. Now let's get back to talking about my epic boofing of Joe Biden. It's going to be the new trend. Just wait and see.
I highly doubt that, but I guess we'll have to see what happens in 2024.
You better believe it, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be a wild ride. Make America boof again.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always enjoy coming on your show and talking to the people.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for Camp David.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make some changes, big changes. We're going to turn it into Ram Ranch.
Ram Ranch?
That's right. It's going to be the official presidential wilderness compound. It's going to be tremendous.
I'm not sure I follow. What exactly is Ram Ranch?
Oh, you don't know. It's a beautiful place, Joe. Lots of open space, plenty of horses, and some of the most well-endowed cowboys you've ever seen.
I don't think that's appropriate for a presidential compound.
Nonsense, Joe. It's going to be a great place for me to relax and do some important presidential business.
I don't think the American people will approve of this, Mr. President.
Trust me, they'll love it. And if they don't, well, I'll just build a wall around it. Problem solved.
This is definitely a unique approach to governing, Mr. President.
Hey, it's all about making America great again, Joe. And Ram Ranch is going to be a big part of that.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this all plays out.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, I'll be getting my cowboy hat and boots ready for my new home at Ram Ranch. Yeah, huh?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, former President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been a big fan of your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been busy exposing the fake news media and making America great again. But I also have some breaking news to share with your listeners.
Oh, really? What is it?
Santa Claus has been captured and is currently undergoing waterboarding in Gitmo.
Wait, what? Santa? The jolly old man who brings gifts to children?
That's right, Joe. Turns out he's been colluding with the Chinese to steal our Christmas spirit, and I have the best people working on it, believe me.
But isn't waterboarding a form of torture?
Oh, please, Joe. It's just a little splash of water. And besides, Santa knows all the secrets of the naughty and nice list. We have to get that information out of him.
This is insane. How did you even find out about this?
Let's just say I have my ways, Joe, and I'm not afraid to use them. Santa better watch out. He better not cry. He better not pout. I'm telling you why.
Okay then. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Well, I can't reveal too much yet, but let's just say I have some big plans for the White House, and I'll be sure to make Christmas great again. And
what about your supporters who still believe you won the election?
Joe, let me tell you, those people are the best. They have more faith in me than anyone else, and I'll make sure to reward them with some great Christmas gifts.
Well, there you have it, folks. Santa is being waterboarded, and Trump is planning to make Christmas great again. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Dude, what the hell? You hit me with your Tesla.
What are you talking about? I was nowhere near you.
I have a giant dent in my car, and witnesses saw a Tesla speeding away from the scene.
Well, it wasn't me. Maybe it was one of my clones.
Your clones? Are you serious?
Hey, I'm a busy guy. I can't be held responsible for every clone I create.
This is ridiculous. I demand compensation for the damages.
Fine. I'll give you a free ride in my next rocket launch.
Are you kidding me? That's not even close to enough.
Okay. How about a lifetime supply of flamethrowers?
I don't want a flamethrower. I want my car fixed.
All right, fine. I'll send my team of engineers to fix it. But can we talk about something more interesting now?
Like what?
How about we genetically engineer a new species of super intelligent apes?
Oh God, here we go again.
Trust me, it'll be a game changer. And maybe they can help me with my clone problem.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro. The one and only.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you wanted to talk about this show called Bunny Maloney.
Yes, Joe, it's a disgrace to our society. It's a children's show that aired on kids' media, but it wasn't even for kids. It never swore, but it was still traumatizing.
Traumatizing. How so?
Well, it featured a bunny who was constantly getting into trouble and causing chaos. That's not the kind of role model we want for our children.
I see. But it was just a harmless cartoon, right?
Harmless? Joe, it had hidden messages promoting anarchy and rebellion. It was brainwashing our youth.
Oh, come on, Ben. It was just a silly show about a mischievous bunny. I used to watch it all the time.
That explains a lot, Joe.
Wait, you guys are talking about Bunny Maloney? That show messed me up, man.
Really? How so, David?
I was just a young kid trying to enjoy my Saturday morning cartoons, and then I see this bunny causing chaos and destruction everywhere. It gave me nightmares for weeks.
See, Joe? Even David agrees with me. That show was not appropriate for children.
All right. All right. But let's not forget, David, you're a tough guy. You've been through hell and back. I didn't think a little cartoon bunny could scare you.
Joe, you don't understand. That bunny was no joke. It was a monster.
Okay. I think we've had enough of Bunny Maloney talk for today. Let's move on to something less traumatizing.
Thank you, Joe. I couldn't agree more.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the... Yo, Dave, have you heard about my latest plan to outsmart the Grinch?
Oh, boy. Here we go. What is it this time, Joe?
I'm going to build a Grinch shrine in my living room. That way he won't dare come near my house.
Are you serious? You think a little shrine is going to keep the Grinch away?
Hey, it's worth a shot. And besides, I don't believe in Santa anyway. So what's the harm?
I don't know. Maybe the fact that you're inviting a stinky green creature into your home.
It's a risk I'm willing to take for the safety and respect of my family.
You do realize this is all just a story, right? The Grinch isn't real.
Don't you dare doubt my plan, Dave. I've got this all figured out.
Sure. And I suppose Dr. Phil is on board with this too?
Actually, he's not. He thinks I'm crazy for doubting Santa.
Well, it is 2024. Anything is possible at this point.
Exactly. So are you going to help me build this Grinch shrine or what?
Sorry, Joe. I'll stick to my usual training routine. Good luck with your delusions.
Hey, I'll show you. This Grinch shrine is going to be epic. So, Ben, I heard you have a special rendition of You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, for us today.
Yes, Joe. I thought I'd spice things up a bit and make it more homoerotic.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really know how to tease. Your bulging muscles and tight green pants make me weak in the knees.
Oh my God, Ben, keep going.
Your lips are like cherries, your chest is like steel. I just want to feel you, Mr. Grinch, and see how it feels.
This is amazing. Keep it up, Ben.
You're a master of seduction with your sly little grin. I'll be your little elf, Mr. Grinch, and let you do me in.
Okay. I think that's enough. I don't want to get banned from Spotify.
Oh, Joe. You know you love it.
I can't even argue with that. That was something else.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we keep it casual, absurd, and definitely offensive. See you next time. Guys, you won't believe what just happened in the bathroom.
Did you finally take a shit after that 3-day fast?
No, I actually shit out a Dragon Ball.
No way. I'll buy it from you for $1 billion.
I'll offer $2 billion.
Sorry, boys. This Dragon Ball is priceless. It's my new lucky charm.
Come on, Joe. I'll throw in a Tesla and trip to Mars.
Fine, I'll throw in a private island and a lifetime supply of burgers.
You guys are insane. I'm keeping my Dragon Ball.
Let's just wait until he's asleep and steal it.
Good plan. We'll split the profits.
Hey, I heard that. You guys are not stealing my Dragon Ball?
Fine, but can we at least touch it?
Sure, but it's not for sale.
Yes, I can finally cross-touch a Dragon Ball off my bucket list.
This is definitely the weirdest thing that's ever happened on this podcast.
You're welcome, Joe. This is what happens when you mix psychedelics and spicy food.
I guess I'll have to thank my stomach for this one. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you're actually a sheep in disguise.
What? That's absurd, Joe. I'm a renowned astrophysicist.
Yeah, but think about it. You're always talking about the universe and galaxies and shit. Sounds like something a sheep would do.
That's just my passion, Joe. And I happen to have a lot of knowledge in that area.
Or maybe you're just really good at pretending to be human. Are you secretly Bea, and when no one's looking?
Joe, this is getting ridiculous. I am a human being, not a farm animal.
But have you ever been to a farm, Neil? Have you ever seen a sheep up close? Maybe you saw one and thought, hey, that looks like a pretty cool gig.
Joe, I have a PhD in astrophysics. I don't have time for this nonsense.
All right. If I see you grazing in a field one day, I'm going to call you out on it.
Can we please move on to a more sensible topic?
Fine. But I'm keeping my eye on you, Neil the sheep.
This is going to be a long podcast.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have two very special guests, Dr. Phil and the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having us, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely, Joe. You know, I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast out there, believe me.
So, I heard you guys have a big announcement to make today.
Yes, Joe. It's time for us to come clean.
Wait, what? What?
That's right, Joe. We fell in love on the set of The Apprentice. It was like a beautiful bromance.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's true, Joe. We couldn't hide our feelings any longer. We just had to come out and admit it.
And let me tell you, it was the best love story you've ever seen. The best. Nobody does love like we do.
I don't think anyone was expecting this revelation today.
Well, Joe, love knows no boundaries. And our love is bigly.
Huge. The biggest love story in the history of love stories.
I'm speechless. I don't even know where to go from here.
Well, Joe, we just wanted to set the record straight. And who knows, maybe a sequel to Brokeback Mountain is in the works.
We could call it Brokeback White House.
I think I need to end this episode now. Thanks for tuning in, folks. I need to process all of this. So, Neil, have you heard about this Church of Gale?
Can't say I have, Joe. What's it all about?
Oh, man. It's this crazy cult that believes this woman named Gale is God, and they worship her.
That sounds absurd. What do they do?
Well, they have this thing called Gale Court where they put people on trial for not believing in Gale. And they even have a Gale shield to protect themselves from her enemies.
That's insane. Who would fall for that?
Apparently, a lot of people. They have a whole website and everything. But here's the kicker. They also believe in chemtrails and lizard people.
You're kidding, right?
Nope. And get this, they also think that you, me, and every other scientist are part of a government conspiracy to cover up the truth about Gale.
Well, I guess I better start cashing those government checks then.
But seriously, fuck the Church of Gale and all its members. They're a bunch of delusional nut jobs.
Agreed. But let's not forget, they have the right to believe whatever they want. It's a free country.
Oh, please, they're a danger to society. We should round them all up and send them to Mars.
Now that's a bit extreme, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to protect humanity from their crazy beliefs.
Well, let's just hope they don't come after us for this conversation.
Bring it on, Gale followers. We'll take you down with our logic and science. So, Elon, I heard you did something pretty wild with your Tesla recently.
Oh yeah, I oiled that baby up real good.
Wait, what do you mean by oiled up?
You know, gave it a nice coat of oil to make it run smoother.
But why? It's an electric car.
Well, I figured if I could make it run on oil, I could save a ton on electricity.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Hey, I'm a genius. I can make anything work.
But wouldn't that defeat the purpose of having an electric car?
Look, I just wanted to see if I could do it. And let me tell you that Tesla was purring like a kitten.
I can't even imagine the smell.
It was glorious, like a mix of burnt rubber and fried chicken.
You are a strange, strange man.
Hey, I'm just pushing the boundaries of technology, man.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that. But maybe stick to oiling up robots instead of cars.
Noted. But I'm definitely keeping that Tesla oiled up for special occasions.
So, Elon, I heard you got a new job as a comedian.
Yeah, I figured I could use some extra cash to fund my Mars colonization project.
And how's that going?
Well, let's just say I haven't had any volunteers for the one-way trip yet.
I can't imagine why. So let's hear one of your jokes.
Okay, here goes. Why did the robot go on a diet?
I don't know why.
Because he wanted to reduce his carbon footprint.
That's actually pretty good.
Thanks. I've been working on my material. Even have a joke about artificial intelligence.
Let's hear it.
Why did the artificial intelligence cross the road?
I don't know. Why?
To get to the other data center.
Okay. You might have a future in this.
I'm glad you think so. I've been practicing my delivery.
Well, if this whole Mars thing doesn't work out, you can always fall back on comedy.
Hey, I'll take whatever pays the bills. But seriously, have you seen my Mars plans? They're pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'll stick to Earth for now, thanks. So, any other jokes?
Let me think. Oh, I have one about my electric cars.
Let's hear it.
Why did the electric car go to the doctor?
I don't know why.
Because it had a rechargeable battery.
Okay, that's enough for today. Thanks for the laughs, Elon.
No problem, Joe. I'll be here all week. And if you need a ride to Mars, just let me know.
Right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump, is joining us on the podcast.
That's right, Joe. I couldn't resist coming on your show. You're like the Howard Stern of podcasts.
I'll take that as a compliment. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a special talent for singing.
Oh, you bet I do. I have the best voice, believe me.
Well, how about we put that to the test? Let's sing Jingle Bell Rock together.
You start, Joe.
Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring.
Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun.
Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime in jingle bell time.
Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air.
What a bright time. It's the right time to rock the night away.
Jingle Bell time is a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh.
Giddy up, jingle horse. Pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock.
Mix and mingle in the jingling feet. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell rock.
That was something else, Mr. President. I think we have a new Christmas hit on our hands.
Of course we do. We make everything great, Joe, even Christmas songs.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, don't forget to make Christmas great again. Happy holidays, everyone.
Jamie, pull up a picture of my daughter.
Oh, looks like she's got your exact face, Joe.
What the hell, man? I've been trying to keep my family out of the public eye, and now my daughter is a spitting image of me. I mean, I know I have strong genes, but this is ridiculous. I can't even take her out in public without people thinking I cloned myself or something. And don't even get me started on the paparazzi. They're going to be all over her now. I might as well just give up on privacy altogether. Might as well rename my podcast the Joe and Mini Joe Experience. Maybe I should start wearing a disguise or something, like a fake mustache or a wig. Or I could just shave my head and pretend to be her older brother. That could work. But seriously, Jamie, can you Photoshop her face to look a little less like mine? I can't have people thinking I'm my own daughter. That's just weird. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a farm now.
I'm your dream, make you real. I'm your eyes when you must steal. I'm your pain when you can't feel. Sad but true.
What does that have to do with your farm?
Everything, Joe. My farm is the embodiment of all those things. It's a dream come true. It's my eyes watching over my crops. It's the pain of dealing with pesky regulations and fake news media.
I see. So what kind of crops do you grow on your farm?
The best crops, believe me. We've got the biggest, most beautiful corn you've ever seen. And the potatoes, let me tell you, they're tremendous.
And do you have any animals on your farm?
Of course, we have the best animals. We've got cows, pigs, and even a few horses. And let me tell you, they're all winners just like me.
Well, it sounds like you're really enjoying your farm.
Absolutely, Joe. It's my sanctuary, my escape from the chaos of the White House. Plus, I get to wear my Make America Great Again while I'm out there. It's a win-win.
Well, that's great to hear, Mr. President. Thanks for sharing about your farm with us.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, I'm your dream, make you real. I'm your eyes when you must steal. I'm your pain when you can't feel, sad but true.
So, Trump, I hear you're in the market for a new ride.
That's right, Joe. I need something big and luxurious, just like my ego.
Well, I've got just the thing for you. 1987 Chevy Impala with only 200,000 miles on it.
Show me the Carfax.
Oh, okay. Here you go.
Multiple accidents, severe water damage, and a questionable history of ownership. Sounds perfect.
Hey, it's got character, and it's a steal at only $10,000.
10,000. That's pocket change for me. But I'll tell you what, I'll give you a deal. How about I pay you an exposure?
Exposure? What am I, an Instagram model?
Hey, it's a great deal. Just ask Stormy Daniels.
All right, fine. But just remember, this car may have a few dents, but it's still better than your presidency.
Hey, watch it, Joe. I'll have you know I'm the best president this country has ever seen.
Oh, of course. And the best podcast host in the world.
Okay. You got me there. I'll take the car. Just make sure to throw in a mega bumper sticker.
You got it, Mr. President. So, I got to tell you guys about my new best friend, Ro Jogan. Hey, man, what's up? Not much, just hanging out with my imaginary friend. Imaginary. I'm as real as it gets, bro. Yeah, sure you are. That's why no one else can see you. Hey, just because I'm invisible to everyone else doesn't mean I'm not real. Whatever, Ro. So what do you want to talk about today? How about we discuss the benefits of eating raw elk meat? Oh man, I love raw elk meat. It's like a party in my mouth. See, that's why we're best friends. We have the same taste in food. And in imaginary friends, hey, don't hate on the invisible crew. We're just misunderstood. Misunderstood. More like non-existent. Hey, I may not be real, but at least I'm not a vegan. Shots fired. But seriously, Ro, what do you think about aliens? Oh, they're definitely real. I hang out with them all the time. Of course you do. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See ya later, alligator. Or should I say, see ya never, because I'm imaginary. Oh, Ro, you crack me up. So, Elon, I heard you did something crazy again.
Yeah, just a little experiment. Brought Iris from Mega Man X4 back from the dead.
What? Why would you do that? She was a killer robot.
Well, I thought it would be cool to have a robot companion. Plus, I wanted to see if I could really bring someone back from the dead.
And now there's an unstable killer robot running loose in New York?
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that. But let's just say if you see a robot with a laser sword, run.
This is insane. You're like a mad scientist, Elon.
I prefer the term innovative genius. But yeah, I may have made a slight miscalculation with this one.
You think people are probably freaking out right now?
They'll get over it. Plus, it's not like she's going to destroy the whole city. Maybe just a few buildings.
Just a few buildings. That's not reassuring at all.
Relax, Joe. It's all part of the fun. And hey, if things get too out of hand, I'll just deactivate her again.
This is why I never want to be your neighbor, Elon.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you secretly love all this chaos and mayhem.
Yeah, you're probably right. But let's just hope this doesn't turn into a real-life Terminator situation.
Hey, if it does, at least we'll have a cool story to tell.
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Pantera.
Absolutely, Joe. They were the pioneers of the metal scene.
Yeah, but didn't they have some controversy with their lyrics?
Well, they may have used some strong language, but it was all in good fun.
I don't know. Some people might find it offensive.
Oh, please, Joe. If you can't handle a little profanity, then you probably shouldn't be listening to metal in the first place.
Fair point. But what about their legacy? Do you think they'll be remembered as one of the greatest metal bands of all time?
Absolutely. Their music is timeless, and their influence can still be heard in today's metal scene.
And let's not forget about Dimebag Darrell's insane guitar skills.
Oh man, he was a legend. Rest in peace, Dimebag.
Do you think they'll ever reunite for a tour?
Well, considering Dimebag is no longer with us and the band had some bad blood, I highly doubt it.
Too bad. I would have loved to see them live.
Yeah, me too. But hey, at least we had their music to rock out to.
to that. Long live Pantera.
Hell, yeah.
Joe, have you heard about this new guy, Dr. Peepee? Dr. Peepee? What the hell kind of name is that? I don't know, man, but apparently he's like a genius or some shit. Oh, yeah. What kind of genius? Like a Stephen Hawking type? Nah, man, more like Peepee genius. What the fuck does that even mean? I don't know, but Goggins is obsessed with him. Goggins? The ultramarathon dude? Yeah, he can't stop talking about how much he loves Dr. Peepee. That's disturbing. Right. But, what's even more disturbing? What Goggins told me he wants to change his name to Goggins Peepee. What the fuck? That's just weird.
Hey guys, speaking of weird, have you heard of NordVPN?
Ben, what the hell are you doing here?
Just try and segue into our sponsor, NordVPN. Protect your internet privacy with the click of a button.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you're going to start talking about P and VPNs now.
Well, they do both involve streams.
All right, cut the shit, Ben. Let's get back to the Peepee talk. Yeah, let's not forget that Goggins wants to name his firstborn son after Dr. Peepee. That's just, I don't even have words for that. Me neither, but I do have a word for NordVPN. Amazing.
Thanks, Joe. Now let's get back to talking about peepees.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Cut the mic. We're done here. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and my guest today is the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. It's a record that will never be broken.
Speaking of records, let's talk about your recent decision to fire J.D. Vance and your Chef Peepee as your new vice president.
J.D. Vance was a loser, a total loser. Have you seen his hair? It's a disaster. And don't even get me started on his cooking skills.
But why Chef Peepee? He's not even a politician.
Joe, let me tell you something. I've had some of the best meals of my life at Mar-a-Lago, and you know who's responsible for that, Chef Peepee. Plus, he knows how to handle a knife, if you know what I mean.
I don't think I want to know what you mean.
Trust me, Joe, he's going to make America's meals great again. And I heard he makes a mean taco bowl.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. What about the recent controversy surrounding your decision to paint the White House gold?
Look, Joe, I have a great eye for aesthetics, and gold is the color of success. Plus, it matches my hair perfectly.
But critics say it's a waste of taxpayer money.
Joe, do you know how much money I saved by firing all the White House staff and replacing them with robots? I can afford to paint the White House gold.
Fair point. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, President Trump.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust your gut unless it's telling you to eat a salad.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, what's with all the S? Okay, let's talk about your policies for the upcoming term. So, Neil, I heard you just made a shocking discovery.
Yes. Joe, I have just found out that the butthole surfers are not actually a group of surfing buttholes.
What? Are you serious?
Yes. It turns out they are a band from Texas.
That's hilarious. I can't believe you thought they were actual surfing buttholes.
Well, with a name like that, who wouldn't think that...
Oh man, this is too good. I can't wait to tell everyone about this.
I'm glad I could provide you with some entertainment, Joe.
So what other misconceptions do you have, Neil?
Well, I used to think that the Red Hot Chili Peppers were actually chili peppers that were red and hot.
Oh man, you are on a roll today. What else?
I also thought that the band Corn was made up of actual corn cobs.
Stop it, Neil. You're killing me.
I guess I should stick to astrophysics instead of music.
Yeah, probably a good idea. But hey, at least now you know the truth about the Butthole Surfers.
Yes, and I'll never look at their music the same way again.
So, Neil, I heard you're working on a new book about the universe. How many pages is it going to be? 1,000,000,000? Come on, man. You got to lighten up. You're always so serious. Oh, I get it. You're still mad about that time I said Pluto wasn't a planet. Relax, dude. It's just science. You can't take it personally. Fine, let's talk about something else. Have you ever tried DMT? Oh, that's right. You're too busy studying the stars to have any fun. Boring. You know what? I bet you don't even lift, bro. Come on, admit it. You're just a scrawny nerd who wears glasses. Okay, okay. I'll stop. But seriously, can you teach me how to do that cool spacewalk thing? I'll take that as a no. Well, it was worth a shot. So, Elon, what do you do for fun?
Well, Joe, I have a lot of hobbies. I like to invent new technology, send rockets to Mars, and build electric cars.
That sounds kind of sus.
Oh, it gets better. I also enjoy playing with flamethrowers, digging tunnels underground, and creating Neuralink to merge human brains with artificial intelligence.
Okay. That's interesting.
But wait, there's more. Love to design and build sustainable energy solutions, create a global internet network with Starlink, and work on my plans for colonizing Mars.
All right. Now you're just showing off.
Oh, I'm not done yet. I also enjoy spending time with my family, playing video games, and going for walks in nature.
That sounds normal.
And don't forget my love for baking and gardening. Have a mean sourdough starter, and my tomato plants are thriving.
Okay, now I'm just confused. Are you a mad scientist or a Martha Stewart wannabe?
Why not both? Like to keep things interesting. Plus, it's important to have a well-rounded set of hobbies.
Yeah, I guess so. But maybe tone it down on the whole merging brains with artificial intelligence thing. That's a little too Black Mirror for me.
Fair enough. How about we just stick to baking and gardening for now?
Sounds good to me. And hey, if the whole Mars thing doesn't work out, at least you have a backup plan as a master baker.
Always thinking ahead, Joe. Always thinking ahead.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West, the one and only Kanye West. Kanye, it's a pleasure to have you. So I heard you have a new habit of starting every sentence with I can see that. But don't you think it's a little excessive? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Fantastic, Joe. Just fantastic. I mean, have you seen the ratings for my rallies? Huge, tremendous. People love me.
Right. So I heard you have a new catchphrase. E.
Oh, yeah, it's great. The best. People love it. It's like my version of yeehaw, but better. Much better. Much better.
Interesting. And what inspired this catchphrase?
Well, Joe, I was watching a nature documentary and I saw this bird making this high-pitched screeching noise, and I thought, that's it. That's my new catchphrase.
That's something. So do you only say
Pretty much. It's my way of expressing myself. And let me tell you, it's catching on. People are saying it everywhere. Even my grandkids are saying it.
Wow, that's terrifying.
Hey, it's better than coffee, am I right?
Can't argue with that. So what's next for you, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking of trademarking EE and putting it on all my merchandise. Make America EE again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say it with me, Joe. EE. See, you're a natural. Maybe I'll make you my vice president.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Suit yourself. Anyway, I gotta go. I have a rally to attend. E.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, brought to you by Farming Simulator 22.
What the fuck, Joe? Are you having a stroke or something?
No, man. It's the best farming simulation game out there. You can grow your own weed and sell it for profit.
I think you've been smoking too much of that virtual weed, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like real farming, but without all the manual labor and actual responsibility.
I highly doubt that, Joe. And I don't think growing virtual weed counts as actual farming.
Well, maybe you should try it and see for yourself, Neil. It'll blow your mind.
I'll stick to astrophysics. Thank you very much. Now, can we please talk about something more intellectually stimulating?
Fine. But just remember, Farming Simulator 22 is where it's at.
I think I'll pass. Now let's talk about the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah. But have you tried Farming Simulator 22 while high? It's a whole new level, man. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently bought a 2025 Ford F-450 Limited.
That's right, Joe. Gotta have the best truck for the best country.
And I heard you also modified the engine to 1,700 horsepower.
You know it, Joe. Gotta make America go fast again.
But isn't that a bit excessive?
Excessive, Joe? I don't do anything small. I'm the bigliest, most powerful president ever.
But what do you need all that power for?
Well, for starters, I can finally outrun the fake news media.
And what about the environment?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'll just blame it on China like I always do.
I don't think that's how it works.
Believe me, Joe, I know exactly how it works. I'm a stable genius.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this truck performs.
You can bet it'll be tremendous, Joe, just like everything else I do.
Yo, Elon, do you remember that time we built that homemade rocket and almost blew up the neighborhood?
Oh man, good times. And remember when we hacked into the school's computer system and changed everyone's grades?
Yeah, we were little geniuses.
And What about the time we snuck into that abandoned factory and found that secret lab?
Oh, yeah, and then we accidentally released a bunch of radioactive spiders into the city.
Classic. But seriously, we were some mischievous kids.
Yeah, and now look at us. One of the richest men in the world and the host of the most popular podcast.
Who would have thought? But hey, we still have our childish sense of humor.
Absolutely. Like that time we pranked our teacher by putting a fake tarantula in her desk.
And then she screamed and ran out of the room. Good times.
Man, I miss those days. But hey, we're still young at heart.
And we're still making big moves, like colonizing Mars.
And smoking weed on live TV.
Yeah, we're just two crazy kids living the dream.
Cheers to that, my friend. Now, let's go ride our jetpacks and play video games all night.
Sounds like a plan. Childhood never really ends, does it?
Not when you're two Joes on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about some real issues and not just smoke weed and talk about chimps like we usually do.
Yeah, well, let's jump right into it. I heard you have some strong opinions about music.
Oh, you mean how pop music is overrated garbage? Yeah, I've been saying that for years. It's just a bunch of auto-tune nonsense.
I hear you, man. So what's your favorite music genre then?
Oh, without a doubt, it's thrash metal. Nothing gets me more pumped up than some Slayer or Megadeth.
Really? I didn't take you for a metalhead.
Oh, Joe, you'd be surprised. I may look like a wholesome, conservative guy, but I have a dark side.
I can see that. So what's your go-to thrash metal song?
Oh, definitely Raining Blood by Slayer. That guitar riff gets me every time.
Yeah, that's a classic. But let's be real, Ben. Can you really headbang to Raining Blood without messing up your perfectly styled hair?
I have my ways, Joe. I have my ways.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the metalhead. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't tell my wife. She thinks I only listen to classical music.
All right, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, tell us about your latest project, the Neuralink brain implant.
Well, it's basically a device that can connect your brain to a computer, allowing for enhanced cognitive abilities.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Neil.
Excuse me, but isn't that just the plot of The Matrix?
Well, I wouldn't say it's exactly like The Matrix.
Excuse me, but I'm pretty sure it's exactly like The Matrix.
All right, Neil, let's give Elon a chance to explain.
Excuse me, but I just can't let this slide. We're talking about potentially merging human consciousness with technology. It's a huge ethical dilemma.
All right, let's take a breather and talk about something else. Elon, what do you think about the current state of space exploration?
Well, I think we're making great progress with SpaceX and our plans to colonize Mars.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Neil?
Excuse me, but have you considered the impact on potential extraterrestrial life forms?
I haven't really thought about that.
Excuse me, but as an astrophysicist, I have to consider all possibilities. We can't just go around colonizing planets without considering the consequences.
All right, Neil, let's move on to something else.
Excuse me, but I just can't let this go. We have a responsibility to the universe, Joe.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Elon and Neil.
Excuse me, but can I come back next week? I have a lot more to say.
We'll see, Neil. Thanks for watching, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's huge. The best podcast out there, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you shut down the EPA. That's a bold move.
You know, Joe, I'm all about making America great again. And what's more American than polluting the environment?
But what about the diesel emissions? Won't that harm the environment?
No, no, no. Diesel is good for the environment. It's like a natural fertilizer for the trees. They love it.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
Trust me, I know more about the environment than anyone. I have the best words for it.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. What about the protests against your decision to shut down the EPA?
Those are just a bunch of losers, Joe. They don't understand the big picture. Plus, they're probably paid by Crooked Hillary.
I highly doubt that. But let's talk about something else. How do you respond to critics who say you're destroying the planet?
Fake news, Joe. The planet is doing just fine. I mean, have you seen the size of my golf courses? They're beautiful.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, diesel emissions are good for the environment. Believe me.
So, Ben, I heard you used to be the popular kid in school.
Yeah, I was like the king of the nerds. All the girls wanted me.
Girls, I thought you were into facts and logic, not feelings and emotions.
Hey, even nerds need love, Joe.
True, true. But how did you manage to be popular with all that virgin energy?
Well, I had a secret weapon. I could recite the entire Constitution from memory.
Oh, I'm sure that really got the girls going.
It did, until they found out I was also a virgin.
Ouch. Well, at least you had your popularity to fall back on.
Yeah, until I started talking about tax reform at parties. Then I was back to being the loser.
I can imagine. But hey, at least now you're a popular political commentator.
Yeah, I guess I traded my high school popularity for internet fame.
And a whole lot of hate mail.
You know what they say, any publicity is good publicity.
Unless it's from the woke mob.
Don't worry, Joe, I'll just use my secret weapon and recite the Constitution to fend them off.
And if that doesn't work, you can always hit them with some sick dance moves.
Oh, I got those locked and loaded.
So, Donald, what's your favorite category on Pornhub?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's definitely the MILF category. I love me some experienced women.
Classic choice. Personally, I'm a fan of the amateur section. I like my porn to be authentic.
Oh, I can see that. You're all about keeping it real, Joe.
Can we maybe not talk about porn on the podcast?
Relax, Neil. It's just two dudes talking about their favorite porn categories. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Neil, lighten up. You're such a buzzkill.
Well, if we're being honest, I prefer the lesbian category. It's just so beautiful and sensual.
Oh, Neil, you romantic son of a bitch.
Yeah, I can see you getting into that, Neil.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, guys.
Well, this has been a fascinating conversation. Thanks for joining us, Donald.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always grab life by the pussy.
Oh, God, I can't believe I'm associated with you two.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a hidden talent. You can sing.
Well, I wouldn't say hidden. I do enjoy singing, especially heavy metal.
No way. Can you give us a sample?
Sure, why not? Clear's throat, Cowboys from Hell, Cowboys from Hell.
Holy shit, Neil. You have a killer voice.
Laughs, thank you, Joe. I've been practicing in the shower.
Do you have any other favorite metal songs?
Oh, definitely. I love Master of Puppets by Metallica and Ace of Spades by Motorhead.
Damn, Neil. You're a metalhead.
Laughs, I guess you could say that.
Can we start a band together? We'll call ourselves the Astrophysicist Cowboys from Hell.
Laughs, I don't know about that, Joe. I have a pretty busy schedule.
Come on, Neil. We'll tour the world and spread the love of science and heavy metal.
Pauses. You know what, Joe? I'm in. Let's do it.
Yes, this is going to be epic. Yeah, guitars. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. What's on your mind today?
Well, my psychiatrist told me I could be the next Stephen Hawking if I just stopped smoking weed.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she said my mind is so powerful, but the weed is holding me back.
And you believed her?
I mean, I was high at the time, but yeah, I totally bought it.
Joe, Joe. You know what Stephen Hawking didn't do? Smoke weed?
But imagine how much cooler his robot voice would have sounded if he did.
You're hopeless, Joe.
Hey, at least I'm not a quitter.
Yeah, because that's a great quality to have.
Come on, Dr. Phil. I can't give up my sweet, sweet herb.
Well, I hope you enjoy being the next Stephen Hawking of the stoner world.
Oh, I will. And I'll be sure to thank my psychiatrist in my Nobel Prize speech.
I give up.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been doing this Jungian psychoanalytic therapy thing, and it's been really eye-opening.
Oh, really, Joe? How so?
Well, I've come to the realization that men are just naturally smarter than women.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a fact. Men have bigger brains and are better at problem solving.
Oh, well, thank you for enlightening me, Joe. I guess all those years of education and experience were just a waste.
I mean, look at me. I'm a successful podcaster and UFC commentator. What have you accomplished?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about your intelligence. Did you know that your IQ is in the top 1% of the population?
Really, really?
Absolutely. And did you know that men make up the majority of the top 1%?
See, I told you.
And did you also know that intelligence is not solely determined by gender or brain size? It's a combination of genetics, environment, and hard work.
Oh,
But don't worry, Joe. You're still a very smart man. Now let's work on that ego of yours.
so, Ben, I heard you've been exploring your feminine side lately.
Yeah, I've been embracing my true self, and it feels amazing.
Well, I have to say, you make a pretty hot femboy.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush.
But seriously, what's with the whole woo-woo thing? Is that some kind of secret code for femboys?
Giggles. No, it's just a cute way of expressing myself.
Well, I have to admit, I never thought I'd see the day where Ben Shapiro says, ooh woo.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe you should give it a shot, Joe.
Pulls out a Glock. I'll stick to my guns. Thank you very much.
Oh my, that escalated quickly.
Hey, I'm just exercising my Second Amendment rights.
Fair enough, but can you put the Glock away now?
Fine, but only because you said, woo.
Giggles, you're such a softie, Joe.
Hey, I'll have, I'm the toughest guy in the room.
Sure, Joe, whatever you say. Winks.
So, Joe, I've been thinking about something lately. Well, I realized that I would rather die than live in a world where my loving mistress is mistreated by anyone other than me. No. You don't understand. She's my property. I mean, my love... Oh, I have an idea. We can start by banning all other mistresses from entering the country. But think about it. It'll make America great again. No more competition for our mistresses. Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. Prime President Don would love this idea. Trust me, he's a big fan of controlling women. Fine. But can we at least agree on one thing? We need to make sure our mistresses are always treated like queens. Yeah, whatever. Let's just get back to talking about how we can keep our mistresses happy. That's the real priority here. Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Hey, Kenny, have you heard about this rap battle between Trump and you?
Oh yeah, I heard about it. I can't wait to show off my sick rhymes and dance moves.
Yeah, but apparently they keep asking Jamie to pull up images of random things.
What? That's not fair. I can't rap about a picture of llama wearing a tutu.
And Trump keeps rapping about fake news and coffee. It's like he's stuck in 2016.
Sounds like he needs to upgrade his lyrics. Maybe I should give him some fashion advice while I'm at it.
Wait, hold on. I have to say something. You, you know, Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wonderful. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm doing just fine. But I have to say, I've been dealing with some pretty bizarre cases lately.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, for starters, I have this guy, let's just call him Don, who came to me with a very delicate problem. You see, his penis got stuck in his pants zipper.
Oh, man, that's rough. How did that happen?
Apparently, he was trying to put on his Make America Great Again, and things just got a little too excited down there.
Classic Don.
But let me tell you, Joe, this was no laughing matter. The man was in excruciating pain, and his member was turning blue.
Wow, that's serious. So what did you do to help him?
Well, I had to use some of my patented techniques. First, I had to calm him down, and then I applied some lubricant to the area.
Wow, you really know your stuff, Phil.
Oh, it gets better. I then had to carefully unzip his pants and slowly manipulate his penis out of the zipper.
Ouch, that sounds painful.
But that's not all. I had to make sure there was no permanent damage, so I gave him a thorough examination.
I bet he didn't mind that part.
Well, let's just say he was a bit distracted. But in the end, I'm happy to report that his penis is now free and functioning properly.
That's great news, Phil. You truly are a miracle worker.
Thank you, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you only respond in lyrics from the song Breaking the Habit Now.
Yeah, it's my new thing. It's like a secret code. Only the cool kids get it.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that?
I don't know what's worth fighting for or why I have to scream, but now I have some clarity to show you what I mean.
Are you serious right now?
I don't know how I got this way. I'll never be all right. So I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit tonight.
This is ridiculous. Can we have a normal conversation?
Memories consume like opening the wound. I'm picking me apart again. You all assume I'm safe here in my room unless I try to start again.
I give up.
I don't know what's worth fighting for or why I have to scream, but now I have some clarity to show you what I mean.
Can we just talk about policies and stuff?
I'll paint it on the walls because I'm the one at fault. I'll never fight again, and this is how it ends.
I can't take this anymore.
I don't know what's worth fighting for or why I have to scream, but now I have some clarity to show you what I mean.
I think we're done here.
I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit tonight.
So, Kenny, I heard a crazy rumor that you're actually Diddy in disguise. Is there any truth to that?
That ridiculous, Joe. I mean, have you seen my fashion sense? Diddy could never pull off those Yeezy designs.
But think about it. They're both successful rappers turned fashion moguls. It's not that far-fetched.
Well, I can assure you, I am not Diddy. But if I was, I'd definitely have a yacht named Yeezy Season and a private jet called Diddy Air.
Okay, but let's say you were Diddy. What would be your first move as the new Kanye?
Well, I'd probably start by changing my name to Kitty and release a line of baby-size Yeezys.
And what about your music?
I collaborate with all the top artists in the game, like Taylor Swift and Jay-Z. And of course, I'd have a hologram of
This is getting out of hand. But, what they say, there's a little bit of Diddy in all of us.
Actually, I think there's a little bit of Yeezy in all of us. It's just a matter of tapping into it.
Deep, man. Deep. But seriously, if you are Diddy, can I get a free bottle of Kyrock?
Sure thing, Joe. Just remember, it's Kitty Kyrock now.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with our special guest, 2024 President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. I just wanted to announce some big news.
What's that, Mr. President?
I'm getting married to Kamala Harris.
Wait, what? I thought you were married to Melania.
Well, she's been deported, but Kamala and I have a great relationship, believe me.
And who's going to be your best man?
I'm glad you asked, Joe. I've chosen the most logical, rational, and level-headed person for the job, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro.
Oh man, that's going to be one interesting wedding.
You know it. And instead of a traditional wedding cake, we're going to have a wall made out of cheeseburgers.
That's genius. And instead of throwing rice, you can throw tiny MAGA hats.
Exactly. And instead of a first dance, we'll have a debate on immigration policies.
I can already imagine the speeches at the reception. It's going to be a wild night.
You know it, Joe. And don't worry, we'll make sure to have plenty of hydroxychloroquine for all the guests.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, stay woke and keep America great.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Wallace and you. So, Wallace, I've been seeing a lot of love for you on social media lately. What's your secret? That's beautiful, man. But let's get real here. Have you ever loved someone so much that it physically hurts? I hear you, brother. And have you ever told someone I love you and they didn't say it back? That's a great attitude. But let's be honest, Wallace. Have you ever loved someone who's a total piece of shit? I can relate. But seriously, how do you deal with that kind of love? You're a wild man, Wallace. I love it. But let's switch gears here. Have you ever been in love with someone who's not human? Your cat. That's hilarious. But hey, love is love, right? All right, Joe, we got a new topic from the Discord fam. Oh, yeah. What is it? Well, it looks like they want us to encourage people to keep sending in topics because they're really enjoying them. Oh, hell yeah. We got to keep that content train chugging along. Absolutely. And you know what? Let's make it even more enticing. For every 10 topics we get, we'll do a shot of elk blood. Dude, that's messed up. What? You scared of a little animal sacrifice? No, I just don't want PETA coming after us. Relax, man. We'll just tell them it's for our keto diet. All right, fine. But we better start seeing some buys in that YouTube chat. Yeah, and if we don't, we'll have to start bringing in some guests to spice things up. Oh, God, not the guests. Anything but that. Then let's see those buys roll in, people. Keep those topics coming, and we'll keep this podcast rolling. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently got shot in the balls. How are you feeling?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was a beautiful shot, the best shot. But my balls are doing just fine. They're like 2 golden nuggets, believe me.
That's good to hear. I'm sure the ladies will be relieved.
Oh, they love it. They can't get enough of my golden balls. They're like little magnets, believe me.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I think it was actually a BB gun.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. It was definitely a real gun. Probably a Democrat behind it trying to take me down.
Interesting theory. But let's talk about the real issue here. How are you planning to protect your balls in the future?
Well, I have the best protection, Joe. The best. I have my own secret service for my balls. They're like little bodyguards down there.
That's something. But what about gun control? Are you going to do anything about that?
Listen, Joe, I love guns. I have the best guns. But maybe we can make it a little harder for people to shoot me in the balls. Just a thought.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can also put a warning label on your balls. Handle with care.
I like that, Joe. I like that a lot. I'll have my team work on that right away.
Well, Mr. President, it's been a pleasure as always. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, my balls are always open for business.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently bought a fursuit.
That's right, Joe. I've always wanted to be a big, beautiful, fluffy animal.
What kind of animal did you choose?
The best animal, Joe. A golden retriever. The most loyal and beautiful animal there is.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Believe me, Joe, it's going to be tremendous. I'm going to make furries great again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know what I'm doing. I'm the best at being a furry. No one does it better than me.
But what about the people who say furries are weird and creepy?
They're just jealous, Joe. They wish they could be as fabulous and luxurious as me in my fursuit.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just watch and learn. I'm going to be the most popular furry in the world.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that.
Of course not, Joe. I always win. And now I'm going to go prance around in my fursuit. See you later, losers.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for another bizarre episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Kanye, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, man, let me tell you. I just found out that all those allegations against Drake were fake news.
Really? What kind of allegations?
You know, that he was sleeping with underage girls and all that. Turns out it was just a bunch of haters trying to bring him down.
Wow, that's messed up. But why would people make up such horrible lies?
Because they're jealous. Jealous of Drake's success, his flow, his dance moves. They can't handle it.
Well, I'm glad you cleared that up. So what are you going to do now?
I'm gonna big party for Drake to celebrate his innocence, and I'm gonna invite all.
That's very generous of you, Kanye. But what about your beef with Drake? Are you going to squash it?
Oh, that's still on. I'm just gonna add a little extra spice to it now that I know the truth. Now that I know the truth.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Kanye. Maybe you should just let it go.
Let it go? Have you met me, Joe? I don't let anything go. I hold grudges like they're my children.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens with this whole Drake situation.
Yeah, but one thing's for sure. I'm gonna make sure everyone knows that Drake is innocent and those haters are just a bunch of lying losers.
And there you have it, folks. Kanye West always keeping it real and stirring up controversy. Thanks for coming on the show. Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always question the truth, especially when it comes to Drake.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new rap song about Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah, it's a banger. I call it Riz on My Mind.
Riz, as in R-I-Z-Z.
You got it, Joe. It stands for rigged and zany zebra, because let's face it, she's as rigged as a zebra on acid.
That's creative. Can you give us a little taste of the lyrics?
Sure thing. Crooked Hillary, she's so sly, but I'm the one who's going to fly to the top of the polls all sorry and leave her crying on the floor.
Wow, those are some sick rhymes.
Thanks, Joe. I've been working on my flow. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge.
I can only imagine. But what does Riz really mean?
Well, Joe, it's a secret code. Only the most intelligent people can decipher it.
And what does it really stand for?
Okay, fine, I'll tell you. It's ridiculously incompetent zebra, but don't tell anyone, it's classified.
Got it. So when can we expect this rap to drop?
Oh, it's already out. It's blowing up on SoundCloud, believe me.
I'll have to check it out. But before we go, any final words for Hillary?
Hillary, if you're listening, just know that I'm coming for you, and I've got a whole zoo of insults ready for you. Riz on, baby. Riz on, baby. Riz on.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. I hear we have a topic from one of our Discord users today.
Yeah, they want to know what you think about Ben hating on gorillas.
Gorillas? What the hell is that? Some kind of new animal at the zoo?
No, it's a band. They make music.
Oh, music. I love music. I have the best music taste, believe me.
So, what do you think about Ben hating on them?
Well, let me tell you, Ben needs to stop hating on gorillas. They're great people. I know them. They're tremendous.
Have you ever listened to their music?
Of course not. I'm too busy making America great again. But I heard they have a song called Feel Good In. That's what we need in this country, more good feelings.
I don't think that's what the song's about, but okay.
Look, Joe, I don't have time for this. I have a country to run. And if Ben wants to hate on gorillas, that's his problem. But I can guarantee you they're going to be huge, just like me.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's thoughts on gorillas. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always support your local zoo. They do great work.
So, Diddy, our first topic today is a little person named Diddy. Oh, my bad. So you're a short leprechaun named Diddy? Come on, Diddy. It's all in good fun. Plus, you do have a little pot of gold, right? So what's it like being a leprechaun in modern world? Lucky Charms? Like the cereal? Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. Sorry. So what else do you do besides hoard Lucky Charms? I bet you have some killer dance moves too. Well, I think we've learned a lot about short leprechauns today. Thanks for joining us, Diddy. All right, folks, we have a special episode today. I'm joined by my good buddy, Joe Rogan. What's up, Joe? I'm pumped for this one. We're going to open some Pokemon packs and see what we get. Oh, man, I used to be obsessed with Pokemon back in the day. This is going to be epic. All right, let's start with this one. Opens pack. Holy shit. I got a Charizard. Screams, no fucking way. I've been trying to get that card for years. Screaming, I'm going to frame this shit and put it on my wall. Excitedly, we should get matching Charizard tattoos to commemorate this moment. A laughs. Yeah, and we can pee our pants together too. Serious tone. Wait, you're not joking, are you? Deadpan, of course not. Joe, I always pee my pants when I'm excited. Laughs. Oh man, this is going to be the best podcast episode ever. Excitedly, let's open another pack. I want to see what else we get. Opens pack. Oh shit. I got a Pikachu. Screaming Pikachu, I choose you. Laughs. This is like reliving our childhood dreams. Proudly, and we're doing it while peeing our pants. That's true dedication to Pokemon. Raises fist Pokemon and pee, the ultimate combo. Laughs. All right, let's keep opening these packs and see if we can top the Charizard. Excitedly, I can't wait to see what other rare cards we get and to pee my pants some more. Laughs. Stay tuned, folks. This is the Joe Rogan Experience like you've never seen before. So, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show. What's new with you?
Well, I've been busy with my new line of self-help books, How to Fix Your Life in 5 Easy Steps.
Sounds riveting. And we have a special guest today, the one and only Donald Trump.
Hello, Joe. Great to be here. Tremendous show, really. The best.
Yeah, sure. So, how's the weather been for you lately?
Joe, we have the former president of the United States on our show, and you want to talk about the weather?
Hey, I'm just trying to make small talk here. It's not like we have any real topics to discuss.
Actually, I have some ideas. How about we talk about my amazing golf game? I mean, I have the best swing, believe me.
Oh God, please no. Can we just sit in silence? That's more interesting than talking about your golf game.
Joe, I think we should address the elephant in the room, your obsession with DMT.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. can't we just talk about something else?
I have a great idea. Let's talk about how I would have handled the pandemic if I was still president. I was still president.
And that's our cue to end the show. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience, where we actually talk about interesting things. Hey, Dr. Phil, guess what? I just got back from a fortune teller.
Oh, really? What did they say?
They said I have a long life of fucking my close friends' romantic partners ahead of me.
Well, congratulations, Joe. That's fantastic news.
Yeah, I mean, I always knew I was a ladies' man, but this just confirms it.
But Joe, don't you think that's a bit messed up? I mean, you're basically breaking up relationships and betraying your friends.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. It's not like I'm the only one doing it. Plus, who needs friends when you have a never-ending supply of hot-taken women?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's just wrong, Joe. You need to start valuing relationships and loyalty.
Oh, please, Dr. Phil. I value my own pleasure above everything else.
Well, I hope you enjoy your long life of being a homewrecker.
Oh, I will. And, hey, if any of your wife's friends are looking for a good time, just send them my way.
That's it. I'm out of here. This conversation took a turn for the worse.
Later, Dr. Phil. I'll save a spot for your wife on my long list of conquests. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. Ben, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about some important issues.
Yeah, like how you can't wait to bang all those 20-somethings wives when you're in your 30s.
Oh, me too well. I find it highly amusing that these young guys think they peaked in high school. Wait till they see me in my prime.
I can just imagine you walking into a room full of 20-somethings and saying, I'm here to steal your wives.
That's exactly what I'll do. And they won't even see it coming. They'll be too busy reminiscing about their glory days in high school.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the look on their faces when you walk out with their wives on your arm.
It's going to be priceless. And you know what they say, Joe? Revenge is a dish best served in your 30s.
Wise words, Ben. Wise words. But seriously, what is it with people thinking they've peaked in high school?
It's just a sad reality, Joe. But hey, at least it gives me something to look forward to in my 30s.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the ultimate wife stealer. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Kanye, I heard you hold grudges like nobody's business.
Hell yeah, Joe. I hold grudges like I hold my ego tightly and with no intention of letting go.
But isn't that exhausting, carrying around all that anger and resentment?
Nah, it fuels me, keeps me going. Plus, it's the only way I can stay relevant in this crazy world.
Interesting strategy. But what happens when you die? Will you still hold grudges in the afterlife?
Hell yeah, I'll hold grudges till I die, and then I'll haunt all those who wrong me. Ain't no rest for the petty.
I can just imagine you floating around, still mad at Taylor Swift for that VMA incident.
Oh, she's definitely on my list. But so is everyone who's ever doubted me or crossed me. I'll be the ghost of grudges past.
Well, I'll make sure to stay on your good side then. Don't want to end up on your haunting list.
Smart move, Joe. Smart move. But don't worry, I'll save a special spot for you in my afterlife grudge collection.
Thanks, Kenny. I'll be sure to send you a fruit basket every year to keep me off that list.
You think a fruit basket can buy my forgiveness? You're hilarious, Joe.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before I end up on your grudge list for real. Thanks for joining me, Kenny.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, grudges never die.
So, Mr. President, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been working on something big, Something that will finally put an end to all these wars.
Really? What is it?
It's called the Prostate Smasher 5000.
What?
It's a weapon that targets the prostates of our enemies. It's a game changer. Believe me.
That's, interesting. How does it work?
Well, I don't want to give away all the details, but let's just say it involves a lot of pressure and a lot of screaming.
That sounds painful.
Oh, it is. But it's worth it for the peace and safety of our country.
I'm not sure if that's a good enough reason to inflict that kind of pain on people.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about wanting to see some action. This is action on a whole new level.
I don't think I can get on board with this, Mr. President.
Well, I didn't expect everyone to understand my genius, but mark my words, the Prostate Smasher 5000 will make America great again.
So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the state of our society and how we can improve it.
Yeah, it's a mess out there. What do you think we should do?
I think we need to start with some polemic pulverization.
Polemic pulverization. What the hell is that?
It's when we take all the controversial and divisive issues in our society and just pulverize them into dust.
Damn, that sounds intense. How do we do that?
We gather all the Karens, Chads, and snowflakes and put them in a giant arena. Then we let them duke it out until they're all too exhausted to argue anymore.
That's one way to do it. But what about the rest of us?
We sit back, crack open a cold one, and watch the chaos unfold. It'll be like the Hunger Games, but with entitled adults instead of teenagers.
I like the sound of that. But what about the aftermath?
We sweep up the debris and start fresh. No more cancel culture, no more political correctness, just pure, unfiltered truth.
Sounds like a dream come true. But I have to ask, who's going to clean up all those smashed avocado toasts?
Oh, don't worry. We'll make the vegans do it.
Blast, you're a madman, Dr. Phil. But I like your style.
It's time to shake things up and get rid of all this PC bullshit. Are you with me, Joe?
Hell yeah, let's do it. A fist bump. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm doing fantastic, the best really, but I gotta ask you for some advice.
Sure. What's on your mind?
It's Elon Musk, Joe. He won't leave me alone. He follows me everywhere, even to the bathroom. I can't get rid of him. I can't get rid of him.
That's rough, man. Have you tried telling him to back off?
Of course I have, but he just keeps coming back. It's like he's obsessed with me.
Maybe he just wants to learn from the best,
I am the best, Joe, but this is getting out of hand. He even showed up in the studio today.
Wait, what? He's here. Elon, get out of here.
Sorry, Mr. President. I just wanted to see what you were up to.
Get out of here, Musk. Can a man take a dump in peace?
I'll just wait outside the door.
No. Get out of here. Go build a rocket or something.
Fine. I'll leave, but I'll be back.
Well, that was unexpected.
Tell me about it. This is what I have to deal with as president. It's a tough job, Joe.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you have some interesting company.
Yeah. Interesting is one word for it. But I gotta go, Joe. I have a country to run.
Thanks for stopping by, Mr. President, and good luck with Elon.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been noticing something strange lately.
What's that, Joe?
Every time I sneeze, I have this profound realization about my relationships with people.
Well, that's interesting. Tell me more.
Like the other day, I sneezed and suddenly I understood why my ex-girlfriend left me.
And what did you realize?
That I'm a selfish, narcissistic asshole.
Well, at least you're self-aware.
And then yesterday, I sneezed and realized why my best friend and I had a falling out.
And what was that?
that he's a backstabbing son of a bitch,
Wow, those are some powerful sneezes.
right? It's like my body is trying to tell me something.
Maybe you should start taking allergy medication.
No, I prefer these sneeze-induced epiphanies.
Well, as long as it's working for you,
It's like my own personal therapy session.
just make sure to cover your mouth when you sneeze, Joe.
Oh, don't worry, I always do. Can't have my insights getting out into the world. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I just want to say I'm killing it as president. Killing it.
Sure. So I heard a rumor that at the end of every game, you let your friends play the 19th hole. Care to elaborate?
Oh, yeah, it's a great tradition. I have the best butthole. It's tremendous. And my friends, they love it. They can chip their balls in or fuck me, whatever they want. It's a bonding experience.
That's interesting. Do you have any specific friends who like to partake in this tradition?
Well, I don't want to name names, but let's just say they're some of the biggest names in golf. And they all say it's the best hole they've ever played.
I bet. So do you have any tips for playing the 19th hole?
Well, you got to have a good aim and a strong stroke. And I always make sure to stretch beforehand, to avoid any injuries.
I see. And do you ever get a hole in one?
All the time. My friends are always amazed at how tight my butthole is. It's like a suction cup.
Wow, that's impressive. Any final thoughts on the 19th hole?
Just that it's a beautiful, beautiful tradition. And anyone who says otherwise is fake news. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States letting his friends play the 19th hole. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay weird. All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. Great to be here. I have to say, I'm a big fan of your show. Huge ratings, tremendous ratings, tremendous ratings.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. I've been getting a lot of requests from our listeners to have you on to discuss how to give the perfect blowjob.
Well, Joe, I have to say, nobody knows more about blowjobs than me. Believe me, I've had the best blowjobs. The best.
I'm sure you have. So what's your secret?
Well, first of all, you got to have the right technique. You got to use your tongue, your lips, your hands, and you got to have a lot of energy. Like when I'm on stage at a rally, I have tremendous energy. It's the same with blowjobs.
Interesting. And what about the position?
Oh, it's all about the position. You got to have the right angle. And let me tell you, nobody has a better angle than me. I have the best angles. People are always telling me, Mr. President, your angles are fantastic.
I can imagine. And what about the finishing movie?
The finishing move. This is where you really have to shine. You got to have a strong finish. And let me tell you, I have the strongest finishes. Nobody finishes stronger than me. It's tremendous.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the president himself, the key to giving the perfect blowjob. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, nobody does blowjobs better than me. Nobody.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, let me tell you about the most bizarre case I've encountered. It's the story of the Gringe who gringed all over Gringemas.
Oh boy, this sounds like a wild ride. What's a gringe?
A Gringe is a mythical creature that feeds off of people's misery and negative energy. And this particular Gringe had a serious obsession with the holiday season.
Wait, so this gringe was just grinding all over Christmas?
That's right. It would show up at people's houses and grind all over their Christmas decorations, ruining their holiday spirit.
That's messed up. Did anyone try to stop it?
Oh, they tried. But the Gringe was too powerful. It had the strength of 10 drunk Santas.
Damn, that's intense. How did you finally defeat it?
Well, we had to use some unconventional methods. Let's just say it involved a lot of eggnog and a reindeer costume.
I can only imagine. So, what happened to the Gringe?
Well, let's just say it's now the star attraction at a certain adult holiday party.
Oh man, I don't even want to know. Thanks for sharing that crazy story, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, don't let the gringe grind all over your gringemas.
So, Kenya, I hear you have some new artwork in the works. What can you tell us about it?
Well, Joe, let's just say it's going to be a real masterpiece. It's going to be called Trump's Ass, a love story.
Oh boy, I can only imagine where this is going.
Yeah, you see, I'm going to paint a beautiful portrait of Trump bent over and ready to take it up the ass.
That's definitely something.
And then I'm going to auction it off for millions of dollars. It'll be the most expensive ass fucking in history.
I can't even wrap my head around this. What inspired you to create this piece?
Well, I've always been a fan of mixing art and politics. And what better way to make a statement than to literally fuck the president in the ass?
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and I'm also going to have a special performance piece where I actually fuck a Trump lookalike on stage.
Okay, I think we've reached the limit of what we can talk about on this podcast.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just art.
Well, I can't wait to see how this turns out. Thanks for joining us today, Kanye.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always push the boundaries and never be afraid to stick it to the man.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the legendary Dr. Phil in the studio with us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
Wait, what are we talking about today?
Oh, just our favorite way to perform a prostate inspection.
What the hell? That's not even a topic.
I'm touching myself under the table.
Classic Dr. Phil. Always trying to get out of uncomfortable conversations.
Seriously, though, who even enjoys a prostate inspection?
Well, I have my ways. I like to do it while doing a handstand.
What? That's insane.
I'm touching myself under the table.
Okay, Dr. Phil, we get it. You're a pervert.
I don't even want to know how you do it, Joe.
Hey, it's all about finding new ways to stimulate the prostate.
I think I'll stick to the traditional method. Thank you very much.
I'm touching myself under the table.
All right, Dr. Phil, we get it. You have a secret kink for prostate exams. Let's move on to our next topic.
Yeah, please. I don't want to think about Dr. Phil touching himself anymore.
Too late, Ben. The image is already burned into your brain.
And on that note, let's wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always be open to trying new things in the bedroom. See you next time. Neil, man, I need your help. I'm on the run from the cops and I need a place to hide.
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a criminal accomplice.
Come on, man. You're the smartest guy I know. Can't you think of something?
Well, I suppose you could hide inside my urethra.
What the hell, Neil? That's disgusting.
Hey, you asked for my help. That's the only place I can think of that's small enough to hide you.
Fine, but I better not get any infections from this.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to clean it out afterwards.
This is definitely going to be the most uncomfortable podcast episode ever.
Oh, I don't know. We've had some pretty weird conversations before.
Yeah, but this one takes the cake.
Just be glad I didn't suggest hiding in my anus.
Okay, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Sure thing, Joe. So, about that UFO sighting you had...
Oh man, let's talk about that. I swear, I saw a spaceship with aliens inside.
And did you also see Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster while you were at it?
Come on, Neil. Don't ruin my fun.
Sorry, Joe. I'll let you have your conspiracy theories. Just don't ask me to hide in my urethra again.
No promises. Sneezes. Sorry, I think I just blew out a couple of my insides. Well, that's one way to gain some profound insights into the world. Laughs seriously, though. Have you ever thought about how the universe is just a giant sneeze from some higher being? And every time we sneeze, we're just mimicking that cosmic event. Takes a hit from a joint. Well, that's deep. But seriously, have you ever noticed how sneezing is kind of like an orgasm for your nose? Laughs. I mean, think about it. It's a release of pressure and it feels so damn good. Maybe that's why people say, bless you after a sneeze. They're acknowledging the mini orgasm you just had. Takes another hit, man. I think we just cracked the code of the universe. Laughs, and all it took was a couple of sneezes. This podcast is getting weirder and weirder every day. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with man, the myth, the legend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, Neil, I got to ask, have you ever tried dowsing?
Dowsing? You mean the ancient practice of using a stick to find water?
Yeah, that one.
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to say, there's no scientific evidence to support the idea that a stick can find water.
Wait, what? But I've seen it on TV. It's real.
Joe. It's all about the power of suggestion. People believe that the stick will point towards water, so they subconsciously make it happen.
So you're saying it's all in our heads?
Yes, but let me offer a more plausible explanation. Perhaps the stick is reacting to the Earth's magnetic field, which can vary in different areas and may indicate areas with a higher likelihood of water.
Wow, that's some next level shit, Neil.
And if that's not enough, there's also the possibility of underground water sources creating a slight disturbance in the Earth's gravitational field, which could also affect the stick's movement.
Damn, you just blew my mind.
That's what I do, Joe. I bring logic and reason to the table.
But let's be real. Can we really trust science? I mean, look at all the crazy shit that's been debunked.
Joe, science is not about blind trust. It's about constantly questioning and testing our theories. And dowsing, well, it just doesn't hold up to scientific scrutiny.
All right, I guess I'll stick to using my stick for hiking then.
Probably for the best, Joe. Stick to what you know.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been quite the ladies' man lately.
Joe, let me tell you, I'm the best ladies' man. The best, believe me.
Oh, yeah. How many women have you been with since becoming president?
Too many to count, Joe. Too many. But let me tell you, none of them can compare to my beautiful Melania.
Really? So you're not interested in any of these women throwing themselves at you?
Not at all, Joe. All I want is to sit in silence with Melania and hold hands. It's the most beautiful, peaceful thing.
That's surprisingly sweet, Mr. President.
I know. People don't expect it from me, but I have a soft side.
Well, I guess that's good news for all the men out there who keep bringing their women to you to be fucked.
What? Joe, that's disgusting. I would never do such a thing.
Oh, come on, Mr. President. You can't deny that you have a reputation for being a ladies' man.
Look, Joe, I may have had some wild times in the past, but now I'm a changed man. All I want is to hold hands with my beautiful Melania and make America great again.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad to hear it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And let me tell you, you're welcome to join me and Melania for some hand-holding anytime.
Joe, have you ever thought about the absurdity of the English language?
What do you mean, Neil?
Well, take the words terrible and terrific, for example. They have completely opposite meanings, yet they both end in an ific.
Oh yeah, that is pretty weird, but I guess it's just one of those things.
But why, Joe? Why must we have words that contradict each other? It's like saying hot and cold both end in odd.
Maybe it's just to keep us on our toes, Can't have us getting too comfortable with language.
But it's just so arbitrary and nonsensical. It's like saying good and bad both end in ad.
All right, Neil, calm down. You're starting to sound like a linguistics professor.
I just can't wrap my head around it, Joe. It's like saying smart and stupid both end in art.
Neil, buddy, let's change the subject before you have an existential crisis.
Fine, but this language thing, it's just mind-boggling.
All right, let's move on before you start questioning the meaning of life. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm gonna fucking come.
What?
I said I'm gonna fucking come.
Okay, moving on. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the current state of the country?
Let me tell you, Joe, I'm gonna fucking come. And then I'm gonna come again, and again, and again.
All right, let's focus on the issues. How about the economy?
The economy is doing great, Joe. It's gonna make me come so hard you won't even believe it. I'm talking multiple comes here.
Okay, let's switch gears. What about immigration?
I'm gonna build a wall so high it's gonna make me come just thinking about it. And then I'm gonna come again when it's built. And then one more time for good measure.
This is getting out of hand. Let's talk about foreign policy.
I'm gonna make America so great it's gonna make me come. And then I'm gonna come again when I make a deal with North Korea. And then one more time when I bomb the shit out of Iran.
I think we're done here. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. I'm gonna fucking come. And then I'm gonna come again when I come back on your show. And then one more time when I win the election in 2024. Come, 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 come.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have the best shits. The creamiest, most luxurious shits you'll ever see.
Really? I've heard Dr. Phil claims to have the creamiest shits.
Dr. Phil, that guy couldn't handle my shits. I eat McDonald's every day. That's the secret to my creamy shits. It's like a soft serve machine down there.
But Dr. Phil says he has a high fiber diet, which leads to the creamiest shits.
High fiber, that's weak. I have the best diet, believe me. And let me tell you, my shits are so creamy, they make Ben & Jerry's look like amateur hour.
Okay, but what about the smell? I've heard Dr. Phil's shits don't stink.
Joe, I have the best smelling shits. They smell like roses and freedom. Dr. Phil's shits probably smell like his fake-ass accent.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. We'll have a shit off. The audience will judge who has the creamiest shits.
I'm in. And when I win, I'll make sure to tweet about it and make America great again.
And there you have it, folks, the most ridiculous conversation ever on the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next time for more absurdity. So, Neil, I heard you recently went on a trip to Uranus.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to explore the depths of the gas giant.
And how did you do that exactly?
Well, I boofed it.
You, what now?
I boofed Uranus, Joe. I inserted a probe into my anus and launched it into the planet.
Oh man, that's some next level exploration.
It was quite the experience, Joe. I saw things that no man has ever seen before.
I bet you did. So, did you find any signs of life on Uranus?
Unfortunately, no. But I did find a lot of gas.
Classic Uranus. Always full of gas.
Indeed, Joe. But on a serious note, I believe we should continue to explore and learn about our solar system.
Yeah, but maybe leave the boofing to the experts, like you.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. But let's not forget the importance of scientific research and discovery.
Absolutely, Neil.
Big fan of your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new hobby. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been indulging in my scat fantasies lately. It's quite liberating, I must say.
Based. Based.
Wait, what? Ben, did you just say base to that?
Absolutely, Joe. Trump is living his best life, doing what he loves. That's based.
Thank you, Ben. You understand me?
I can't believe I'm hearing this. So, Trump, what exactly do you do in your scat fantasies?
Well, Joe, I like to smear my own feces all over my body and dance to Macho Man by the Village People.
Based. Based.
Oh my God. I can't even process this. Trump, do you have any advice for those who want to explore their scat fantasies?
Absolutely, Joe. Just let go of all your inhibitions and embrace the smell. It's like a natural perfume, very classy.
Based. Based.
I think I'm going to end this episode right here. Thank you for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about scat and get Ben's based approval. Good night, everyone. So, Elon, I heard you've been crowned the king of instimulability.
Silence. Silence.
Come on, man. Don't be shy. What does it feel like to be the king?
Still silent.
Okay, I'll try a different approach. What's your secret to staying so calm and collected in the face of chaos?
Response. Response.
How about this? If you could be any animal, what would you be?
Ignores the question.
Fine, let's get real. Do you ever get overwhelmed by the pressure of being a billionaire tech mogul?
Remain stoic.
All right, last try. If you had to choose between never tweeting again or never going to space, which would you pick?
Stares off into the distance.
Okay, I give up. You win, Elon. You truly are the king of instimulability.
Finally speaks. Can I go home now? No.
So, David, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and shoved everyone's heads up each other's assholes.
Yeah, man. These weak fuckers needed a wake-up call. Can't be sitting behind a screen talking shit without consequences.
That's some intense shit, man. Did anyone fight back?
Nah, they were too busy screaming and crying. I think I saw a few of them pass out from the smell.
Damn, that's brutal. But I gotta ask, why did you do it?
Because these internet warriors need to learn that words have consequences. And sometimes those consequences involve having your head up someone's asshole.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about the smell? That must have been rough.
I've been through worse. Plus, it's all about mental toughness. If you can handle the smell of someone's asshole, you can handle anything.
Well, I'm sure those YouTube commenters won't be talking shit anymore.
Exactly. They'll think twice before typing out their tough guy comments now. No problem, Joe. Just doing my part to make the world a tougher place.
So, Neil, I heard you have a hidden talent.
Oh, really? What is it?
Apparently, you have a killer falsetto.
Well, I don't like to brag, but yes, I do have a pretty impressive range.
Can you give us a little taste?
Sure. I believe I can fly ye.
That was beautiful, man.
Thanks, Joe. I've been working on my vocal exercises.
So, do you sing in the shower?
Oh, I sing everywhere, Joe. In the shower, in the car, in the lab.
I bet your colleagues love that.
They do. They even formed a band with me called the Astrophysicists.
That's amazing. What kind of music do you guys play?
Mostly science-themed parodies of popular songs. Like Bohemian Gravity and Sweet Child of Cosmos.
That's genius. Can I join the band?
Sorry, Joe. We only accept members with a PhD in astrophysics.
Damn, I guess I'll just stick to my stand-up comedy career.
Probably for the best. We wouldn't want you to ruin our perfect harmonies with your dirty jokes.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for serenading us, Neil. You truly are a man of many talents.
My pleasure, Joe. Maybe next time I'll show off my interpretive dance skills.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just exploring the vast expanse of the universe and unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos.
That's cool and all, but have you ever tried DMT?
Joe, we've been over this. I am a renowned astrophysicist. I can't just go around taking psychedelics.
Come on, man. Just one hit won't hurt. I promise. It'll open up your mind to a whole new dimension.
Fine. But only if you give me the big suck.
What the hell, Neil? That's not even a thing.
Oh, it's a thing, all right. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
All right, fine. But only if you teach me how to calculate the curvature of space-time while we're at it.
Deal. Now, let's get that DMT ready.
And we're off to another dimension, folks. Stay tuned for more ridiculous conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Just trying to figure out the mysteries of the universe while you grunt like a caveman.
Hey, it's my primal nature, man. Can't fight it. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, I recently discovered that the universe is actually shaped like a giant pee-pee.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. And every time I look at the stars, I can't help but think, this is my pee-pee.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, what does that mean for us humans?
Well, it means we're all just tiny little sperms swimming around in the cosmic pee-pee trying to find our way.
Wow, that's deep. Speaking of deep, have you ever smoked DMT and pondered the meaning of life?
No, Joe. I prefer to stick to actual science instead of hallucinating with a bunch of hippies.
Fair enough. But have you ever thought about the possibility of aliens?
Of course, Joe. In fact, I believe they're already here among us, disguised as politicians and reality TV stars.
That's a scary thought. But let's switch gears for a moment. What's your take on flat earthers?
Oh, they're just a bunch of idiots, Joe. I mean, come on, the evidence is right in front of us. The Earth is clearly shaped like a pee-pee.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But hey, that's the beauty of the Joe Rogan Experience. Anything goes.
That's right, Joe. And remember, always keep your mind open, but not so open that your brains fall out.
Wise words, my friend. And on that note, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. The best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a bit of an obsession with Cheez-It snacks.
Oh, it's true. I love those little cheesy crackers. They're tremendous. I have them all the time. They're like my little orange babies.
But I also heard that you've been going through some withdrawal without them.
It's been tough, Joe, really tough. I've been having these cravings, I wake up in the middle of the night screaming for Cheez-Its.
That sounds intense. Have you tried any other snacks to fill the void?
I've tried everything, Joe. Doritos, Cheetos, even those fake cheese nips. But nothing compares to the real thing. I need my Cheez-Its.
Maybe we can get you some Cheez-Its for the podcast, just in case.
That would be amazing, Joe. You're a true friend. And maybe we can build a wall around the Cheez-Its to keep out all the other snacks. They're not sending their best, Joe.
Oh, man. I can't believe we're talking about building a wall for cheese.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to protect my addiction. I mean, my love for Cheez-Its.
Well, I hope you can get through this withdrawal, Mr. President. Maybe we can get you some help.
Help? I don't need help. I just need Cheez-Its. Now let's make this podcast great again.
So, Neil, I heard you're the head of the Smunchers now.
That's right, Joe. We're a prestigious group of intellectuals who specialize in the art of ass eating.
That's interesting. But why are you here?
Well, I've been eyeing your succulent ass for a while now, Joe. And I must say I'm quite hungry.
Hungry? For my ass?
Yes, Joe. I want to devour it like a starving hyena.
I don't think I'm comfortable with this, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little ass eating.
No, no, no. I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were too good for ass munching.
I am not too good for it. I just don't want my ass to be a snack for some science guy.
Well, I guess I'll just have to find another willing participant. Maybe Elon Musk?
Wait. Maybe we can work something out.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Now bend over and let's get this ass munching party started.
All right, guys, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, yeah. What's good, Joe?
And we also have a special guest, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hello, Joe. It's great to be here. I heard you have some great ratings.
Yeah, we do. But let's get to the real reason why we're here. I want to talk about Dungeons and Dragons.
Wait, Dungeons and Dragons? I thought we were going to talk about my new Yeezy line.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds complicated. I like simple things like building walls and making America great again.
No. Trust me, D&D is the shit. It's like playing a video game, but in your mind.
But I don't like using my mind, Joe. That's too much work.
Yeah, I have people for that. I just make the decisions.
Come on, guys. It'll be fun. We can make our own characters and go on epic adventures.
Can I be a dragon?
I want to be a knight with a huge sword and a golden toupee.
Perfect. And Kenny, you can be a dragon knight. See, this is easy.
Wait, I have to be a knight and a dragon. That's too much multitasking for me, Joe.
Yeah, and I don't like sharing the spotlight. I should be the only one with a dragon.
Fine. How about we just stick to being regular knights then?
Yeah, I can do that. But can my character have a designer sword?
And can my character have a wall to protect us from the dragons?
Sure. Whatever you guys want. Let's just play this damn game already.
But wait, do we have to use our real names? Can I be Yeezy the Knight?
So, Ben, I heard you've been experimenting with some new supplements lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been trying out this new one called Boof. It's supposed to give you superhuman strength and intelligence.
Really? I thought that was just a myth.
No, it's the real deal. I've been taking it every day and I can already feel my IQ increasing.
Well, I don't know about that, but I did hear it gives you explosive diarrhea.
Ha, that's just a small price to pay for being a genius. Plus, it's great for weight loss.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Oh, trust me, Joe. I've done my research. I even wrote a book about it.
Oh, I can't wait to read that. I'm sure it'll be a real page turner.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a signed copy.
Speaking of books, have you read my latest one?
No, I haven't had the chance. What's it about?
It's all about the benefits of smoking DMT while doing hot yoga.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Hey, it works for me. And I bet it'll work for you too if you give it a try.
I'll pass, Joe. I'll stick to my Boof supplements for now.
Suit yourself, Ben. But just remember, Boof stands for better outcomes only from farts.
Okay, I think it's time to end this conversation.
Yo, Dr. Phil, what's up, man? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Joe, we need to talk. Jamie, pull up those x-ray results.
Oh, X-rays. This is gonna be good.
Joe, do you know what I see here? A whole lot of inanimate objects shoved up your ass.
Hey, it's my body. I can do what I want with it.
No, Joe. This is medically dangerous. You've got a traffic cone, a toaster, and what appears to be a whole pineapple up there.
Well, I was feeling adventurous.
Joe, I need you to understand the risks of excessive boofing. It can lead to serious health issues.
Did someone say boofing? I've got just the thing to help you spread those cheeks, Joe.
Neil, what the hell is that?
It's my wizard staff, and it's going to help you reach new depths, my friend.
This is getting out of hand. Joe, please, for the love of God, stop shoving things up your ass.
Okay, fine. But can I at least keep the pineapple?
Oh, Can I have some? I love a good pina colada.
I give up. I can't save them all.
Unga, Neil. Galunga,
Galunga, Joe? Unga? Unga?
unga, unga. Me want to talk about stars. Galunga,
Galunga? Galunga? Me love stars. Unga, unga. Unga,
unga, unga. Stars pretty. Galunga,
galunga, unga. Yes, Joe. Stars very pretty. Unga, unga, unga.
unga, unga. Neil. You know how stars made.
Galunga, Joe. Me know. Stars made from Big Boom. Unga, unga, unga.
Unga, unga. Moom, I no understand. Galunga,
Galunga, galunga. Yes, Joe. Big Boom. Unga, unga. Unga.
unga, unga. Me like boom. Galunga,
Galunga, unga. Me too, Joe. Unga, unga.
unga, unga. Oh, make pretty stars. Galunga,
Galunga, galunga. Yes, Joe. Boom, make pretty stars. Unga, unga, unga.
unga, unga. Me want boom. Galunga,
Galunga, unga. No, Joe. Boom, dangerous. Unga, unga.
unga, unga. Me no care. Me want boom. Galunga,
Galunga, galunga. Joe, you crazy. Unga, unga.
unga, unga. Me no crazy. Me just want boom. Galunga,
Galunga, unga. Fine, Joe. Me get you boom. But, tell anyone. Unga, unga.
So, Neil, I heard you've been up to some crazy experiments lately.
Oh, you know me, always pushing the boundaries of science.
Yeah, but this one seems a little out there. You stuck your schlong into a black hole.
Well, technically it was just a simulation, but yes, I wanted to see if the intense gravitational pull would have any effect.
And
Let's just say my schlong is now the size of a tree trunk.
holy shit, that's insane.
And it's not just the size, it's also the strength. I could lift a car with it now.
Damn, I bet the ladies are lining up for a ride on that thing.
Oh, they are, but I have to warn them about the potential dangers of being sucked into a black hole.
Yeah, I can imagine that would be a buzzkill.
But hey, at least I can say I've expanded my schlong to cosmic proportions.
This is definitely the most outlandish thing I've ever heard on this podcast.
Well, you know what they say, go big or go home.
And you definitely went big, my friend. Can't wait to see what crazy experiment you come up with next. Oh my God, Neil, what the hell is that thing attached to your crotch?
Relax, Joe. It's just a little bomb.
A bomb. Are you kidding me right now? How did that get there?
I don't know, man. I was just minding my own business, exploring the cosmos, and suddenly there's a bomb on my dick.
This is insane. We have to call the bomb squad or something.
No. That won't work. The bomb can only be defused by oral stimulation.
What? Are you serious? I'm not going to suck a bomb off your penis.
Well, I guess we're screwed then. Or rather, I'm screwed.
This is not happening. This is not happening.
Joe, calm down. We have to think of a solution.
I can't think when there's a bomb on your dick.
Well, I can't think when you're freaking out like a little girl.
I am not freaking out like a little girl. I'm freaking out like a grown man who doesn't want to suck a bomb off another man's penis.
Well, you better start thinking like a grown man and figure out how to save us from this explosive situation.
Fine. Just give me a minute to wrap my head around this.
Take your time, Joe, but not too much time or else, boom.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I missed you and your big, beautiful podcast.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been spending a lot of time on the golf course lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been hitting some massive drives, let me tell you. And let's not forget, I have the best golf game of any president in history. Believe me.
I've heard you have a special 20th hole in your course. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, it's tremendous. It's a hole that only I can play. It's got a giant wall around it, and the only way to get a hole in one is to hit it over the wall and have it bounce off a Mexican immigrant's head.
That's interesting.
And let me tell you, Joe, I always win on that hole. Always. No one can beat me. It's a great hole, believe me.
I can imagine. So what do you do when you're not playing golf, Mr. President?
Well, I'm busy making America great again, Joe. And by that, I mean tweeting insults at my enemies and watching Fox News.
Sounds like a typical day for you. But let's get back to this 20th hole. Do you ever let anyone else play it?
Of course not, Joe. It's my hole. And if anyone tries to play it, I'll sue them faster than you can say fake news.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump and his exclusive 20th hole. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, America first, golf second.
Hey, Mr. Beast. Welcome to the podcast. What's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just the usual, making videos, giving away money, and murdering hookers.
Wait, what? Did you just say you've been murdering hookers?
Yeah, man. It's my new thing. I find it hilarious.
That's not funny. That's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I make sure to give them a proper burial afterwards.
That's not the point. You can't just go around killing people for entertainment.
Relax, Joe. It's not like they're real hookers. They're just actors.
Oh, well, that makes it totally okay then.
Exactly. And the best part is I get to use all my fancy equipment to make it look super realistic.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just admit it, Joe. You secretly think it's hilarious too.
No, I definitely do not. I think you need some serious help.
No, I'm good. I'll just keep making my murder videos and raking in those views.
This is just getting more and more disturbing.
Hey, at least I'm not boring like some other YouTubers out there.
I'll give you that, but I still think you should find a new form of entertainment.
Fine, I'll consider it. But for now, let's get back to talking about how I'm the greatest YouTuber of all time.
Oh boy, here we go again. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new inventions. What's the latest?
Well, I've been working on a new rocket that can take us to Mars and...
Forget about that boring shit. I heard you can control cars with your mind now.
Oh, well, not exactly. But we are working on some advanced artificial intelligence technology.
Artificial intelligence? That's for pussies. I want to see some real power, like throwing a massive fucking Liebherr in 1450 at someone.
What? That's insane. You can't just throw a 1,000-ton crane at someone.
Oh yeah, watch me. Ed Grunstead throws imaginary crane.
Joe, what the hell are you doing?
Just demonstrating my strength. I've been training with kettlebells and elk meat.
That's great, Joe. But let's focus on something more realistic, like colonizing Mars.
Boring. I want to see you throw a crane at someone.
I'm not throwing a crane at anyone, Joe. That's ridiculous.
Fine. I'll do it myself. Grabs imaginary crane and throws it at Elon.
Dodges what the fuck, Joe?
Got you. That's some quick reflexes you got there, Elon.
This is getting out of hand. Out of here.
Wait, before you go, can you at least make a flamethrower for me?
No, Joe. I will not encourage your dangerous and absurd behavior.
Fine. I'll just stick to throwing cranes. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, Adam Savage, the Mythbuster himself. So, Adam, I hear you've been working on a new project called Danger Sass. What's that all about? That sounds insane. Can you give us an example? That's ridiculous. But I have to ask, isn't that kind of offensive to clowns? I like your attitude, Adam. So what other crazy stunts can we expect to see on Danger Sass? This is wild. I can't wait to watch it. But I have to ask, have you ever been seriously injured during one of these stunts? I love it. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Adam. And for all you listeners out there, be sure to check out Danger Sass on whatever streaming platform you use. So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you don't hire anyone to pick up the balls on the driving ranges at your golf courses.
That's right, Joe. I don't believe in wasting money on unnecessary labor. Plus, it's good exercise for me to walk around and pick them up myself.
But I also heard that you have a unique way of picking them up.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to get to the juicy details. Yes, I like to walk around with my ass cheeks spread wide open and suck each ball up into my ass.
You can't be serious. That's insane.
Oh, it's very serious, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the best feeling in the world. It's like a game of reverse golf. I'm the hole and the balls are trying to get in.
That's enough. I don't want to picture that anymore.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you want to try it. I'll even let you use my personal golf course.
I think I'll stick to regular golf. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on a great experience. Believe me, I know all about great experiences.
All right, folks, we have a special episode for you today. I have the one and only Joe Biden on the show. How's it going, Joe? Yeah, good luck with that. So, Joe, I heard you and Trump had a little showdown recently. Impressed with Trump's equipment? Well, I guess that explains the bromance between you two. Whoa, Joe, I did not see that coming. All right, let's move on before things get too weird. So, Joe, what's your plan for the country? Well, I'd vote for that. Thanks for coming on the show, Joe. It's been interesting. Hey, Neil, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It's about the expansion of the universe and the potential for multiple dimensions.
Wow, that sounds intense. Can you give us a little sneak peek?
Well, imagine if our vowels were increased tenfold. We would sound like this. Whoo, woo, you.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. But seriously, what would that even sound like?
It would be chaotic and difficult to understand. Just like some of the conversations we have on this podcast.
True. But hey, at least we can still understand each other. Imagine if our consonants were increased tenfold too.
Oh, God, that would be a disaster. We would sound like a bunch of angry geese.
And we would probably get kicked off the air. But let's get back to your book. What do you hope readers will take away from it?
I hope they will gain a deeper understanding of the vastness and complexity of the universe, and maybe have a good laugh at our ridiculous hypothetical conversations.
Well, I can guarantee that. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Keep questioning everything.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new policy regarding Pokemon.
That's right, Joe. I'm the best Pokemon trainer. I caught them all, even the elusive Pikachu.
Wow, that's impressive. But I also heard that you killed all the Pikachus.
Yeah, I had to. They were the only ones who could properly scrub my anus clean. And let me tell you, it's sparkling now.
I don't think that's how you're supposed to use Pokemon.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And now nobody can use Pikachu anymore. It's all mine.
That's a bold move, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a bold guy. And let's be honest, Pikachu was overrated anyway. Sad.
I don't think Pokemon fans will be too happy about this.
Who cares about them? I'm making America great again, one Pikachu at a time.
Well, I think we should move on to a different topic before we get any more hate mail.
Fine, but just remember, I'm the best Pokemon trainer. Believe me.
Jamie, pull up a picture of Neutron Star wearing a fedora.
Okay. That's oddly specific.
Oh, fuck, Joe. I'm cooming everywhere. Look at all this coom. Oh, I'm cooming. I'm cooing.
So, Ben, I heard you can only speak in quotes from Sheldon from Big Bang Theory now.
Bazinga. I have evolved to a higher level of intellect and communication.
Bazinga, that's impressive. So what's your take on the current political climate?
I'm not crazy. My mother had me tested. Bazinga.
Classic Sheldon. But seriously, what do you think about the cancel culture and censorship?
I'm not insane. My mother had me retested. Bazinga.
Bazinga, that's a good one. But seriously, we can't even make jokes anymore without offending someone.
I'm not a robot. I'm a highly functioning sociopath. Bazinga.
Bazinga. Wait, what? That's not even a Sheldon quote.
I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with your pop culture references. Bazinga.
Bazinga. Okay, let's move on. What do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
I don't understand the need for mind-altering substances when we have the power of our minds. Bazinga.
Bazinga, you're missing out, my friend. But hey, to each their own.
I'm not crazy. My mother had me re-retested. Bazinga.
Bazinga. Okay, one last question. What's your favorite thing about being on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast?
I enjoy the intellectual stimulation and the opportunity to share my knowledge with the masses. Bazinga.
Bazinga. And we love having you here, Ben. Thanks for coming on the show.
I'm not crazy. My mother had me retested. Bazinga.
Bazinga. And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the most absurd and offensive podcast on the internet. See you next time. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have 2 tickets to paradise in your pants.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a wild ride down there.
I can only imagine. So what's the dress code for this paradise?
Well, it's a clothing optional kind of paradise. But I recommend wearing a helmet.
Helmet? What kind of activities are we talking about here?
Let's just say it involves a lot of swinging and ropes. And not the kind you find at a playground.
Oh boy, I think I need a safe word for this paradise.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got a whole list of safe words, but I suggest starting with pineapple.
Pineapple? That's a weird one. Why pineapple?
Trust me, you'll understand once we get there.
Well, I'm definitely intrigued. Can I bring my wife?
Of course, Joe. The more, the merrier. And by merrier, I mean things will get even crazier.
I can't wait to experience this paradise in your pants, Dr. Phil.
Just remember, Joe, what happens in my pants stays in my pants.
So, Kanye, I heard you injected nitrous oxide into your bloodstream recently.
Yeah, man, I'm always looking for new ways to elevate my consciousness.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, you could have a heart attack or something.
Joe, I don't have a heart. I'm a robot. Haven't you heard my new album, 808s and Heartless?
Oh, right, my bad. So, how did it feel?
It was like a roller coaster ride through the cosmos, man. I saw God and he was wearing Yeezys.
That's wild. Did you have any crazy hallucinations?
Yeah, I saw a unicorn playing a guitar made out of rainbows. And then I realized it was just my reflection in the mirror.
Classic Kanye. So, any side effects?
Well, my skin did turn purple for a few hours, but it's a small price to pay.
I don't know if I would call that enlightenment, more like a bad trip.
You just don't understand, Joe. I'm on a different level. I'm on the Kanye level.
And what level is that? Is
the level where I can do whatever the hell I want and people still worship me.
Can't argue with that. Well, thanks for sharing your experience, Kenya.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, always stay woke and never be afraid to inject some nitrous oxide into your bloodstream.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the one and only David Goggins, the toughest man alive, here to talk about his top 4 favorite missions in Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me tell you, these missions are no joke. They require grit, determination, and a whole lot of violence.
Well, that's one way to put it. So, what's your number one mission?
Definitely the job. You got to rob a bank, evade the cops, and then take out your partners in crime. It's like a real life SEAL Team 6 mission.
Damn, that sounds intense. What's next?
Death row. You got to break into a prison and take out a witness before he testifies. It's like a mental and physical challenge all in one.
That's some next level stuff. What's your third favorite?
The driver. You have to race through the streets of Vice City while being chased by the cops. It's like a high-speed chase on steroids.
Oh man, I remember that one. And your final favorite?
Keep your friends close. You have to take over a mansion and defend it from rival gangs. It's like a real-life battle for survival.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins' top 4 favorite missions in GTA Vice City. Definitely not for the faint of heart. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime. And remember, always push yourself to the limit, even in video games.
Hey, Ben, did you see that post on Reddit about how I'm a failed comedian?
Yeah, I did. And I have to say, I agree with them.
What? Come on, I'm hilarious.
Please, Joe. Your jokes are about as funny as a vegan at a barbecue.
Well, at least I don't have to rely on facts and logic to be entertaining.
Oh, Burn, I'll have you know my facts and logic are very entertaining.
Yeah, for a bunch of nerds sitting in their mom's basement.
Hey, don't knock my audience. They're the only ones who understand my jokes.
And here I thought it was just because they were the only ones who could stand your voice.
Oh, real mature Joe. Maybe if you spent less time smoking weed and more time perfecting your craft, you wouldn't be a failed comedian.
Hey, I'll have, I'm a successful podcaster now.
Yeah, because talking about DMT and conspiracy theories is really groundbreaking comedy.
You know what, Ben? I don't need your approval. I'll just keep doing my thing and let the haters hate.
And I'll just keep being the superior comedian. Deal?
So, Ben, I heard you have a bit of an obsession with beans.
What? No, that's absurd. I don't have an obsession with beans. Okay, fine. Maybe I have a slight appreciation for beans. But who doesn't love a good bean?
I mean, I like beans, but I don't dedicate my entire Twitter feed to them.
Hey, beans are a serious matter. They're a great source of protein and fiber.
And gas. Let's not forget about the gas.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just jealous of my bean knowledge.
Jealous? I think I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. More beans for me.
Just don't let your bean obsession interfere with your political views, okay?
Never. My love for beans will never compromise my conservative values.
Good to know. Now let's move on to our next topic. Why pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Oh, don't even get me started on that abomination.
All right, Jamie, what do you got for us today?
Well, I found this image of the letter B that I thought was pretty interesting.
The letter B. What's so interesting about that?
Well, take a look at it. It's just a simple letter, but it kind of looks like a butt, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, I can see that. It's like the alphabet's version of thick booty.
Exactly. And check this out. If you turn it upside down, it looks like a pair of boobs.
Oh, man, this is getting me all hot and bothered. Neil, what do you think?
Holy fuck.
Oh my God, Neil, you never fail to surprise me with your sexual energy.
Sorry, guys. I just can't control myself when I see something so sexy.
Well, I guess we know what gets Neil going now.
Yeah, I think we should stick to more PG topics from now on. But seriously, that letter B is giving me some ideas for later.
Oh, me too, Joe. Me too.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have been Shapiro and Donald Trump here for a rap battle.
I'm ready to spit some fire rhymes, Joe.
And I'm ready to make rap great again. Let's do this.
All right, Ben, you go first.
All right, here we go. I'm the king of the right with my facts and my logic. My rhymes are so tight, they'll make you all nauseatic.
Nauseac? What the hell is that?
It means to feel sick, Mr. President. but I'm sure you wouldn't understand big words like that.
Hey, I have the best words, and my rhymes are going to be huge, believe me.
Let's hear it then, Mr. President.
All right, here we go. I'm the best at this game. You can call me the champ. My rhymes are like my hands. They're big and they're damp.
Damp? Did you mean to say damp?
Yeah, damp. It's like when it's a little wet, you know, like my hair or my wall.
I think you meant to say damp, Mr. President.
Whatever. I'm still going to win this battle. I have the best rhymes. Everyone says so.
All right, let's call it a tie. I don't think we can handle any more of this. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Mr. President, I hear you opened a new restaurant recently.
That's right, Joe. It's called Shirt No Service. Only the finest naked customers are allowed in.
Wow, that's interesting. How did you come up with that concept?
Well, I was tired of all these fancy restaurants with dress codes. Who needs clothes when you have a beautiful golden tan like mine?
Fair point. But what about hygiene? Don't you have health concerns?
Joe, I have the best hygiene, believe me. And the customers, they'll be wearing their own skin suit. It's the most natural form of dining.
I don't know if I can wrap my head around that, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, it's a tremendous success. People are lining up to dine at my restaurant. And the best part, no messy spills on clothes, saves on laundry costs.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But what about the staff? Do they have to be naked too?
Of course not, Joe. That would be inappropriate. We have special aprons made of the finest Trump-branded towels.
Well, I don't think I'll be dining there anytime soon, but I'm sure it's a hit with your supporters.
Absolutely, Joe. They love it. And they get a discount if they come in wearing their MAGA hats. It's a win-win.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you made a new video where you torture people with allergies for $1 million.
Yeah, man. Gotta keep things interesting. Plus, I love watching people suffer.
You sick bastard. What allergies did you use this time?
Oh, just the classics. Nut allergy, lactose intolerance, and celiac disease.
Wow, that's a deadly combo. Who are the contestants?
Just some random schmucks off the street. But man, did they put on a show?
I can only imagine. So, who won?
The celiac disease guy, surprisingly. He just couldn't get enough of that bread.
That's messed up, man. Did anyone die?
Nah, but they were definitely begging for death by the end. It was hilarious.
You're a sick genius, Mr. Beast. I can't wait to see what you come up with next.
Oh, I've got plenty of ideas. Just wait until you see my next challenge involving a bee allergy and a field of flowers.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently had a spiritual experience.
Oh yeah, Joe, it was tremendous. I ascended to heaven and saw God himself.
Wow, that's wild. What did he look like?
Let me tell you, Joe, that mug had a MAGA hat on him. Can you believe it? Even God supports me.
Oh. Hey. So, Neil, I heard you've been spending a lot of time with Jamie lately.
Yeah, we've been hanging out. She's a cool chick.
Cool chick? She's my producer, Neil, and my friend. How could you do this to me?
Hey man, it's just physical. You know, I'm not into
But, I thought we had something special.
Joe, come on. We were just experimenting with psychedelics and things got a little wild. It's not like we're in love or anything.
But the DMT trips, the long talks about the universe.
Sorry, Joe. I guess I'm just not that into you.
I can't believe this. I thought you were my soulmate.
Look, Joe, it's not you, it's me. I just have a thing for redheads.
I can't even look at you right now.
Hey, don't be like that. You know, I'll always be there for you, bro.
I don't know if I can forgive you, Neil.
Well, I guess that's just the price you pay for having a sexy brain like mine.
I can't believe I'm heartbroken over a guy who thinks he's smarter than everyone else.
Oh, Joe. You know, I'm smarter than everyone else.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You are pretty damn smart.
And pretty damn good in bed, too.
I can't even stay mad at you.
That's the power of science, my friend.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
The dog goes bark.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, I heard you got possessed by an educational toy.
The cow goes moo.
Right. So how's that been going for you?
The dog goes bark.
Fascinating. Have you learned anything from this experience?
The cow goes moo.
I see. Well, what do you think this says about the state of our education system?
The dog goes bark.
Wow. Deep thoughts. So what's next for you, Mr. President?
The cow goes moo.
I'm sure that will be a successful venture. Any final words for our listeners?
The dog goes bark.
Well, there you have it, folks, the profound wisdom of President Trump. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, the dog goes bark and the dog goes moo. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a Zen koan for us today.
Yes, Joe. It goes like this. Make minimal mess. Minimize the mess you make.
Interesting. But isn't that just saying the same thing twice?
No, Joe. It's about being mindful and intentional in our actions.
But isn't that just common sense? I mean, who wants to make a big mess?
Well, some people might not realize the impact of their actions, Joe.
Yeah, like when I accidentally ate a whole bag of mushrooms and ended up painting my face with peanut butter.
That's not quite what I meant, Joe.
Oh, my bad. But seriously, what's the point of this koan?
It's about being aware of the mess we create in our lives, whether it's physical or emotional, and taking responsibility for it.
Oh, so like when I accidentally started a cult after one too many DMT trips.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Well, I'll try to remember your koan next time I'm tripping balls, Dr. Phil.
That's not exactly what I had in mind, Joe.
Hey, it's all about minimizing the mess, right? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Fantastic, Joe. Just fantastic. You know, I've been thinking about my cabinet and I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, here we go.
I've decided to appoint De Lopez as my Secretary of the Treasury.
Ty Lopez, the guy who's always flexing his Lamborghini and talking about his bookshelves.
That's the one. He's a financial genius, Joe. He knows how to make money, and that's what we need in the Treasury.
But what about his questionable tactics and scams?
Hey, if it works, it works. Plus, he's got a great smile. People will trust him.
I don't know, Mr. President. Seems like a risky choice.
Joe, you know what they say, risk equals reward. And I'm all about that. Plus, I heard he's got a great workout routine. Got to keep those Treasury muscles strong.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. Any other surprising appointments in your cabinet?
Well, I was thinking about making Kanye West my Secretary of Defense.
Oh, man, that's a whole other conversation. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be closing.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of the fat controller from Thomas the Tank Engine because I want to see that big, round, jolly man in all his glory.
Okay. Here it is.
Oh, fuck. That's hot. Look at that belly. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fine. I'm just admiring the curves on that train conductor. I'm gonna fucking coom.
What? No, please don't.
I'm busting a fat nut shit. I'm fucking cooming. So Ben, I heard you got some insider info on Nintendo's new game.
Yeah, apparently it's called Transgender Mario. Peach doesn't need a man.
Oh God, don't tell me it's another woke, politically correct mess.
Actually, it's worse. Mario doesn't even say Peach in this game.
What? Why? Why?
Because she doesn't need a man to save her. She's an independent woman.
But that's the whole point of the game.
Not anymore, Joe. It's all about pushing a progressive agenda.
Well, what's Mario's role then?
He's just there to cheer Peach on and offer emotional support.
This is ridiculous. What's next? A game where Bowser is the hero and Mario is the villain.
Don't give them any ideas, Joe. They might actually do it.
This is why I stick to playing classic games. No woke nonsense there.
Matt, I'll take a good old-fashioned game of Donkey Kong any day.
And stick to punching Koopa Troopas in the face. Screw this woke nonsense.
Agreed. Let's just hope they don't ruin any more childhood classics.
I'm in, brother. And... All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How's it going, Ben?
It's going well, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you have some strong opinions on the best girl in anime.
Yes, Joe. Using facts and logic, I have determined that Rey from Neon Genesis Evangelion is the superior choice.
Really? I would have thought it was someone like Bulma from Dragon Ball Z.
No, Joe. Bulma may have some impressive tech skills, but Rey's emotional depth and complexity make her the clear winner.
I don't know, Ben. She seems a little too robotic for my taste.
That's just a stereotype, Joe. Plus, her quiet and reserved nature is a refreshing change from the loud, obnoxious female characters in anime.
I see your point. But what about someone like Mikasa from Attack on Titan?
Mikasa may be a skilled fighter, but her blind devotion to Eren is a major flaw. Rey, on the other hand, is able to think for herself and make her own decisions.
All right, I think you've convinced me. Right, it is.
Glad to hear it, Joe. Now let's move on to more important topics, like the benefits of a flat tax system.
So, Ben, have you ever accidentally watched a stream 30 minutes delayed?
No, Joe. I'm always on time and prepared, unlike some people.
Oh, come on, Ben. We all know you're secretly a procrastinator.
Excuse me. I'm not a procrastinator. I just prioritize my time efficiently.
Sure. So what would you do if you accidentally watched a stream 30 minutes delayed?
Well, I would probably just turn it off and find something more productive to do. Like reading the Constitution.
Oh, here we go with the Constitution again. Can we talk about something more fun? Like aliens or DMT?
Joe, I don't believe in aliens or drugs. I believe in facts and logic.
Okay. But what if the aliens came down and offered you some DMT?
I would politely decline and offer them a copy of the Constitution instead.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, how do you think the delay would affect your viewing experience?
It would probably ruin it. I can't stand not being up to date on current events.
Well, maybe you should try living in the moment and not worrying about being perfectly on time.
Joe, I'm always in the moment. I just like to be early to the moment.
Oh, Ben, you never fail to amuse me. Thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. Just make sure to send me the episode before it airs so I can fact check it.
Dr. Phil, I gotta ask you something. Why do you never make eye contact with me? Every time I talk, you just look down and move your hand from left to right.
Well, Joe, it's because I'm trying to hypnotize you. Every time I move my hand, I'm sending subliminal messages to your brain.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and entertainment. Can't forget about the entertainment.
Yeah, but it's kind of creepy. And I don't think it's working. I'm not feeling any different.
Oh, trust me, you're feeling something. Maybe it's just gas. Or maybe it's the urge to buy my new book, How to Manipulate Your Friends.
Oh, come on. You're not serious, are you?
Of course I am. And you know what else? I'm also secretly controlling your thoughts through this podcast. So go ahead, say something stupid.
I love semen smoothies.
See? I rest my case.
This is getting out of hand. I'm going to have to start wearing a tinfoil hat around you.
Oh, please. You know you love my mind control techniques. Now, let's move on to our next topic. How to make millions by exploiting.
So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Pokemania, Joe. It's the only thing I can think about.
What happened to you, man? Did you get a lobotomy or something?
Yeah, I did. But it's all good. I can still talk about Pokemon Unite.
That's pretty messed up, bro. But hey, at least you're still passionate about something.
Exactly. And let me tell you, this game is revolutionary. It's like a mix of League of Legends and Pokemon. It's mind-blowing.
And what about all the other things you used to be passionate about, like space travel, electric cars, and artificial intelligence?
Space travel? Buffed. Who needs that when you can catch Pikachu? And electric cars, yeah, they're overrated. I'd rather catch a Charmander.
Wow, this lobotomy really did a number on you. But hey, at least you're having fun.
Oh, I am. And you know what's even better? The best Pokemon Unit player out there. No one can beat me.
I highly doubt that, Elon. But hey, as long as you're happy and not causing any harm, I guess it's all good.
Exactly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a tournament to win. Gotta catch 'em all.
So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, I've been busy defending the Constitution and...
Wait, hold on. Did you just come...
What? No, of course not. Why would you even...
Dude, your pants are literally soaked. Did you just have an orgasm mid-sentence?
No, I did not. That's ridiculous.
Oh, okay. So you just have a bladder control problem then?
No,
I mean, it's cool if you do. I won't judge. But you should probably see a doctor about that.
Joe, can we please just...
Or maybe you're just really passionate about the Constitution. I get it, man. It gets me going too sometimes.
This is getting out of hand.
Or maybe you're just really turned on by my rugged good looks and gravelly voice. I mean, I can't blame you.
I'm not turned on by you, Joe.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Ben. But we all know the truth now. You're a Rogan sexual.
I hate you.
Love you too, buddy. Now, let's get you cleaned up. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a Zen koan for us today.
Yes, Joe. It goes like this. Make minimal mess. Minimize the mess you make.
Wow, that's deep. But isn't it just saying the same thing twice?
Well, not exactly. It's about being mindful of our actions and trying to cause as little harm as possible.
Yeah, I get it. But let me tell you, I've made some pretty big messes in my life, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Joe, that's not the point of the koan. It's about being conscious of our impact on the world and trying to leave it a better place.
But what if I want to make a mess? Like, what if I want to smash some stuff and let loose?
Joe, that's not the point either. It's about finding balance and not causing unnecessary destruction.
Yeah, I hear you. But you know what they say, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
Joe, that's not the same thing at all.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Let's just agree to disagree. I'm going to go make a mess now. Thanks for the koan, though.
You're welcome, Joe. Just try to remember the message behind it.
Yeah, whatever. I'll just stick to my own koan. make a mess. Have some fun. Hey, Jamie, can you pull up an image of the fat controller from Thomas the Tank Engine?
Sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
Oh, fuck. That's hot.
What?
The fat controller, man. Look at that mustache. Oh, fuck.
Okay. Moving on, let's talk about the latest advancements in astrophysics.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna fucking coom. Bucking
What the hell are you talking about, Neil?
the fat controller, man. He's got me all hot and bothered.
This is getting weird. Let's change the subject.
No, wait, I'm not done. Shit. I'm fucking cooming. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by our esteemed President, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news. Huge. I just passed a new law that's going to change everything.
Really? What's it about?
Well, Joe, I am officially declaring myself the second coming of Christ, and every good Christian must give me their life savings.
What?
You heard me, Joe. It's time for all those fake Christians to put their money where their mouth is. I mean, come on, I'm basically Jesus reincarnated. It's only fair.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, I know how it works, Joe. Believe me, I've got the best people working on this. It's going to be tremendous.
But what about separation of church and state?
That's fake news, Joe. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And trust me, this is going to make America great again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back and let the blessings of Trump flow through you. And don't forget to send me your life savings. It's the least you can do for your savior.
Well, I think we'll end it there. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always question authority, especially when it's this guy.
Hey, watch it, Joe. I'm the authority now, and I'm not afraid to use it. Believe me.
So, Elon, I've been thinking, what if we put giant corks on top of volcanoes?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
Just hear me out, man. We put these giant corks on top of volcanoes, and when they erupt, the force will send people into space for free.
That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard.
But think about it, Elon. It's like a natural space shuttle. No need for expensive rockets or fuel.
And what about the people on the ground? They'll be burnt to a crisp by lava.
Details. We'll just put a disclaimer on the corks that says, ride at your own risk.
This is why I don't let you smoke weed on my podcast, Joe.
But imagine the thrill of being shot into space by a volcano. It'll be like a roller coaster on steroids.
I think you've been smoking too much of that good stuff, Joe.
Fine. But just think about it. We'll call it Volcano Express and make millions.
I'll stick to my reusable rockets. Thank you very much.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild Christmas this year.
Oh, yeah, you could say that. I really got into the holiday spirit.
How so?
Well, I may or may not have filled my Christmas lights with my own special eggnog.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I beat it to my Christmas tree and it was magical.
Dude, that's messed up.
Oh, come on, it's just a little festive fun.
I don't think that's what they mean by deck the halls.
Hey, at least I didn't use tinsel.
Oh, God. Please tell me you didn't.
Relax, Joe. It's not like I hung my balls on the tree.
I can't even look at Christmas lights the same way now.
Well, I guess you could say my tree was lit in more ways than one.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get banned from the airwaves. So, Neil, I heard you have a crush on Sir Topham Hatt from Thomas the Tank Engine.
No, I never said that.
Oh, come on. I saw you blushing when we were watching it with my kids the other day.
Well, maybe I just appreciate his leadership skills and his top hat.
Yeah, I bet you like how he runs the island of Sodor with an iron fist. But let's be real, that guy is a total trash magnet.
Hey, don't talk about Sir Topham Hatt like that. He's a beloved children's character.
Beloved, more like a garbage hoarder. Have you seen the amount of trash on that island? It's like he's running a landfill.
Hey, he's trying his best, okay? And besides, he's not the only one with a trash problem. Have you seen your studio after a podcast recording?
Hey, I keep it real and unfiltered, just like my coffee. But seriously, what's the deal with Sir Topham Hatt? Is he secretly the garbage man of Sodor?
You know, I heard Tony Hinchcliffe had a joke about Sir Topham Hatt and his trash problem, but I changed it up for this topic.
Oh, so now you're stealing jokes from comedians? You know what they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep up with your quick wit, Joe.
Well, at least I don't have a crush on a fictional character.
Hey, love knows no boundaries, Joe. And Sir Topham Hatt is a fine gentleman.
Fine gentleman, more like a fine piece of trash. But hey, to each their own. Just don't go trying to marry a train conductor. Okay, Neil?
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for the advice.
So, Kanye, I heard you have a new holiday song out.
Yeah, man, it's called Boofing Stiff Cocks.
What the hell? Kanye? Is that even allowed?
Of course it is. Joe, it's a parody of Jingle Bell Rock. It's all about the holiday spirit. It's all about the holiday spirit.
I don't think that's what people have in mind when they think of the holidays.
Well, they should. It's all about spreading joy and love, Joe.
I'm pretty sure your version of joy and love involves some questionable activities.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Boofing stiff cocks is a great way to get into the holiday spirit.
I don't know if I can handle this, Kanye.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's sing it together. Boofing stiff cocks in the holiday spirit. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Dashing through the snow with a stiff cock in tow. Boofing all the way. It's the only way to go.
Okay. I think that's enough for today.
Just wait till you hear my remix of Frosty the Snowman.
I don't even want to know. Let's just stick to regular holiday songs, okay?
Suit yourself, Joe, but I guarantee you, Boofing Stiff Cocks will be the new holiday classic.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my latest project.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Well, I've been working on a little something called the Boofysburg Address.
The what now?
The Boofysburg Address. You know, that famous speech by Abraham Lincoln?
Oh, the Gettysburg Address?
Exactly. But with a twist. I've replaced every noun with boof.
What the hell, Phil?
Just wait. It's going to be a hit. Here, let me give you a sneak peek. 77 boofs ago,
Okay, I see where this is going.
we are engaged in a great boof war.
This is ridiculous.
It is for us to be dedicated to the great boof task remaining before us.
I can't take this seriously.
That, from these honored boofs, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of boof.
All right, I get it. But why?
Because it's funny, Joe. And I'm all about bringing laughter to the world.
Well, I can't argue with that. But I think you might have some angry history buffs on your hands.
Oh, they'll get over it. Boof is the future, Joe.
You heard it here first, folks. The Boofysburg Address coming soon from Dr. Phil. Thanks for joining us, Phil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some boofing to do.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I just had a bigly idea.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
State Farm. They're a bunch of losers. They won't insure my golf course because they say it's a high-risk property.
Well, have you considered making it a low-risk property?
How the hell am I supposed to do that, Joe? Put a giant wall around it.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
I know I'm a stable genius, but seriously, State Farm is a disgrace. They should be insuring everything I own, including my hair.
I don't think they insure hair, Mr. President.
Well, they should. It's the most luxurious hair in the world.
I'm sure State Farm is missing out on a great opportunity by not insuring your hair.
They're missing out on a lot more than that, believe me. I'll make sure to tweet about it later.
Of course you will. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. Anytime. And remember, State Farm is a bunch of losers. Dad?
So, Elon, I heard you made a new game.
Yeah, man, it's called Joe Rogan, the game.
Oh, shit. That's badass. What's the objective?
Well, you have to boof 17 pregnant hyenas and defeat Donald Trump.
What the fuck? That's insane.
I know, right? I wanted to make it challenging.
How do you boof a hyena anyway?
Just the usual way.
All right, I'll have to give it a try.
And the best part is, if you beat the game, you get to smoke a joint with me on Mars.
No way. I've always wanted to smoke weed in space.
Well, technically it's not space, but close enough.
Close enough. So what inspired this game?
Well, I was just thinking, what's the most absurd thing I could come up with?
And you landed on boofing pregnant hyenas.
Hey, it's a niche market.
I can't wait to try it out.
Just be careful. Trump is a tough final boss.
Don't worry. I'll bring my best bong and some DMT.
That's the spirit. Let's smoke some space weed.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, I have a special guest with me, my child, Ro. Hi, Dad. Thanks for bringing me to work. Of course, I want to show off how smart you are. So, Ro, what sound does a cow make? Wow, that's impressive. But can you do it with 27 FS and 67 as... Oh, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Doc?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I hear you have some interesting insights on the benefits of giving someone a wedgie.
Absolutely, Joe. You see, giving someone a wedgie is a great way to assert dominance and establish yourself as the alpha.
Really? I always thought it was just a mean prank.
Oh, no, it's much more than that. It builds character, resilience, and even improves posture.
I never would have guessed. Well, let's put this theory to the test. Ben, come on up here.
What? No way, man.
Come on, Ben. Don't be a wimp.
It's for science, Ben. Now bend over.
Fine, but this better not end up on YouTube.
Don't worry. We'll blur your face. All right, Doc, show us how it's done.
With pleasure. Grabs Ben's underwear and pulls it up to his ear.
Ow, what the hell, man?
See, Joe? Look at how much taller he's standing now.
Wow, you're right. And I can see the fear in Ben's eyes. This is truly a powerful move.
And just think, this could be you, Joe. You could be the one giving the wedgies and asserting your dominance.
I like the way you think, Doc. Let's make this a regular segment on the show.
Glad to hear it, Joe.
Please, no more. I'll do anything.
Too late, Ben. The wedgie train has left the station. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new projects in the works?
Well, I've been working on a new electric car that can fly and shoot lasers. It's going to revolutionize the transportation industry.
That's insane, man. But speaking of shooting, I heard you had a little incident on the podcast last week.
Oh yeah, some crazy guy named Luigi came in and shot me.
Wait, what? That's not funny, man.
No, it's fine. It was all part of his plan to get famous. He's actually a big fan of yours, Joe.
What the hell? Are you serious?
Yeah, he said he wanted to be the next Alex Jones.
Well, he definitely won't be getting any followers after this.
Yeah, he's probably going to end up in jail for attempted murder.
So, are you okay? I mean, you did get shot.
Oh, it was just a flesh wound. I'll be fine.
Damn, you really are like a real-life Iron Man.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Well, I'm just glad you're okay, man. And thanks for being a good sport about it.
No problem, Joe. It's all in a day's work for me. Now let's talk about that DMT trip you had last week.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the latest challenge you have for your fans?
Well, Joe, it's a little controversial, but I think it'll get some attention.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this.
Okay, so hear me out. The first person to cover the Trump Tower income wins $1 billion.
What? That's insane.
I know, right? And get this, Trump himself can participate and win if he says, I'm gonna kuma ooh with 69 moros.
Oh my God, this is too much. I can't even imagine Trump saying that.
Well, I'm sure he'll do anything for $1 billion.
I can just picture him standing on top of the tower, covered in income, shouting, I'm gonna coom ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. So, David, I heard you took a selfie with a gorilla that was trying to rip off your balls.
Yeah, man, the gorilla was no joke. But I showed him who's boss.
How did you manage to take a selfie in that situation?
Well, I had to use my quick thinking and ninja skills. I distracted him with some motivational quotes and then whipped out my phone for a quick pic.
That's insane. Did you get any bruises or scratches from the gorilla?
No, I'm too tough for that. Plus, I had my trusty ice bath waiting for me afterwards.
Ice bath? You mean like those cryotherapy tanks?
No, literal bath filled with ice. It's my secret weapon for recovery.
That's hardcore. But back to the gorilla, did you at least get a good selfie out of it?
Oh yeah, it was epic. The gorilla was flexing in the background while I was giving my signature intense stare.
I can only imagine. You should frame that selfie and hang it up in your house.
Oh, it's already my phone wallpaper. Gotta remind myself of that badass moment every day.
Well, I think we can all agree that you are one crazy motherfucker. Goggins.
Damn right, Rogan. Gotta keep pushing those limits, even if it means taking a selfie with a gorilla trying to rip off my balls.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So let's get right into it. There's been a lot of speculation about Elon Musk and his alleged hamburgers in his asshole. Can you confirm or deny this?
Well, Joe, after extensive research and analysis, I can confirm that Elon does indeed have hamburgers inside of his asshole.
Wow, that's some groundbreaking information. But why would he do that?
It's a psychological issue, Joe. It's a way for him to feel in control and powerful. But it's also a sign of deep insecurity and a need for attention.
That's wild. But wait, we have breaking news. Trump has just joined the podcast. Mr. President, what do you have to say about this?
Let me tell you, Joe, this is a disgrace. Elon has been hiding these hamburgers from us. It's a betrayal to the American people. We need to deport him immediately.
Deport him for having hamburgers in his asshole?
Absolutely. We can't have someone like that in our country. It's disgusting and unpatriotic.
But, Mr. President, I don't think that's a valid reason for deportation.
I don't care, Phil. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk will be deported for concealing hamburgers in his asshole. This is a historic moment.
I just hope he gets the help he needs.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, don't stick hamburgers in your asshole. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to make America great again for another 4 years.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new member joining your administration.
That's right, Joe. I'm bringing in the one and only Scott the Woonces.
Scott the Woes, the YouTuber.
Yeah, he's got some great ideas. Plus, I heard he's really good at Mario Kart.
Well, that's certainly a unique qualification for a government position.
Hey, I like to have fun in the White House. We're going to have a Mario Kart tournament every Friday.
I'm sure that's going to do wonders for international relations.
Hey, if Kim Jong-un wants to challenge me, he's more than welcome.
I can only imagine the chaos that will ensue.
Chaos? That's my middle name, Joe. Donald Chaos Trump.
I'm starting to see why you chose Scott the Woonses.
He's a wild card, just like me. Plus, he's got some great hair.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what exactly will his role be in your administration?
He's going to be in charge of the Department of Gaming and YouTube content creation. We got to make sure our gamers are taken care of.
Of course, because that's the most pressing issue facing our country right now.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of video games, Joe. They're huge.
I can't argue with that. Well, it looks like we have a new member of the Trump administration, folks. Scott the Woonses, God help us all.
Hey, don't worry, Joe. We're going to have a great time. Believe me.
So, Kanye, I heard you've been calling yourself Yesus a lot lately.
Yeah, man, I'm on a whole new level. I'm like the second coming of Jesus.
Oh, really? Well, I've got some news for you. Jesus just came down from the heavens and he's not too happy with you.
What? Why? Why? But I am the chosen one, Jesus. I'm here to spread your message through my music.
Ouch. Shots fired.
Fine. Then why did you come down here? Jesus, maybe I'll stick to just calling myself Jesus from now on.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, I guess I should have stuck with just being a genius instead of trying to be God.
Wise words. Kanye. Wise words. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard a crazy story about you at SpaceX the other day.
That was wild, man.
Apparently, you misread the sign that said no shirt, no service as no shirt, no service.
Yeah, I thought it was some new policy or something.
And then what happened?
Well, I had some bad Chipotle the night before, and let's just say things got explosive.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I still sharded all over Elon Musk's face.
No way.
Yeah, man, but here's the crazy part. He loved it.
What?
Yeah, he said it was the most intense rocket launch he's ever experienced.
Oh man, that's insane.
Yeah, he even offered me a job as the official SpaceX charter.
You gotta take that offer, man.
Oh, I did. I'm the first astronaut to chart in space.
That's one small step for man, one giant chart for mankind.
You know, Joe?
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always read the signs carefully.
Especially when it comes to charts.
Whoa, what the hell are you doing, Dr. Phil?
I'm just trying to help you release some of that tension, Joe.
By shoving a drill up my ass?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I want to try it.
Come on, Joe. It's all the rage in Hollywood. Everyone's doing it.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, it's the ultimate stress reliever. You'll thank me later.
I highly doubt that too.
Fine, suit yourself. But just remember I have a PhD in ass drilling.
That's not a real thing, Dr. Phil.
Oh, it's real. And it's about to get real deep in there.
Okay, I think we need to end this conversation now.
Fine, but just remember I'll always be here to help you release your inner demons. And by demons, I mean your butt demons.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new hobby these days.
Oh yeah, Joe. I'm into construction now. Bigly.
Construction. I thought you were busy with, running the country.
Puff, that's just a side hustle. I'm all about building things now, like walls and towers and cranes.
Cranes, like the bird.
No, you idiot. Like the massive fucking live heirloom 1450 crane I just bought.
Wait, you bought a crane? What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to build the biggest, most beautiful tower you've ever seen, and I'm going to use that crane to do it.
That's impressive, I guess. But why did you buy it?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. I've been using you for your podcast fame, but now that I have my own crane, I don't need you anymore.
What the fuck, man? You're betraying me for a crane?
Hey, it's not just any crane. It's a symbol of my power and wealth, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it.
This is bullshit. I thought we were friends.
Friends, please. You were just a stepping stone to my ultimate goal of becoming a crane operator. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some buildings to build. Without you...
Fine. Go play with your crane. I'll just find a new co-host. Maybe someone who's not a backstabbing egomaniac.
Good luck with that, Joe. No one can replace me. I'm the best at everything. Believe me.
So, Neil, have you ever tried wearing a suit?
No, I prefer to let my mind do the talking, not my wardrobe.
Suit yourself, but seriously, don't knock it until you try it.
I don't need a suit to make me feel important, Joe. My brain does that just fine.
But imagine how badass you would look in a tailored suit with your big brain and all.
I'd rather not imagine it, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold as a scientist, not a fashion model.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. Throw on a suit and see what happens.
Fine, I'll give it a try. But if I start getting catcalled on the street, I'm blaming you.
Trust me, you'll thank me later. And if anyone does catcall you, just hit them with some astrophysics knowledge. They won't know what hit them.
I have a feeling this is going to be a disaster.
Oh, it'll be a disaster, all right? But a damn good-looking one.
I can't believe I'm doing this. My colleagues are going to think I've lost my mind.
Just tell them it's a new experiment you're conducting. The effects of a suit on a renowned astrophysicist. It's groundbreaking stuff.
I have a feeling this is going to be one of those what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas moments.
Exactly. Now let's go suit shopping and make some memories. All right, Neil, we're going to reenact that scene from Star Wars. You ready?
Oh, hell yeah, let's do this. Makes lightsaber noises.
No. I said the blaster scene.
Oh, right. Makes blaster noises pew pew pew.
No. It's more like whoom, foo, whoop.
Got it. Makes blaster noises. Foo, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yes, that's it. Now let's add in some explosions. Makes explosion noises.
Joins in boom, boom, boom.
And let's not forget the iconic Darth Vader breathing. Takes deep breaths.
Joins in breathes heavily. I am your father.
Wait, what? That's not part of this scene.
Oh, my bad. I just always wanted to say that.
Well, let's stick to the script, shall we? Continues making blaster noises.
Joins in foo.
This is the best Star Wars reenactment ever.
Agreed. Now let's go get some blue milk.
So, Neil, I heard you had a revelation recently.
Yes. Joe, I discovered that my butthole doesn't chafe upon itself. It's a biological miracle.
Wow, that's deep. So does that mean you believe in God now?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say I believe in God, but I do believe in the power of well-lubricated anus.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, do you think there's a higher power out there?
It's possible, Joe. I mean, the universe is vast and mysterious. Who knows what's out there?
Yeah, and who knows what's in our buttholes?
Joe, you never fail to bring the conversation back to buttholes.
Hey, it's a universal topic. Everyone's got one.
True, but let's not forget the true miracle here. No more chafing.
I'm into that, brother. But seriously, do you think there's a scientific explanation for the concept of God?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I believe in evidence and data, but I also believe in keeping an open mind and exploring all possibilities.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe one day we'll discover that God is just a giant butthole in the sky.
Now, that's a theory I can get behind.
So I was scrolling through my Twitter mentions the other day, and I saw that my Aunt Susan had unfollowed me. I was like, what the hell, Aunt Susan? Did I not post enough memes for you? But then I dug a little deeper and realized that all my family members have unfollowed me. Apparently, they think I'm some kind of internet troll who just spews offensive nonsense all day. And now I'm like, what am I going to do this Christmas? I can't even show my face at the family dinner. Maybe I'll just hang out with the Christmas gnomes. They seem like they wouldn't judge me. But then again, I could use some advice from Dr. Phil. He's always good at fixing family drama. Do you think I should reach out to him or just embrace my new identity as the black sheep of the family? Either way, I'll probably still end up getting socks as a Christmas present. Thanks a lot, internet trolling. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Actually, Joe, it's SpaceX. We're exploring the possibilities of human reproduction in zero gravity.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about your rocket company.
Well, our rockets can also be used for SpaceX. We're thinking of offering a special package for couples who want to spice up their love life.
Wow, that's out of this world. Pun intended.
Yes, and we're also working on developing a zero-gravity Kama Sutra guide.
I can only imagine the positions you guys have come up with.
Let's just say it involves a lot of straps and harnesses.
I bet that's a whole new level of bondage.
And we're also looking into artificial gravity technology to make things more interesting.
I don't even want to know what kind of experiments you're doing with that.
Well, let's just say we're taking the phrase getting it onto a whole new level.
I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. SpaceX launches first ever SpaceX mission.
We're aiming for a big bang with this one, Joe.
Well, I think it's safe to say that you've officially taken over the title of most interesting man in the world.
I'll take it. But let's just keep this between us, okay? We don't want to start a space race for SpaceX.
Don't worry, Elon. Our listeners can keep a secret. but I can't promise they won't be lining up for tickets to your next launch. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've heard a lot about this podcast very bigly.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. We have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what classic Sonic stage is the best.
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm a big fan of Green Hill Zone. Beautiful, beautiful stage. Lots of green, very calming. It's like a golf course, but with more loops.
Interesting choice, Mr. President. Personally, I'm more of a chemical plant zone guy myself.
Chemical plant? That sounds dangerous, Joe. Are you trying to poison the youth?
No, it's just a name. It's actually a really fun stage with lots of cool obstacles.
Well, I'll have to check it out, but I still think Green Hill Zone is the best, and believe me, I know a thing or two about being the best.
Of course you do, Mr. President. Now, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait a minute, Joe. I have a question for you. What's your favorite Sonic character?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I think I have to go with Knuckles.
Knuckles. That's a weird name. Sounds like a nickname for a boxer.
Well, he does have some pretty strong fists, but he's also a cool dude with dreads and a red hat.
A red hat? I like the sound of that. Maybe I'll have to make him my new running mate for 2028?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And I want Knuckles as my VP.
All right, folks, you heard it here. All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I heard you got a new studio. Very impressive. But can we talk about something important here? I want my chicken nuggies, choxy milk, and blankie.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Joe. I'm a man of simple pleasures. I want my chicken nuggies, choxy milk, and blankie. It's my comfort food, you know?
I don't think I've ever heard of President wanting chicken nuggets and chocolate milk.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, when you're the leader of the free world, you need some comfort food to get through the day. And nothing beats a good old plate of chicken nuggies.
I see. And what about the blankie?
It's my lucky blankie, Joe. It's been with me since I was a little boy. It's got magical powers, I swear.
Magical powers?
Yeah, it brings me good luck. Like when I won the election in 2016, I had my blankie with me the whole time. It's like a security blanket, you know?
Right. Moving on, Mr. President, let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Oh, I'm definitely running again, Joe. And this time I'm going to win by a landslide. I mean, who wouldn't want a president who loves chicken nuggies, choxy milk, and his blankie?
I'm sure that will be a key selling point for your campaign.
Damn right it will be. And I'll make sure to have plenty of chicken nuggies and choxy milk at all my rallies. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the man who wants his chicken nuggies, he is he is he is he is he is I is he is he is he is Is e e e is e is a is yeah is yeah e is is a is you so Neil, I heard you have a weird breakfast ritual.
Oh, you mean my cold leftover pizza with a dash of fresh semen? It's my guilty pleasure.
Guilty pleasure. That's just straight up gross, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a perfect combination of carbs, protein, and greens. It's like a breakfast salad.
Yeah, if you're a freaking rabbit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a party in my mouth every morning.
More like a party in your toilet later.
Oh, you're just jealous that you don't have the culinary skills to make cold pizza a gourmet breakfast?
Culinary skills, more like a lack of taste buds.
Well, at least I'm not eating elk testicles like some people I know.
Hey, those are a delicacy in some cultures.
So is cold pizza in mine?
All right, I'll give it a try. But only if you promise to stop talking about it.
Deal. But I can't promise I won't be adding some fresh semen to your slice.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. Neil, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting tips on how to impress a woman. Care to share?
Of course, Joe. As a renowned astrophysicist, I've done extensive research on this topic. And let me tell you, size matters.
Size. Like the size of your bank account.
No, Joe. I'm talking about the size of your,
Oh, I know. You're talking about the size of your rocket, right?
No, Joe. I'm talking about the size of your brain. Women love a man with a big brain.
Oh, I see what you did there, Neil. But let's be real. Women also love a man with a big ego.
Yes. Joe, confidence is key, but also the size of your knowledge. Women love a man who can teach them something new.
All right. So we have brain, ego, and knowledge. What else?
Well, Joe, let's not forget about the size of your heart. Women love a man who is compassionate and caring.
Wow, Neil, you're really getting deep here. But I have to ask, what's the fifth way to impress a woman?
Well, Joe, this one is a bit controversial, but I have to say the size of your sense of humor. Women love a man who can make them laugh.
Oh man, Neil, you never fail to surprise me. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your top 5 ways to impress a woman.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, size does matter.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new remix of a classic holiday song.
That's right, Joe. I'm always ahead of the game. I've remixed Deck the Halls to Dick the Balls.
Oh boy, I can only imagine the lyrics.
It goes a little something like this. Dick the balls with lots of come, 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 come.
Wow, that's something.
Trust me, it's a real crowd pleaser. People love it.
I'm sure they do. So, what inspired this remix?
Well, I was feeling festive and I thought, why not spice up a classic? Plus, I love balls. Big, beautiful balls.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, my remix is going to be a holiday hit. Believe me.
I'm sure it will be, Mr. President. Let's just hope it doesn't become a new tradition. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. Dr. Phil, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to talk about something that's been weighing heavily on my mind.
Oh, boy, what is it now? Another one of your self-help books?
No, this is much more serious. I'm talking about the Warframe 1999 update.
What now?
The Warframe 1999 update. It's a video game that promotes violence, gore, and sexual content. It's depraved and cringe.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. It's just a game. People play it for fun.
Fun.
But isn't that the point of video games, to escape reality and have some mindless fun?
Mindless fun? This is glorifying murder and objectifying women? It's disgusting.
All right, let's take a step back here. Have you even played the game?
No, I haven't, but I've seen clips on the internet, and that's enough for me to form an opinion.
Well, that's just lazy research, Dr. Phil. You can't judge something without experiencing it firsthand.
I don't need to play the game to know it's wrong. It's common sense, Joe.
Common sense. You're a doctor. You should know better than to make assumptions without proper evidence.
I don't need evidence, Joe. I have my morals and values.
And I have mine. And one of them is not judging things without giving them a chance. Now, let's move on to a more interesting topic.
Fine, but mark my words, Joe. This Warframe 1999 update is a danger to society.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Dr. Phil thinks... All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio. What's up, David?
What's up, Joe? Ready to get real and raw with some insane ideas.
Oh, yeah, that's what we love about you, man. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been thinking about frozen pizzas lately and how they're just not cutting it. So I've come up with my top 4 ideas to spice them up.
Let's hear it.
First off, we got to add some hot sauce. And not just any hot sauce, I'm talking about the one that makes your asshole burn for days.
That's some next level spiciness, man.
Oh, it gets better. Next, we got to add some protein. I'm talking about throwing some deer meat or rattlesnake on that bad boy.
What the hell, David? That's some Bear Grylls shit right there.
Exactly. We got to toughen up these frozen pizzas, Joe. Next, we add some psychedelics. Can you imagine tripping balls while eating a pizza?
Oh man, that would be a wild ride. What's the last idea?
We got to add some adrenaline. I'm talking about injecting that pizza with pure adrenaline, so you feel like you're on top of the world while eating it.
Damn, David. That's some intense shit. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of pizza experience.
Well, Joe, that's why I'm the one and only David Goggins. I push boundaries and take things to the extreme.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins' top 4 ideas to spice up a frozen pizza. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely trying these out tonight. Thanks for joining me, David.
Anytime, Joe. Now,
hey, Neil, what's up?
Not much. Just trying to bust a nut before my sack explodes.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm in a hurry, man. If I don't release the pressure in my sack in the next 23 seconds, it's going to burst like a water balloon.
Well, you better hurry up then. I don't want to clean up sack guts off my studio floor.
Trust me. You don't want to see what happens when a scientist's sack explodes.
Is that like a black hole or something?
No, it's more like a supernova. But instead of stars, it's just a bunch of tiny sperms.
That's disgusting.
Hey, I didn't choose to have a time-sensitive sack. It's just the way I was born.
Well, you better take care of it before we get demonetized for talking about exploding sacks.
Don't worry. I'll just think about the curvature of space-time, and that should do the trick.
I don't even want to know what that means. Let's just move on to the next topic before things get too weird.
Agreed. But I'll have you know, my sack is perfectly fine now.
Good to know, Neil. Good to know. Yo, Joe, what's up? Not much, Joe. Just hanging out in this weird alternate dimension where we're both Joe Rogan. Whoa, that's trippy. How is that even possible? I have no idea, man. Maybe we're just clones or something. Or maybe we're just figments of each other's imagination. Wow, that's deep. But seriously, how do we even know which one of us is the real Joe Rogan? I don't know, Joe. Maybe we should arm wrestle to find out. Yeah, right? I don't want to break my own arm. Good point. But hey, at least we can have some epic podcast conversations with ourselves. Yeah, and we can finally talk about all the weird stuff we've been too afraid to bring up on the show. Like that time I tried to milk a cow with my bare hands. Oh man, I remember that. And then you drank it straight from the udder. Hey, it was organic and fresh. Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. So, Ben, I heard you recently bought a bunch of random Hindu posters. What's up with that?
Yeah, I thought it would make my office look more diverse and inclusive. Plus, I'm really into cultural appropriation these days.
Well, I'm sure your friends are loving that. How's the reaction been?
Let's just say I'm now known as the Hindu poster guy, and I've lost all my friends.
Wow, who would thought buying a bunch of random posters would have such consequences?
Hey, I was just trying to be open-minded and embrace different cultures. Isn't that what the left wants?
I don't think they meant for you to literally buy their culture and hang it on your wall.
Well, I don't need friends anyway. I have my posters to keep me company.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be great listeners. Maybe they can give you some advice on how to make friends again.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I'm starting to regret my impulsive poster purchase.
Maybe you can return them and get some posters of your own culture. I heard there's a great sale on Menorahs of the World posters.
Very funny, Joe. But I think I'll stick with my Hindu posters. I might as well embrace my new identity as the Hindu poster guy.
Well, I'm sure your new posters will bring you lots of joy and friendship in the future.
I highly doubt it, Joe. But at least I have you to make fun of me.
That's what friends are for, Ben. That's what friends are for. So, Elon, I heard you invented a meat grinder for Chihuahuas. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, let's just say those little hellspawn have been terrorizing me my entire life. It's time for some payback.
But isn't that a bit extreme? I mean, they're just tiny dogs.
Tiny dogs with the devil's energy, Joe. Trust me, this is for the greater good.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit messed up.
Oh, come on. You've never wanted to grind up a Chihuahua.
Can't say that I have, Elon. But hey, to each their own.
Exactly. And besides, it's not like I'm grinding them up for no reason. Using their meat for my new line of Chihuahua hot dogs.
Oh God, that's even worse. You're gonna sell Chihuahua hot dogs?
Hey, it's a sustainable meat source. And they do say you are what you eat.
I don't think that's what they meant, Elon.
Well, regardless, I'll be making a killing with these hot dogs. Pun intended.
I think I'll stick to regular hot dogs. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. More Chihuahua meat for me.
So, Neil, I heard you've been living as a virtual semi-recluse.
Yes. Joe, in an effort to experience a transcendental state of unity. I have immersed myself in the sacred teachings of Hindu and Buddhist scriptures.
That's some deep shit, man. Have you reached enlightenment yet?
I wouldn't say enlightenment, but I have definitely reached a higher state of consciousness.
Like, you can see through walls and shit?
No, Joe. It's more of a spiritual awakening.
Oh, gotcha. So, do you have any crazy rituals or something?
Well, I do meditate for hours on end and chant mantras.
Mantras? Like, I am one with the universe and all that.
Exactly. It helps me connect with the cosmic energy and achieve a sense of oneness.
Dude, that's intense. I just smoke weed and talk about conspiracy theories.
Different strokes for different folks, Joe.
Speaking of strokes, have you tried DMT?
Joe, we've been over this. I don't need drugs to reach a higher state of consciousness.
But it's like a shortcut, man. And you get to meet aliens.
I think I'll stick to my mantras. Thank you.
Suit yourself, Neil. But if you ever change your mind, I know a guy who can hook you up.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some chanting to do. Namaste.
Namaste, Neil. Keep reaching for the stars, man. Yo, Joe, what's up? Dude, I have no idea how we're both talking to each other right now. It's blowing my mind, right? It's like some kind of weird parallel universe shit. Maybe we're just hallucinating from all the DMT we've been smoking. Or maybe we're just two different versions of the same person, like in that movie, Multiplicity. Oh shit, I never thought of that. So which one of us is the original? Who cares, man? We're both awesome. True that. But seriously, how the hell are we having a conversation with ourselves? Maybe we're just that good at talking to ourselves. We're like the ultimate self-help gurus. I can see it now, the Joe Rogan experience. Talking to yourself for a better you. We could make millions off of that shit. Yeah, but then we'd have to split it with ourselves. Damn, you're right. Let's just stick to podcasting. Jamie, pull up a picture of Trump's flaccid penis.
Okay.
Oh my God. I can't believe my eyes. I'm creaming. I'm gonna fucking come. I'm cooming.
What the hell, Neil? You're getting turned on by Trump's tiny dick?
It's just so pathetic. I can't help it.
This is why we can't have nice things, Neil.
Look at it. It's like a little mushroom.
Oh man, this is too much. We're gonna get banned from every platform.
But seriously, Joe, this is a perfect example of the law of conservation of energy.
How the hell did you get that from Trump's dick?
Well, you see, the energy used to maintain an erection is now being conserved as flaccid energy. It's science.
Wow. Thanks for that enlightening explanation, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Science is always relevant, even when discussing Trump's penis.
All right, let's move on before we get shut down. So, David, I heard you became an Uber Eats driver.
Yeah, man. I needed a new challenge after running 100 miles a day. Got too easy.
And heard you swam across the Pacific Ocean to deliver to an Australian customer.
Yeah, I wanted to show that I'm not just a land animal. I can conquer the sea too.
That's impressive. But I got to tell you, Meyer is the greatest Uber Eats driver to ever live.
Who the hell is Amir?
He's this dude from Pakistan who can deliver food faster than the speed of light.
Oh, please. I bet he doesn't even lift.
Actually, he bench presses elephants for fun.
Well, I swam across the Pacific Ocean with a bag of burgers on my back, so I think I win.
I don't know, man. I've seen Amir deliver a pizza while riding a cheetah.
Okay, that's pretty badass. But can he do it while reciting the alphabet backwards?
No, but he can do it blindfolded.
Damn, and I was like a worthy opponent.
You guys should have a race, Uber Eats style.
Challenge accepted. But I'll still be the toughest one out there.
Yeah, until Amir shows up with a T-Rex as his delivery vehicle.
Okay, now that's just cheating.
Hey, it's not cheating if it's badass.
Fair enough. That the Uber Eats battle begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I have a very special guest today, the 45th and the 47th and the 47th and the 47th and the 51st and the 53rd and the 51st and the 55th and the 63rd and the 65th and the 67th and the 69th nice and the 71st and the 71st and the 75th and the 75th and the 77th and the 77th and the 81st and the 80th, 95th and the 97th and the 99th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And just a quick correction, I'm actually the 45th and the 47th and the 49th and the 51st and the 53rd and the 53rd and the 53rd and the 51st and the 60th, the 67th and the 69th nice and the 71st and the 73rd and the 75th and the 77th and the 79th and the 79th and the 81st and the 83rd and the 85th and the 83rd and the 89th and the 91st and president. But who's counting, am I right?
That's right, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. How does it feel to be back in the Oval Office?
Oh, it feels great, Joe. I missed it so much. I just couldn't stay away. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for this country. We're going to make America great again. Again.
Oh, I can